You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 1. There is no one left. Nobody wanted Mary Lennox. You could see it in the pinched angles of her thin face, the dull yellow of her wispy hair, and the sour twist of her mouth. Even the adults whispered it when they thought she couldn't hear. She was the most disagreeable-looking child anyone had ever seen. It wasn't entirely her fault. Mary had been born in India, where she'd spent her entire life being sick with one thing or another. Her father worked for the British government and was always busy or ill himself. Her mother, a stunning beauty with silky curls and floating lace dresses, cared only for parties and charming people. She'd never wanted a daughter and made that perfectly clear from the moment Mary was born, handing her over to an ayah with strict instructions to keep the child out of sight. So Mary grew up seeing only the dark faces of the Indian servants, who gave her whatever she demanded because they feared her mother's anger if she cried. By 6 years old, she'd become a perfect little tyrant, selfish, demanding, and utterly alone. The English governesses who tried to teach her never lasted long. One quit after 3 months. The rest left even sooner. If Mary hadn't actually wanted to read books, she probably wouldn't have learned her letters at all. On one brutally hot morning when she was 9, Mary woke up cranky and tangled in sweat-damp sheets. She grew even more irritable when she saw a strange woman standing by her bed instead of her ayah. "Why are you here?" Mary snapped. "I won't have you. Send my ayah at once." The woman looked terrified. "Not possible, Missy Sahib. Ayah cannot come." Mary flew into a rage, kicking and hitting the servant, but the woman only trembled more, repeating that the ayah could not come. Something strange hung in the air that morning. Nothing happened on schedule. Servants were missing, and those Mary did see hurried through the halls with ashen faces. No one would tell her anything, and most alarming of all, her ayah never appeared. Eventually, Mary wandered into the garden alone, pretending to make flower beds by sticking bright red hibiscus blossoms into piles of dirt. "Pig! Pig! Daughter of pigs!" she muttered to herself, grinding her teeth, imagining what she'd say to her ayah when she finally showed up. Calling someone a pig was the worst insult she knew. Suddenly, she heard voices on the veranda. Her mother had come out with a young man Mary recognized as a new officer from England. Mary stared at them both, but especially at her mother. She rarely got to see her up close. The Mem Sahib, as Mary called her, was tall and slender, with silk-like hair and a delicate nose that always seemed to be turning up at things. Usually her large eyes were full of laughter, but today they were wide with fear as she clutched the young officer's arm. "Is it so very bad?" "Oh, is it?" Mary heard her ask. "Awfully," the young man replied, his voice shaking. "You should have gone to the hills 2 weeks ago." Mary's mother wrung her hands. "I know. I only stayed for that stupid dinner party. What a fool I was." At that moment, a terrible wailing erupted from the servants' quarters. Mary froze, shivering from head to toe despite the heat. "What is it?" her mother gasped. "Someone has died," the officer said grimly. "You didn't tell me it had broken out among your servants." "I didn't know." The Mem Sahib grabbed his arm. "Come with me." They hurried back into the house. The mysterious morning suddenly made terrifying sense. Cholera had erupted in the camp, and people were dying everywhere. Mary's ayah had fallen ill during the night and had just died. That's what caused the wailing. Within a day, 3 more servants died, and others fled in panic. In the chaos of the second day, Mary hid in her nursery and was completely forgotten. No one thought about her. No one came looking. Frightened by the strange sounds and crying faces, she alternated between tears and fitful sleep. Once she ventured into the dining room and found it empty, though a half-finished meal remained on the table. Chairs pushed back as if everyone had left in a hurry. Hungry and thirsty, she ate some fruit and biscuits, then drank from a glass of wine that someone had left. It tasted sweet, and she had no idea how strong it was. Soon, she grew intensely drowsy. She stumbled back to the nursery, locked herself in, and fell into a deep sleep. While she slept, many things happened. People carried items in and out of the bungalow. Voices wailed and whispered, but nothing disturbed her wine-induced slumber. When Mary finally woke, the house was completely silent. She'd never known such stillness before. There were no voices, no footsteps, nothing. She wondered if everyone had recovered from the cholera and the crisis was over. She also wondered who would take care of her now that her ayah was dead. There would be a new Aya, she supposed, hopefully with some new stories. She'd grown tired of the old ones. Mary wasn't sad about her Aya's death. She wasn't an affectionate child and had never really cared for anyone. The panic and crying over the cholera had scared her, but mostly she'd been angry at being forgotten. During the outbreak, people only thought of themselves. Nobody remembered a little girl no one loved. But surely now that things were calmer, someone would come check on her. No one came. As she lay waiting, the house grew even quieter. A small movement caught her eye, a little snake slithering across the matting, watching her with jewel-like eyes. She wasn't afraid. It was harmless and seemed in a hurry to leave. It disappeared under the door. "How strange," she whispered. "It feels like there's no one in the whole bungalow except me and that snake." Almost immediately, she heard footsteps in the compound, and then on the veranda. Men's voices murmured as they entered the bungalow, opening doors and looking into rooms. "What desolation," one voice said. "That pretty woman. I suppose the child, too. I heard there was a child, though no one ever saw her." Mary stood in the middle of her nursery when they opened the door moments later. She looked particularly ugly with her frown and messy hair, furious at being so neglected and starting to feel hungry again. The first man to enter was a large officer she'd once seen talking to her father. He looked exhausted and troubled, but when he spotted her, he jumped back in shock. "Barney," he cried to his companion, "there's a child here. A child alone. In a place like this. Who is she?" "I'm Mary Lennox," she said stiffly, drawing herself up. She thought the man very rude to call her father's home a place like this. "I fell asleep when everyone had cholera, and I've just woken up. Why hasn't anyone come?" "It's the child no one ever saw," the officer exclaimed to the others. "She's been completely forgotten." "Why was I forgotten?" Mary demanded, stamping her foot. "Why didn't anyone come?" The young man named Barney looked at her with such sadness that Mary thought she saw him blink back tears. "Poor little kid," he said softly. "There's nobody left to come." And that's how Mary discovered, in the most abrupt and terrible way, that both her parents were dead. They had died in the night and been carried away. The few servants who hadn't died had fled the house as quickly as possible, not one of them remembering the little Missy Sahib. That explained the eerie silence. There truly was no one left in the bungalow except Mary and the little rustling snake. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 2. Mary Quite Contrary. Mary had always thought her mother was pretty, but only from a distance. Since she barely knew her, no one could have expected Mary to love her mother or miss her much when she died. The truth was, she didn't miss her at all. Mary was the kind of child who thought mostly about herself. She always had. If she'd been older, she might have worried about being left alone in the world, but she was very young. Since adults had always taken care of her, she simply assumed they always would. All she really cared about was whether the people she was going to live with would be nice to her and let her do whatever she wanted, like her ayah and the other servants in India had done. She knew she wouldn't stay long at the English clergyman's house where they first took her. She didn't want to, anyway. The clergyman was poor and had 5 children nearly all the same age, who wore shabby clothes and fought constantly over toys. Mary hated their messy bungalow and was so nasty to everyone that after a day or two, none of the children would play with her. By the second day, they'd given her a nickname that made her furious. It was Basil who thought of it first, a little boy with mischievous blue eyes and an upturned nose whom Mary instantly disliked. She was playing alone under a tree, just as she had been the day the cholera broke out, making little dirt paths for a pretend garden. Basil came over to watch, and actually seemed interested. "Why don't you put some stones there and pretend it's a rock garden?" he suggested, pointing to the middle of her dirt pile. "Go away!" Mary snapped. "I don't want boys around." "Go away!" For a moment Basil looked angry, but then his face changed. He started dancing around her, making faces and singing. "Mistress Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow, with silver bells and cockle shells and marigolds all in a row?" He sang until the other children heard and started laughing too. The angrier Mary got, the more they sang, "Mistress Mary Quite Contrary." After that, they called her Mistress Mary Quite Contrary whenever they talked about her, and often when they talked to her face. "You're being sent home at the end of the week," Basil told her smugly, "and we're glad about it." "I'm glad too," Mary retorted. "Where is home?" "She doesn't even know where home is," Basil said, with all the scorn a 7-year-old could muster. It's England, of course. Our grandmother lives there, and our sister Mabel was sent to her last year. But you're not going to your grandmother, you don't have one. You're going to your uncle. His name is Mr. Archibald Craven." "I don't know anything about him," Mary snapped. "I know you don't," Basil answered. "You don't know anything. Girls never do. I heard my parents talking about him. He lives in a huge, empty old house in the country, and nobody ever visits him. He's too grumpy to let anyone in, and nobody would come even if he invited them. He's a hunchback, and he's horrible." "I don't believe you," said Mary, turning her back and sticking her fingers in her ears so she wouldn't have to listen anymore. But she thought about it a lot afterward. When Mrs. Crawford told her that night she would soon sail to England to live with her uncle, Mr. Archibald Craven, at Misselthwaite Manor, Mary's face turned so blank and stubborn that no one knew what to make of her. They tried to be kind, but when Mrs. Crawford tried to kiss her, Mary just turned away. When Mr. Crawford patted her shoulder, she stiffened like a board. "She's such a plain child," Mrs. Crawford said sadly afterward, "and her mother was so pretty. She had lovely manners, too. Mary has the most unpleasant ways I've ever seen in a child. The children call her Mistress Mary quite contrary, and though it's naughty of them, I can't help understanding why. Perhaps if her mother had brought her pretty face and pretty manners into the nursery more often, Mary might have learned some nice ways, too. Now that the poor beautiful woman is gone, it's sad to remember that many people didn't even know she had a child." "I don't think she ever really looked at her," Mrs. Crawford sighed. "When her ayah died, no one gave the little thing a second thought. Colonel McGrew said he nearly jumped out of his skin when he opened the door and found her standing all alone in the middle of that abandoned bungalow. Mary made the long voyage to England under the care of an officer's wife who was taking her own children to boarding school. The woman was so focused on her little boy and girl that she was actually relieved to hand Mary over to the woman Mr. Archibald Craven had sent to meet her in London. This woman was his housekeeper at Misselthwaite Manor, Mrs. Medlock, a stout woman with bright red cheeks and sharp black eyes. She wore a very purple dress, a black silk shawl with jet beads that shimmered when she moved, and a black hat with purple velvet flowers that trembled whenever she turned her head. Mary disliked her instantly, but since Mary rarely liked anyone, this wasn't surprising. Besides, it was obvious Mrs. Medlock didn't think much of Mary either. "My word, she's a plain little thing," she exclaimed. "And we'd heard her mother was a beauty. She hasn't inherited much of that, has she, ma'am?" "Perhaps she'll improve as she grows," the officer's wife said kindly. "If she weren't so sallow and had a nicer expression. Her features are actually quite good. Children change so much." "She'll need to change a lot," Mrs. Medlock replied. "And if you ask me, there's nothing at Misselthwaite likely to improve any child." They thought Mary wasn't listening because she was standing a little apart from them at the window of the hotel, watching buses, cabs, and people go by. But she heard every word and became very curious about her uncle and where he lived. What sort of place was it? What would he be like? What exactly was a hunchback? She'd never seen one before. Perhaps there weren't any in India. Since she'd started living in other people's houses without her ayah, Mary had begun to feel lonely and think strange thoughts she'd never had before. She wondered why she'd never seemed to belong to anyone, even when her parents were alive. Other children seemed to belong to their mothers and fathers, but she'd never really felt like anyone's little girl. She'd had servants, food and clothes, but no one had ever paid her much attention. She didn't realize this was because she was an unpleasant child. But then, she didn't know she was unpleasant. She often thought other people were disagreeable, but she had no idea she was too. She thought Mrs. Medlock was the most disagreeable person she'd ever met, with her common, overly flushed face and gaudy hat. The next day, when they set out for Yorkshire, Mary walked through the station with her head held high, trying to stay as far from Mrs. Medlock as possible. She didn't want anyone thinking they belonged together. It would have made her furious if people thought she was Mrs. Medlock's daughter. But Mrs. Medlock couldn't have cared less about Mary or her feelings. She was the kind of woman who stood no nonsense from young ones, as she would have put it. She hadn't wanted to go to London right when her niece was getting married, but she had a good job at Misselthwaite Manor, and the only way to keep it was to do exactly what Mr. Archibald Craven told her. She never dared question him. Captain Lennox and his wife died of cholera, Mr. Craven had told her in his cold, abrupt way. "Captain Lennox was my wife's brother, and I am their daughter's guardian. The child is to be brought here. You must go to London and bring her yourself." So she had packed her small trunk and made the journey. Mary sat in her corner of the train car, looking sour and irritable. She had nothing to read or look at, so she just folded her thin, black-gloved hands in her lap. Her black morning dress made her yellow complexion look even worse, and her limp, pale hair stuck out from under her black hat. "I've never seen a more miserable-looking child in my life," Mrs. Medlock thought to herself. She'd never seen a child who could sit so still without doing anything. Finally, she got tired of watching Mary and began to talk in her harsh, brisk voice. "I suppose I might as well tell you something about where you're going," she said. "Do you know anything about your uncle?" "No," said Mary. "Never heard your father and mother talk about him?" "No," said Mary with a frown. She frowned because she suddenly remembered that her parents had never really talked to her about anything. They certainly never explained things to her. "H-M-M-P-H," muttered Mrs. Medlock, staring at Mary's strange, unresponsive little face. She stayed quiet for a few moments, then tried again. "I suppose you should know something, to prepare you. You're going to a very unusual place." Mary said nothing, and Mrs. Medlock looked bothered by her apparent indifference. But after taking a deep breath, she continued. "Not that it isn't grand in its own gloomy way. Mr. Craven's proud of it, in his way, and that's gloomy enough too. The house is 600 years old, right on the edge of the moor. It has nearly 100 rooms, though most of them are locked up. There are paintings and expensive old furniture and things that have been there for centuries. There is a huge park around it, and gardens and trees with branches that trail on the ground, some of them." She paused to take another breath. "But there's nothing else," she finished abruptly. Despite herself, Mary had started to listen. It all sounded so different from India, and anything new or strange caught her interest. But she didn't want to seem interested. That was just one of her difficult, unpleasant habits. So she sat still, saying nothing. "Well?" asked Mrs. Medlock. "What do you think of it?" "Nothing," Mary answered. "I know nothing about such places." That made Mrs. Medlock give a short laugh. "You're like a little old woman," she said. "Don't you care?" "It doesn't matter whether I care or not," Mary replied coldly. "You're right about that," said Mrs. Medlock. "It doesn't. I don't know why they're keeping you at Misselthwaite Manor, except it's probably easiest. He's not going to worry about you, that's for sure. He never worries about anyone." She stopped suddenly, as if she'd just remembered something important. "He has a crooked back," she said. "That's what made him the way he is. He was a bitter young man who got no joy from his money or his big house until he got married." Mary's eyes turned toward her, despite her intention to seem uninterested. She'd never thought about the hunchback being married and was slightly surprised. Mrs. Medlock noticed this and, being a talkative woman, continued with more enthusiasm. It was one way to pass the time, at least. His wife was so sweet and pretty, he would have walked across the world just to find a blade of grass she wanted. Nobody thought she'd marry him, but she did. People said she married him for his money, but she didn't. She really didn't, she insisted. When she died, Mary gave a little involuntary jump. "Oh, did she die?" she exclaimed, not meaning to sound so interested. She'd just remembered a French fairy tale she'd once read called Riquet with the Tuft, about a hunchback and a beautiful princess. It suddenly made her feel sorry for Mr. Archibald Craven. "Yes, she died," Mrs. Medlock answered, "and it made him stranger than ever. He doesn't care about anyone anymore. He won't see people. Most of the time he travels, and when he is at Misselthwaite, he locks himself in the West Wing and won't let anyone except Pitcher see him. Pitcher's an old man who took care of him when he was little and knows how to handle him." It sounded like something from a book, and it didn't make Mary feel any better. A house with 100 rooms, most of them locked. A house on the edge of a moor, whatever a moor was, it all sounded depressing. And a man with a crooked back who shut himself away. She stared out the window, lips pressed tightly together. It seemed perfectly fitting that the rain had started pouring down in gray, slanting lines, streaming down the window. If his pretty wife had still been alive, she might have made things cheerful by being something like Mary's own mother, always rushing about and going to parties in lacy dresses. But she was gone. "Don't expect to see him. Chances are you won't," said Mrs. Medlock. "And don't expect people to talk to you. You'll have to play by yourself and look after yourself. They'll tell you which rooms you can go into and which ones to stay out of. There are plenty of gardens. But when you're in the house, don't go wandering around poking into things. Mr. Craven won't have it." "I won't want to go poking around," said sour little Mary. Just as suddenly as she'd started feeling sorry for Mr. Archibald Craven, she stopped and decided he was probably unpleasant enough to deserve everything that had happened to him. She turned her face toward the rain-streaked window and stared out at the gray storm that looked like it might go on forever. She watched it for so long and so intensely that the grayness seemed to get heavier and heavier before her eyes until, finally, she fell asleep. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 3. Across the Moor. Mary slept for hours, only waking when Mrs. Medlock returned with the lunch basket she'd bought at one of the stations. They shared chicken sandwiches, cold beef, and hot tea, while rain hammered against the windows. Everyone at the station wore glistening raincoats, water streaming off them in rivulets. The guard lit the lamps in their carriage, and Mrs. Medlock perked up considerably after eating. She polished off her meal and promptly dozed off, her fancy hat sliding awkwardly to one side. Mary simply watched her for a while before the rhythmic splashing of rain lulled her back to sleep. Darkness had fallen when she felt Mrs. Medlock shaking her shoulder. "Wake up! We've reached Thwaite Station. We've still got quite a drive ahead of us." Mary stood groggily, rubbing her eyes while Mrs. Medlock gathered her packages. It didn't occur to Mary to help. In India, servants had always carried everything, and she expected the same treatment here. Theirs was a tiny station, and they appeared to be the only passengers getting off. The station master greeted Mrs. Medlock in a rough but friendly voice, his words stretched and twisted in what Mary would later learn was a Yorkshire accent. "I see tha's got back," he said, "and tha's browt T.H. young'un with thee." "Aye, that's her," Mrs. Medlock replied, slipping into the same accent and jerking her head toward Mary. "How's thy missus?" "Well enow. T.H. carriage is waiting outside for thee." A smart-looking brougham waited on the road. Mary noticed both the carriage and the footman who helped her in looked expensive, though his long waterproof coat dripped with rain like everything else around them. Once he closed the door and climbed up with the coachman, they set off into the night. Mary settled into her cushioned corner, but had no intention of sleeping again. She pressed her face to the window, curious about this strange place Mrs. Medlock had described. She wasn't exactly scared. She'd never been a timid child, but the idea of a house with 100 mostly closed rooms, standing at the edge of something called a moor, made her uneasy. "What is a moor?" she asked, suddenly. "Look out the window in about 10 minutes, and you'll see," Mrs. Medlock answered. "We've got to drive 5 miles across Missel Moor before we reach the manor. You won't see much in this darkness, but you'll get some idea." Mary fell quiet and kept watching through the window. The carriage lamps cast weak beams of light ahead, giving her glimpses of the landscape. After leaving the station, they drove through a tiny village with whitewashed cottages and a lit-up pub. They passed a church, a vicarage, and a small shop window displaying toys and sweets. Then came the high road with its hedges and trees. For what felt like ages to Mary, nothing much changed. Eventually, the horses slowed, seeming to climb uphill. The hedges and trees disappeared, replaced by absolute darkness on both sides. Mary leaned forward, pressing her face against the glass just as the carriage jolted. "E.H. "We're on the moor now, sure enough," Mrs. Medlock announced. The carriage lamps illuminated a rough road cutting through low bushes and scrubby plants. Beyond stretched a vast darkness that seemed to go on forever. A wind was rising, making an eerie, low-rushing sound. Is that the sea?" Mary asked, turning to her companion. "No, not it," Mrs. Medlock replied. "Not fields or mountains, either. It's just miles and miles of wild land where nothing grows but heather and gorse and broom. Nothing lives here except wild ponies and sheep." "It sounds like the sea," Mary said. "Right now, it sounds just like waves." "That's just the wind blowing through the bushes," Mrs. Medlock explained. "It's a wild, dreary place if you ask me, though plenty of people like it, especially when the heather's blooming." They continued through the darkness. The rain stopped, but the wind grew stronger, whistling and moaning around them. The road dipped and climbed, occasionally crossing small bridges where water rushed noisily below. Mary felt like the journey would never end, as if they were crossing a strip of land through a vast black ocean. "I don't like it," she thought, pressing her lips into a thin line. "I don't like it at all." As they climbed another hill, Mary spotted a light in the distance. Mrs. Medlock saw it too, and sighed with relief. "Thank goodness, there's the lodge light," she said. "We'll get a proper cup of tea soon enough." But soon wasn't quite accurate. After passing through the park gates, they still had 2 miles of driveway to navigate. Trees arched overhead, creating a tunnel so dark it felt like driving through an endless vault. Finally, they emerged into an open space and stopped before an impossibly long, low-built house that seemed to wrap around a stone courtyard. At first, Mary thought all the windows were dark, but as she climbed out of the carriage, she noticed a single room upstairs with a dull glow. The entrance door was massive. Heavy oak panels, studded with iron nails and bound with iron bars. It opened into an enormous hall so dimly lit that the portraits on the walls and suits of armor in the corners seemed to watch Mary ominously. Standing on the stone floor, she felt tiny and lost, a small black figure swallowed by the vastness around her. A thin, elderly man stood beside the servant who'd opened the door. "Take her to her room," he said in a husky voice. "He doesn't want to see her. He's leaving for London in the morning." "Very well, Mr. Pitcher," Mrs. Medlock replied. "As long as I know what's expected of me, I can manage." "What's expected, Mrs. Medlock," Mr. Pitcher said firmly, "is that you ensure he isn't disturbed and doesn't see what he doesn't want to see." Mary was then led up a broad staircase, down a long corridor, up another short flight of steps, through more corridors, until finally a door opened in a wall and she found herself in a room with a fire burning and supper laid out on a table. Mrs. Medlock said bluntly, "Well, here you are. This room and the next one are yours, and you need to stay in them. Don't forget that." And so Mary Lennox arrived at Misselthwaite Manor, feeling more contrary and unwanted than she ever had in her entire life. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 4. Martha. When Mary opened her eyes that morning, a young housemaid was kneeling by the fireplace, noisily raking out cinders. Mary watched her for a moment before looking around the strange room. She'd never seen anything like it before, gloomy and odd, with tapestries covering the walls. The tapestries showed forest scenes with fantastically dressed people, and in the distance, the turrets of a castle. There were hunters and horses and ladies beneath the trees. Mary felt as if she had somehow stepped into that forest herself. Through the deep-set window she could see a vast stretch of land that seemed to have no trees, like a dull, endless purple sea. "What is that?" she asked, pointing outside. The young housemaid glanced up and followed Mary's gaze. "That there?" she said. "Yes. That's the Moor," she replied with a friendly grin. "Do you like it?" "No," Mary answered flatly. "I hate it." "That's just because you're not used to it," Martha said, turning back to the hearth. "You think it's too big and empty now, but you'll like it eventually." "Do you?" Mary asked. "Oh, yes," Martha answered cheerfully as she polished the grate. "I absolutely love it." "It's not empty at all. It's covered with sweet-smelling plants. It's beautiful in spring and summer when the gorse and heather bloom. Smells like honey, it does, and the air is so fresh. The sky feels so high up, and the bees and skylarks make the loveliest sounds. I wouldn't live anywhere else for anything." Mary listened with a puzzled expression. The servants she was used to in India weren't anything like this girl. They were submissive and formal, never talking to their masters as equals. They bowed and called her things like, quote, "protector of the poor." Indian servants were ordered around, not asked nicely. People didn't say please or thank you to them, and Mary had always slapped her ayah in the face when she got angry. She wondered what this girl would do if someone slapped her. Martha was round-faced and rosy-cheeked, good-natured looking, but there was something sturdy about her that made Mary wonder if she might even slap back, even if the person who slapped her was just a little girl. "You're a very strange servant," Mary said haughtily from her pillows. Martha sat back on her heels with her blackening brush in hand and laughed, not seeming offended at all. "I know that," she said. "If there was a proper lady of the house at Misselthwaite, I'd never even be an under-housemaid. I might have been allowed to work in the scullery, but never upstairs. I'm too common, and I talk too much Yorkshire. But this is an unusual house for all its grandness. There's not really a master or mistress except Mr. Pitcher and Mrs. Medlock. Mr. Craven doesn't want to be bothered about anything when he's here, and he's almost always away. Mrs. Medlock gave me this job out of kindness. She told me she could never have done it if Misselthwaite was like other big houses. "Are you going to be my servant?" Mary asked in her imperious Indian manner. Martha resumed her work on the grate. "I'm Mrs. Medlock's servant," she said firmly, "and she works for Mr. Craven. But I'm supposed to do the housemaid's work up here, and look after you a bit, though you won't need much looking after." "Who is going to dress me?" demanded Mary. Martha sat back again and stared at her in amazement. She spoke in broad Yorkshire in her surprise. "Can't you dress yourself?" she blurted out. "What do you mean?" "I don't understand what you're saying," Mary said. "Oh, I forgot," Martha said. "Mrs. Medlock told me I'd have to be careful or you wouldn't understand me. I mean, can't you put on your own clothes?" "No," Mary answered indignantly. "I never have in my life. My ayah dressed me, of course." "Well," said Martha, clearly not realizing how impertinent she was being, "it's time you learned. You can't start too young. It'll be good for you to take care of yourself a bit. My mother always says she can't see why rich people's children don't turn out to be complete fools, what with nurses bathing them and dressing them, and taking them for walks like they're puppies." "It's different in India," said Mary disdainfully. She could barely stand this conversation. But Martha wasn't intimidated at all. "I can see it's different," she answered, almost sympathetically. "I suppose it's because there are so many Indians there, instead of proper white people. When I heard you were coming from India, I thought you'd be Indian too." Mary sat bolt upright in bed, furious. "What?" she exclaimed. "You thought I was native? You daughter of a pig!" Martha stared at her, flushing red. "Who are you calling names?" she said. "There's no need to get so angry. That's not how a young lady should talk. I've got nothing against Indians. When you read about them in church pamphlets, they're always very religious. They always say an Indian is a man and a brother. I've never seen one, and I was excited to think I'd get to see one up close. When I came in to light your fire this morning, I sneaked up to your bed and carefully pulled back the covers to look at you. And there you were," she added disappointedly, "no darker than me, except for being so yellow-looking." Mary couldn't control her rage and humiliation. "You thought I was Indian. How dare you? You know nothing about Indians. They're not people. They're servants who have to bow to you. You know nothing about India. You don't know anything about anything." She was so furious and felt so helpless before the girl's simple stare. And suddenly she felt so terribly lonely and far from everything familiar, everything that understood her, that she threw herself face down on the pillows and burst into tears. She sobbed so hard that good-natured Martha became alarmed and genuinely sorry for her. She went to the bed and leaned over. "Oh, don't cry like that," she pleaded. "Please don't. I didn't know you'd be so upset. I don't know anything about anything. Just like you said. I'm sorry, miss. Please stop crying." There was something comforting in Martha's strange Yorkshire way of speaking, and her sturdy manner that helped Mary. Gradually, she stopped crying and grew quiet. Martha looked relieved. "It's time for you to get up now," she said. "Mrs. Medlock said I should bring your breakfast and tea and dinner to the room next door. They've made it into a nursery for you. I'll help you with your clothes if you'll get out of bed. If the buttons are in the back, you won't be able to do them yourself." When Mary finally decided to get up, the clothes Martha took from the wardrobe weren't the ones she had worn when she arrived the night before with Mrs. Medlock. "Those aren't mine," she said. "Mine are black." She examined the thick white wool coat and dress and added with cool approval, "These are nicer than mine." "These are the ones you have to wear," Martha answered. "Mr. Craven ordered Mrs. Medlock to get them in London. He said I won't have a child dressed in black wandering about like a lost soul. It would make the place sadder than it already is. Put some color on her." My mother said she knew exactly what he meant. Mother always understands what people are trying to say. She doesn't like black clothes either. "I hate black things," said Mary. Getting dressed taught them both something new. Martha had buttoned up her little brothers and sisters plenty of times, but she'd never seen a child who stood still and waited for someone else to do everything for her, as if she had no hands or feet of her own. "Why don't you put on your own shoes?" she asked, when Mary silently held out her foot. "My ayah did it," Mary answered, staring blankly. "It was the custom." She said that often, it was the custom. The Indian servants were always saying it. If you told them to do something their ancestors hadn't done for 1,000 years, they'd just look at you calmly and say it is not the custom, and that was the end of the discussion. It had never been the custom for Mary to do anything but stand still and let herself be dressed like a doll, but before she was ready for breakfast, she began to suspect that life at Misselthwaite Manor would teach her many new things, like putting on her own shoes and stockings, and picking up things she dropped. If Martha had been a properly trained lady's maid, she would have been more respectful and subservient, and would have known it was her job to brush hair, button boots, and tidy up. But Martha was just an untrained country girl from the moors, raised in a cottage with a swarm of siblings who had never dreamed of doing anything but taking care of themselves, and the little ones who were either babies or just learning to walk. If Mary had been a child who enjoyed being entertained, she might have laughed at Martha's chatty nature, but Mary just listened coldly, puzzled by her familiar manner. At first she wasn't interested at all, but gradually, as Martha rattled on in her good-natured, homely way, Mary began to pay attention to what she was saying. "You should see them all," Martha was saying. "There are 12 of us, and my father only makes 16 shillings a week. My mother struggles to make enough porridge to feed everyone. The children play on the moor all day, and mother says the fresh air fattens them up. She jokes that they must eat grass like the wild ponies. Our Dickon is 12 years old, and he's got his own pony." "Where did he get it?" asked Mary. "He found it on the moor with its mother when it was just a baby. He started making friends with it, giving it bits of bread and pulling up grass for it. It got so it liked him, and now it follows him around and lets him ride on its back. Dickon's a kind boy, and animals take to him." Mary had never had a pet of her own and had always thought she might like one, so she began to feel a slight interest in Dickon, and since she had never before been interested in anyone but herself, this was the start of something healthy. When she went into the room that had been prepared as her nursery, she found it was similar to her bedroom, not really a child's room but an adult's room, with gloomy old pictures on the walls and heavy oak chairs. A table in the center was set with a substantial breakfast, but Mary had always had a tiny appetite, and she looked with near disgust at the plate Martha set before her. "I don't want it," she said. "You don't want your porridge?" Martha exclaimed in disbelief. "No. You don't know how good it is. Put a little treacle or sugar on it." "I don't want it," Mary repeated. "I can't stand to see good food go to waste," said Martha. "If our children were at this table, they'd clean it bare in 5 minutes." "Why?" asked Mary coldly. "Why?" echoed Martha. "Because they barely ever get enough to eat. They're as hungry as young hawks and foxes." "I don't know what it's like to be hungry," said Mary indifferently. Martha looked indignant. "Well, it would do you good to find out." "I can see that plain enough," she said bluntly. "I have no patience with people who just sit and stare at good bread and meat. My word! I wish Dickon and Phil and Jane and the rest could have what's sitting here under their napkins." "Why don't you take it to them?" suggested Mary. "It's not mine," Martha answered firmly. "And this isn't my day off. I get 1 day a month like everyone else. Then I go home and help my mother and give her a rest." Mary drank some tea and nibbled a little toast with marmalade. "You should bundle up and go outside to play," said Martha. "It'll do you good and give you an appetite." Mary went to the window. There were gardens and paths and big trees, but everything looked dull and wintry. "Outside? Why would I go out on a day like this?" "Well, if you don't go out, you'll have to stay in. And what will you do then?" Mary glanced around. There was nothing to do. When Mrs. Medlock had set up the nursery, she hadn't thought about entertainment. Perhaps it would be better to see what the gardens were like. "Who will go with me?" she asked. Martha looked surprised. "You'll go by yourself," she answered. "You'll have to learn to play like other children do when they don't have brothers and sisters. Our Dickon goes off on the moor alone, and plays for hours. That's how he made friends with the pony. He's got sheep on the moor that know him, and birds that eat from his hand. No matter how little food we have, he always saves a bit of bread to feed his animal friends." It was actually this mention of Dickon that made Mary decide to go out, though she didn't realize it. There would be birds outside, even if there weren't ponies or sheep. They'd be different from the birds in India, and it might be interesting to look at them. Martha found her coat, hat, and sturdy little boots, and showed her the way downstairs. "If you go around that way, you'll come to the gardens," she said, pointing to a gate in a wall covered with shrubs. "There are lots of flowers in summer, but nothing's blooming now. She hesitated for a second before adding, "One of the gardens is locked up. No one has been inside it for 10 years. "Why?" asked Mary, despite herself. Here was another locked door in this strange house with its 100 secrets. Mr. Craven had it closed when his wife died so suddenly. He won't let anyone go in. It was her garden. He locked the door and dug a hole and buried the key. Oh, there's Mrs. Medlock's bell ringing. I have to run." After Martha left, Mary turned down the path that led to the door in the shrubbery. She couldn't help thinking about the garden no one had entered for 10 years. She wondered what it looked like and whether any flowers were still alive in it. When she passed through the gate, she found herself in vast gardens with wide lawns and winding paths with neat borders. There were trees, flower beds, and evergreen bushes trimmed into strange shapes, and a large pool with an old gray fountain in the middle. But the flower beds were bare and wintry, and the fountain wasn't running. This wasn't the locked garden. How could a garden be shut up? You could always walk into a garden. She was thinking this when she noticed that, at the end of the path she was following, there seemed to be a long wall covered with ivy. She wasn't familiar enough with England to know that she was approaching the kitchen gardens where vegetables and fruit were grown. She walked toward the wall and found a green door in the ivy standing open. This clearly wasn't the secret garden, and she could go inside. She passed through the door and discovered it was a garden with walls all around it, just one of several walled gardens that seemed to lead into each other. She saw another open green door, revealing bushes and pathways between beds of winter vegetables. Fruit trees were trained flat against the wall, and some of the beds were covered with glass frames. The place looked bare and ugly to Mary as she stood there. It might be nicer in summer when things were green, but there was nothing pretty about it now. Soon, an old man with a spade over his shoulder walked through the door from the second garden. He looked startled when he saw Mary, then touched his cap. He had a grumpy face and didn't seem pleased to see her. But then, she wasn't pleased to see him or his garden, and wore her most contrary expression. "What is this place?" she asked. "One of the kitchen gardens," he answered. "What's that?" said Mary, pointing through the other green door. "Another one," he said shortly. "There's another on the other side of the wall, and the orchard is beyond that." "Can I go in them?" asked Mary. "If you want, but there's nothing to see." Mary didn't reply. She walked down the path and through the second green door. There she found more walls, winter vegetables, and glass frames. But in the second wall there was another green door, and it wasn't open. Perhaps it led to the garden no one had seen for 10 years. Since Mary had always done exactly as she pleased, she went to the green door and turned the handle. She hoped the door wouldn't open, because she wanted to be sure she'd found the mysterious garden, but it opened easily. She walked through and found herself in an orchard. There were walls all around this garden too, with trees trained against them, and bare fruit trees growing in the brown winter grass. But there was no green door to be seen anywhere. Mary looked for it, and yet when she had entered the upper end of the garden, she had noticed that the wall didn't seem to end with the orchard but extended beyond it, as if enclosing another space. She could see treetops above the wall, and as she stood still, she saw a bird with a bright red breast sitting on the highest branch of one of them. Suddenly the bird burst into song, almost as if he had spotted her and was calling to her. She stopped and listened, and somehow his cheerful, friendly little whistle gave her a warm feeling. Even a disagreeable little girl can be lonely, and the big empty house, the vast bare moor, and the empty gardens had made her feel like she was the only person left in the world. If she had been a loving child, used to being cared for, she would have been heartbroken. But even though she was Mistress Mary quite contrary, she felt desolate, and the bright-breasted little bird brought a look to her sour face that was almost a smile. She listened until he flew away. He wasn't like any Indian bird she had seen, and she liked him and wondered if she would ever see him again. Maybe he lived in the mysterious garden and knew all about it. Perhaps it was because she had absolutely nothing to do that she thought so much about the abandoned garden. She was curious about it and wanted to see what it was like. Why had Mr. Craven buried the key? If he had loved his wife so much, why did he hate her garden? She wondered if she would ever meet him. But she knew if she did, she wouldn't like him, and he wouldn't like her. She would probably just stand and stare at him without saying anything, even though she would desperately want to ask him why he had done such a strange thing. "People never like me, and I never like people," she thought, "and I never know how to talk like the Crawford children did. They were always talking and laughing and making noise." She thought of the robin, and how he had seemed to sing just for her, As she remembered the treetop he had perched on, she stopped suddenly on the path. "I believe that tree was in the secret garden." "I'm sure it was," she said. "There was a wall around the place and no door." She walked back to the first kitchen garden and found the old man still digging there. She stood beside him and watched silently for a few moments. He ignored her, so finally she spoke. "I've been into the other gardens," she said. "Nothing's stopping you," he answered gruffly. "I went into the orchard." "No dog at the door to bite you," he replied. "There was no door into the other garden," said Mary. "What garden?" he asked roughly, pausing in his digging. "The one on the other side of the wall," answered Mary. "There are trees there. I saw the tops of them." A bird with a red breast was sitting on one of them, singing. To her surprise, the surly old man's weathered face actually changed expression. A slow smile spread across it, making him look completely different. She thought it was strange how much nicer a person looked when they smiled. She hadn't thought about that before. He turned toward the orchard side of his garden and began to whistle, a low, soft, coaxing sound. She couldn't understand how such a grumpy man could make such a gentle noise. Almost immediately, something magical happened. She heard a soft rushing sound through the air, and there was the red-breasted bird flying toward them. It actually landed on a clump of dirt right near the gardener's foot. "Here he is," chuckled the old man, and then he spoke to the bird as if it were a child. "Where have you been, you cheeky little rascal?" he said. "I haven't seen you today. Are you starting your courting this early in the season? You're too forward." The bird tilted his tiny head and looked up with bright eyes like black dewdrops. He seemed completely comfortable and unafraid. He hopped around, pecking at the ground, looking for seeds and insects. It gave Mary a strange feeling in her heart because he was so pretty and cheerful and seemed almost like a little person. He had a plump little body, a delicate beak, and slender legs. "Will he always come when you call him?" she asked in almost a whisper. "Yes, he will. I've known him since he was just a baby bird. He came out of the nest in the other garden, and when he first flew over the wall, he was too weak to fly back for a few days, so we got friendly. When he was finally able to fly back, the rest of his family had gone, and he was lonely, so he came back to me." "What kind of bird is he?" Mary asked. "Don't you know?" "He's a robin redbreast, and they're the friendliest, most curious birds alive. They're almost as friendly as dogs if you know how to treat them. Look at him pecking around there and glancing at us now and then. He knows we're talking about him." It was the strangest thing to see the old man's face. He looked at the plump little red-vested bird with pride and affection. "He's a conceited one," he chuckled. "He likes to hear people talk about him. And curious. My goodness, there's never been a bird so curious and nosy. He's always coming to see what I'm planting. He knows all the things Mr. Craven never bothers to find out. He's the head gardener, he is." The robin hopped busily around, pecking at the soil, and occasionally stopping to look at them. Mary thought his black dewdrop eyes studied her with great curiosity. It really seemed like he was figuring her out. The strange feeling in her heart grew stronger. "Where did the rest of his family fly to?" she asked. "No way to know. The parents kick them out of the nest and make them fly, and they're scattered before you know it. This one was clever, and he knew he was lonely." Mary stepped closer to the robin and looked at him intently. "I'm lonely," she said. She hadn't realized before that this was one of the things that made her feel so sour and cross. She seemed to discover it just then, as the robin looked at her and she looked at the robin. The old gardener pushed his cap back on his bald head and stared at her. "Are you the little girl from India?" he asked. Mary nodded. "Then no wonder you're lonely. You'll be even lonelier before you're done," he said. He began to dig again, pushing his spade deep into the rich black soil while the robin hopped around busily. "What's your name?" Mary asked. He paused to answer. "Ben Weatherstaff," he said, and then added with a gruff chuckle. "I'm lonely myself, except when he's with me," jerking his thumb toward the robin. "He's the only friend I've got." "I don't have any friends at all," said Mary. "I never did. My ayah didn't like me, and I never played with anyone." It's a Yorkshire habit to say exactly what you think with blunt honesty. And old Ben Weatherstaff was a Yorkshire man through and through. "You and me are a lot alike," he said. "We're cut from the same cloth. Neither of us is good-looking, and we're both as sour as we look. We've got the same nasty tempers, too, I'll bet." This was plain speaking. Mary had never heard the truth about herself in her life. The Indian servants had always bowed and submitted to her, no matter what she did. She had never thought much about her appearance, but now she wondered if she was as unattractive as Ben Weatherstaff, and if she looked as sour as he had before the robin arrived. She actually began to wonder if she had a nasty temper. The thought made her uncomfortable. Suddenly, a clear, rippling sound broke out nearby, and she turned around. She was standing a few feet from a young apple tree, and the robin had flown to one of its branches and burst into song. Ben Weatherstaff laughed out loud. "Why did he do that?" asked Mary. "He's decided to make friends with you," replied Ben. "Well, I never. He's taken a liking to you." "To me?" said Mary, and she moved toward the tree softly, looking up. "Would you be friends with me?" she said to the robin, as if she were speaking to a person. "Would you?" And she didn't say it in her usual hard voice, or her imperious Indian voice, but in a tone so soft and eager and coaxing that Ben Weatherstaff was as surprised as she had been when she heard him whistle. "Well," he exclaimed, "you said that as nice and human as if you were a real child instead of a sharp old woman. You sounded almost like Dickon when he talks to his wild creatures on the moor." "Do you know Dickon?" Mary asked, turning quickly. "Everybody knows him. Dickon wanders everywhere. Even the blackberries and heather bells know him. I bet the foxes show him where their cubs are hiding, and the skylarks don't hide their nests from him." Mary wanted to ask more questions. She was almost as curious about Dickon as she was about the abandoned garden. But just then, the robin, having finished his song, gave a little shake of his wings, spread them, and flew away. He had made his visit and had other things to do. "He flew over the wall," Mary cried, watching him. "He flew into the orchard. He flew across the other wall, into the garden where there's no door." "He lives there," said old Ben. "He was born there. If he's courting, he's sweet-talking some young lady robin who lives among the old rose trees in there." "Rose trees," said Mary. "Are there rose trees?" Ben Weatherstaff picked up his spade again and resumed digging. "There were 10 years ago," he mumbled. "I'd like to see them," said Mary. "Where's the green door? There must be a door somewhere." Ben drove his spade deep into the ground and looked as unfriendly as when she'd first seen him. "There was 10 years ago, but there isn't now," he said. "No door," cried Mary. "There must be. None that anyone can find, and none that's anyone's business. Don't be a nosy girl, poking around where you don't belong. Now I've got to get back to work. Run along and play. I don't have any more time." And he actually stopped digging, threw his spade over his shoulder, and walked away without even looking at her or saying goodbye. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 5. The Cry in the Corridor. At first, every day was exactly the same for Mary Lennox. Each morning she woke in her fancy tapestried bedroom to find Martha on her knees, building a fire in the hearth. After eating breakfast in the dull nursery, Mary would stare out the window at the vast moor that seemed to stretch forever into the sky. Eventually, she'd realize she had a choice: go outside or sit inside doing nothing. So outside she went. Mary didn't know it was the best thing she could have done. She had no idea that when she walked quickly or ran along the paths, fighting against the wind that roared down from the moor, she was actually making herself stronger. She only ran to get warm, hating how the wind pushed against her face and held her back like some invisible giant. But those deep breaths of rough, fresh air sweeping over the heather were exactly what her thin body needed. The wind was putting color in her pale cheeks and brightness in her dull eyes, though she didn't notice any of it. After a few days spent mostly outdoors, Mary woke up one morning actually feeling hungry. When she sat down to breakfast, instead of pushing away her porridge with disgust, she picked up her spoon and ate until the bowl was empty. "You did well with that this morning, didn't you?" Martha said. "It tastes good today," Mary replied, surprised at herself. "It's the moor air giving you an appetite," Martha explained. "Lucky for you that you've got food to match your hunger. There's been 12 people in our cottage, with empty stomachs, and nothing to fill them. Keep playing outdoors every day, and you'll put some meat on those bones and lose that yellow look." "I don't play," Mary said flatly. "I have nothing to play with." "Nothing to play with," Martha exclaimed. "Our children play with sticks and stones. They just run around, shout, and look at things." Mary didn't shout, but she did look at things. There wasn't much else to do. She walked endless circles around the gardens and wandered the paths in the park. Sometimes she looked for Ben Weatherstaff, but whenever she spotted him working, he was either too busy or too grumpy to notice her. Once he even picked up his spade and deliberately turned away when she approached. There was one place Mary visited more than any other, the long walkway outside the walled gardens. Bare flower beds lined both sides, and thick ivy grew against the walls. One section of the wall had especially bushy dark green leaves, as if that part had been neglected, while the rest was neatly trimmed. A few days after talking to Ben Weatherstaff, Mary stopped to examine this overgrown spot. Just as she was looking up at a long strand of ivy swinging in the wind, she caught a flash of scarlet and heard a bright chirp. There, perched on top of the wall, was Ben Weatherstaff's robin, tilting forward with his small head cocked to one side, watching her. "Oh!" she cried out. "Is it you? Is it really you?" She didn't even think it strange that she was talking to him, as if he could understand and answer her. And he did answer. He chirped and hopped along the wall as if telling her all sorts of important things. Mary felt like she understood him perfectly, even though he wasn't using words. It was as if he were saying, "Good morning. Isn't the wind wonderful? Isn't the sun lovely? Isn't everything perfect? Let's chirp and hop and twitter together. Come on, come on." Mary began to laugh. As the robin hopped and took little flights along the wall, she ran after him. Poor skinny, sallow, plain Mary. For a moment, she actually looked almost pretty. "I like you, she called out, hurrying down the walkway. She tried to chirp and whistle back, though she had no idea how to whistle properly. The robin seemed satisfied anyway, and cheerfully answered her efforts. Finally, he spread his wings and darted to the top of a tree, where he perched and sang loudly. This reminded Mary of the first time she'd seen him, swinging on a treetop when she'd been standing in the orchard. Now she was on the other side of the orchard, outside a much lower wall, and there was the same tree inside. "It's in the garden no one can enter," she murmured to herself. "The garden without a door. He lives in there. I wish I could see what it's like." She ran up the path to the green door she'd used that first morning, then down through the other door into the orchard. When she looked up, there was the tree on the other side of the wall, with the robin just finishing his song and starting to preen his feathers. "It is the garden," she said. "I'm sure of it." She walked around, examining that side of the orchard wall closely, but found what she'd found before, no door. Then she ran back through the kitchen gardens and out to the walkway, outside the long, ivy-covered wall. She walked to one end and searched for a door. Nothing. Then she walked to the other end and searched again. Still nothing. "That's so strange," she said. Ben Weatherstaff said there was no door, and there isn't one. But there must have been one 10 years ago, because Mr. Craven buried the key. This mystery gave her so much to think about that she found herself getting interested, and was glad she'd come to Misselthwaite Manor after all. In India, she'd always been too hot and listless to care about much of anything. The fresh wind from the moor was blowing the cobwebs from her mind and waking her up. She stayed outside nearly all day, and by the time she sat down to supper that night, she felt hungry, pleasantly tired and comfortable. She didn't mind when Martha chatted away. In fact, she rather liked listening to her, and after finishing her meal and settling on the hearth rug before the fire, she decided to ask a question. "Why did Mr. Craven hate the garden?" she asked. She'd convinced Martha to stay with her, and Martha hadn't objected at all. Martha was very young and used to a crowded cottage full of siblings. She found it boring in the grand servants' hall downstairs, where the footman and upper housemaids made fun of her Yorkshire accent and treated her like she was beneath them, whispering among themselves. Martha enjoyed talking, and this strange child who'd lived in India and been waited on by natives was interesting enough to hold her attention. Martha sat down on the hearth without waiting to be invited. "Still thinking about that garden?" she said. "I knew you would be. I was the same way when I first heard about it." "Why did he hate it?" Mary persisted. Martha tucked her feet under her and made herself comfortable. "Listen to the wind howling around the house," she said. "You couldn't even stand up on the moor tonight if you were out there." Mary hadn't known what wuthering meant until she listened. Then she understood. It was that hollow, shuddering roar that rushed around the house, as if some invisible giant were beating against the walls and windows, trying to break in. But knowing it couldn't get inside made her feel safe and warm in the room with its glowing fire. "But why did he hate it so much?" she asked again after listening. She was determined to know if Martha did. Finally, Martha gave up what she knew. "Mind you," she said, Mrs. Medlock says we're not supposed to talk about it. There's lots of things here that aren't to be discussed. Those are Mr. Craven's orders. He says his troubles aren't the servant's business. But that garden's the reason he is the way he is. It was Mrs. Craven's garden that she created when they first got married, and she absolutely loved it. They used to tend the flowers themselves. None of the gardeners were ever allowed in. The two of them would go in, shut the door, and stay for hours, reading and talking. She was just a young thing, and there was an old tree with a branch bent like a seat. She covered it with roses and used to sit there. But one day while she was sitting there, the branch broke. She fell and was hurt so badly that she died the next day. The doctors thought Mr. Craven would lose his mind and die too. That's why he hates it. No one's been in since, and he won't let anyone talk about it. Mary didn't ask any more questions. She stared into the red fire and listened to the wind. Wuthering. It seemed to be howling louder than ever. At that moment, something good was happening to Mary. Actually, 4 good things had happened since she'd come to Misselthwaite Manor. She'd felt like she understood a robin and that he understood her. She'd run in the wind until her blood warmed. She'd experienced healthy hunger for the first time in her life, and she'd found out what it was like to feel sorry for someone. She was making progress. But as she listened to the wind, she began to hear something else. At first, she couldn't tell what it was because it almost blended with the wind itself. It was a strange sound, almost like a child crying somewhere. Sometimes, the wind did sound like crying, but Mary soon became certain this sound was coming from inside the house, not outside. It was far away, but definitely inside. She turned and looked at Martha. "Do you hear someone crying?" she asked. Martha suddenly looked uncomfortable. "No," she answered. "It's just the wind. Sometimes it sounds like someone lost on the moor, wailing. It makes all sorts of noises." "But listen," Mary insisted. "It's in the house, down one of those long corridors." Right at that moment, a door must have opened somewhere downstairs. A powerful draft rushed along the passage, and the door to their room blew open with a crash. As they both jumped to their feet, the light went out, and the crying sound swept down the far corridor, now more clearly audible than before. "There," said Mary, "I told you so. Someone is crying, and it's not a grown-up." Martha rushed to shut the door and turn the key, but before she did, they both heard the sound of another door slamming shut somewhere in a distant passage. Then everything went quiet, as even the wind stopped wuthering for a few moments. "It was the wind," Martha insisted stubbornly. "And if it wasn't, it was little Betty Butterworth, the scullery maid. She's had a toothache all day." But there was something troubled and awkward in her manner that made Mary stare hard at her. She didn't believe Martha was telling the truth. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 6, There Was Someone Crying. There was. The next day, rain pounded against the windows in heavy sheets, shrouding the moor in a thick blanket of gray mist. Mary pressed her face to the cool glass and sighed. There would be no going outside today. "What do you do at your cottage when it rains like this?" she asked Martha. "Try not to step on each other's toes, mostly," Martha replied with a laugh. "There's an awful lot of us when we're all trapped inside. Mother's good-natured, but she gets properly frazzled. The older ones escape to the cowshed to play. Dickon, though, rain never bothers him. He goes out in downpours like it's nothing. Says he sees things on rainy days that stay hidden when it's sunny. Once he found a fox cub half drowned in its flooded den after its mother was killed. Brought it home inside his shirt to keep it warm. All its brothers and sisters had drowned. Poor things. He still got that fox at home. Another time he rescued a young crow, named it Soot because it's black as coal. That bird follows him everywhere now, hopping and flying about like they're best friends." Mary realized she no longer minded Martha's casual way of talking. In fact, she'd begun to find it interesting and felt disappointed when Martha stopped or left the room. These stories were nothing like the ones her ayah had told her in India. Martha's tales of 14 people crammed into 4 small rooms, never having quite enough to eat, fascinated her. The children sounded like a litter of rough but good-natured puppies, tumbling about and making their own fun. Mary was especially drawn to stories about Martha's mother and Dickon. "If I had a raven or a fox cub, I could play with it," Mary said. "But I have nothing." Martha looked puzzled. "Can you knit?" "No," Mary answered. "Can you sew?" No. Can you read? Yes. Then why don't you read something? Or practice your spelling? You're plenty old enough to be learning from books by now. I don't have any books, Mary said. Mine were all left in India. That's too bad, Martha said. If Mrs. Medlock would let you into the library, there's thousands of books there. Mary didn't ask where the library was. A new idea had suddenly taken shape in her mind. She would find it herself. She wasn't worried about Mrs. Medlock, who seemed to spend all her time in the housekeeper's sitting room downstairs. This enormous house was oddly empty of people. The only ones around were servants, and when their master was away, they enjoyed themselves in the massive kitchen with its gleaming brass and pewter, or in the servants' hall, where they ate enormous meals and played rowdy games whenever Mrs. Medlock wasn't watching. Mary's meals arrived regularly, and Martha took care of her, but no one paid her much attention otherwise. Mrs. Medlock checked on her every couple of days, but never asked what she did or told her what to do. Mary figured this might just be how English people treated children. In India, her ayah had followed her everywhere, waiting on her hand and foot, which had often annoyed her. Now, no one followed her at all, and she was even learning to dress herself, because Martha looked at her like she was ridiculous when she expected help putting on her clothes. "Haven't you got any common sense?" Martha had asked once when Mary stood waiting for her to put on her gloves. "Our Susan Ann is twice as clever as you, and she's only 4. Sometimes you look properly simple in the head." Mary had scowled for an hour after that comment, but it had started her thinking about several entirely new things. This morning, she stood at the window for about 10 minutes after Martha had swept the hearth one last time and gone downstairs. She was thinking about the library and the 100 rooms with closed doors she'd heard about. She wasn't particularly interested in the library itself. She'd read very few books, but it made her wonder about all those locked rooms. Were there really 100? Why shouldn't she count them herself? It would give her something to do on this rainy morning. No one had ever taught Mary to ask permission for anything. She knew nothing about following rules, so it never occurred to her that she should ask Mrs. Medlock if she could wander around the house, even if she had seen her. She opened her door and stepped into the corridor, ready to explore. It was a long hallway that branched into other corridors, with short flights of steps leading to even more passages. Doors lined the walls, and between them hung paintings, sometimes dark, moody landscapes, but mostly portraits of men and women in elaborate, old-fashioned clothes made of satin and velvet. Eventually, she found herself in a long gallery filled with these portraits. She'd never imagined one house could contain so many. She walked slowly, staring at the faces that seemed to stare right back, as if wondering what a little girl from India was doing in their home. Some were portraits of children, girls in thick satin dresses that reached their feet and poofed out around them, boys with puffy sleeves and lace collars and long hair, or with huge ruffled collars around their necks. Mary always paused at the children's portraits, wondering about their names and lives and why they wore such strange clothes. One portrait showed a stiff, plain little girl who reminded Mary of herself. She wore a green brocade dress and held a green parrot on her finger. Her eyes had a sharp, curious look. "Where do you live now?" Mary asked aloud. "I wish you were here." No other little girl had ever spent such a bizarre morning. The house felt completely empty, except for her small self. Wandering through narrow passages and wide ones where it seemed no one had walked for ages. All these rooms must have been built for people to live in, but the emptiness made this hard to believe. When she reached the second floor, she finally tried turning a door handle. All the doors were shut, just as Mrs. Medlock had said, but the first one she tried turned easily. When she pushed, the door slowly swung open with a heavy creak. It was a massive door leading into a large bedroom with embroidered wall hangings and inlaid furniture, like she'd seen in India. A wide window with leaded glass panes looked out over the moor, and above the fireplace hung another portrait of that same plain little girl, who seemed to watch Mary even more intently now. "Maybe she slept here once," Mary said. "She stares at me so strangely that it gives me the shivers." After that, Mary opened more doors, then more. She saw so many rooms that she grew tired, and suspected there really might be 100, though she hadn't counted. Each room contained old paintings or tapestries showing strange scenes. Most held unusual furniture and ornaments. One room looked like a lady's sitting room, with hangings of embroidered velvet. Inside a cabinet stood about 100 little ivory elephants of different sizes. Some had mahouts or carriages on their backs. Some were large while others were tiny, like babies. Mary had seen ivory carvings in India and knew all about elephants. She climbed onto a footstool, opened the cabinet, and played with them for quite a while. When she tired of this, she carefully arranged the elephants and closed the cabinet door. Throughout all her wanderings through endless corridors and empty rooms, she'd seen nothing alive. But in this room, that changed. Just after closing the cabinet, she heard a faint rustling sound that made her jump and look toward the sofa by the fireplace. In one corner of the sofa was a cushion with a small hole in its velvet covering, and peeping out of this hole was a tiny head with frightened eyes. Mary crept softly across the room for a closer look. The bright eyes belonged to a little gray mouse, who had nibbled a hole in the cushion and made a cozy nest inside. 6 baby mice were cuddled up asleep nearby. If there was no one else alive in the 100 rooms, at least these 7 mice didn't look lonely at all. "If they weren't so scared, I'd take them back with me," Mary said softly. She had wandered long enough to feel tired and decided to head back. Several times she took wrong turns and had to double back until she found the right corridor. At last, she reached her own floor again, though she wasn't sure exactly where her room was. "I think I've taken another wrong turn," she said, standing still at what seemed to be the end of a short hallway with tapestry on the wall. "I don't know which way to go. It's so quiet." Just after she said this, the silence broke. She heard a cry, not unlike the one she'd heard the night before, but shorter, a fretful, childish whimper muffled by walls. "It's closer than before," Mary whispered, her heart beating faster. "And it is crying." She accidentally placed her hand against the tapestry and jumped back in surprise. The tapestry covered a door that fell open to reveal another part of the corridor behind it, and there was Mrs. Medlock coming toward her with a ring of keys and a furious expression. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, grabbing Mary's arm and yanking her away. "What did I tell you?" "I took a wrong turn," Mary explained. "I didn't know which way to go, and I heard someone crying." She already disliked Mrs. Medlock, but what happened next made her truly hate her. "You didn't hear anything of the sort," the housekeeper snapped. "Now come along back to your own nursery, or I'll box your ears." She dragged Mary by the arm, half pushing and half pulling her through one passage and down another until she shoved her through the door of her own room. "Now," she said, "you stay where you're told to stay, or you'll find yourself locked up. The master needs to get you a governess like he said he would. You're the kind that needs someone watching you every minute. I've got enough to do." She stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Mary sat on the hearthrug, pale with anger. She didn't cry, but gritted her teeth instead. There was someone crying. There was, she told herself fiercely. She had heard it twice now, and someday she would find out the truth. She'd discovered quite a lot this morning. She felt like she'd been on a great journey. At least she'd had something interesting to do. She'd played with ivory elephants and seen the gray mouse with her babies nestled in the velvet cushion. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 7. The Key of the Garden. 2 days later, Mary woke up and immediately bolted upright in bed. "Look at the moor! Look at the moor!" she called to Martha. The storm had finally ended. Overnight, the wind had swept away the gray mist and clouds, then settled into stillness. Now a brilliant, deep blue sky stretched over the moorland. Mary had never imagined a sky could be so blue. In India, the skies were hot and blazing, but this was a cool, rich blue that seemed to sparkle like the surface of a bottomless lake. Small clouds of snow-white fluff floated high above. Even the moor itself looked different. No longer gloomy purple-black or dreary gray, but a soft, hazy blue. "Aye," Martha said with a cheerful grin. "Storm's over for a bit. It does this at this time of year. Disappears overnight like it was pretending it had never been here and never meant to come back. That's because springtime's on its way. Still a long way off, but it's coming." "I thought it always rained in England," Mary said. "Goodness, no," Martha laughed, sitting up on her heels among her polishing brushes. "Nothing of the sort." "What does that mean?" Mary asked seriously. In India, the natives spoke different dialects that only a few people understood, so she wasn't surprised when Martha used words she didn't know. Martha laughed again, just as she had that first morning. "There I go again, talking broad Yorkshire like Mrs. Medlock told me not to. Nothing of the sort is what I meant, but it takes so long to say properly. Yorkshire's the sunniest place on earth when it's sunny. I told you you'd like the moor after a while. Just wait until you see the golden gorse blossoms, and the broom flowers, and the heather blooming with its little purple bells. Hundreds of butterflies fluttering around, bees humming, skylarks soaring up singing. You'll want to be out there at sunrise and stay all day like Dickon does. Could I ever get there? Mary asked wistfully, gazing through her window at the distant blue expanse. It looked so vast and wonderful, that heavenly color calling to her. Don't know, Martha answered. You've barely used your legs since you were born, it seems. You couldn't walk 5 miles. That's how far it is to our cottage. I'd like to see your cottage. Martha stared at her curiously for a moment before picking up her polishing brush again. She thought Mary's small, plain face didn't look nearly as sour as it had that first morning. It actually reminded her a little of how her sister Susan Ann looked when she wanted something badly. I'll ask my mother about it, she said. She's good at finding ways to make things happen. It's my day off today, and I'm going home. I'm so excited. Mrs. Medlock respects my mother a lot. Maybe she could talk to her. I like your mother, Mary said. I should think you would, Martha agreed, still polishing. But I've never even met her, Mary pointed out. No, you haven't, Martha replied. She sat back on her heels again and rubbed her nose with the back of her hand, looking puzzled for a moment before continuing confidently. Well, she's so sensible and hard-working and good-natured and clean that nobody could help liking her, whether they've met her or not. When I'm heading home on my day off, I practically skip with joy crossing the moor. I like Dickon too, Mary added, and I've never met him either. Well, Martha said firmly, I've told you even the birds like him, and the rabbits and wild sheep and ponies and even the foxes. I wonder, she added, looking at Mary thoughtfully, what Dickon would think of you. He wouldn't like me, Mary said in her stiff, cold little way. No one does. Martha looked thoughtful again. How do you like yourself? She asked, genuinely curious. Mary hesitated, considering the question. Not at all, really, she answered, though I never thought about it before. Martha smiled slightly, as if remembering something. My mother said that to me once. She was at her washtub and I was in a terrible mood, saying mean things about people. She turned around and said, You little vixen, there you stand, saying, you don't like this person, and you don't like that person. Well, how do you like yourself? It made me laugh and knocked some sense into me right away. Martha left in high spirits, after giving Mary her breakfast. She was going to walk 5 miles across the moor to the cottage, help her mother with the washing, do the week's baking, and thoroughly enjoy herself. Mary felt more alone than ever once Martha was gone. She went out to the garden as quickly as possible, and the first thing she did was run around the fountain flower garden 10 times. She counted carefully, and when she finished, her spirits had lifted. The sunshine made everything look different. The deep blue sky arched over Misselthwaite just as it did over the moor. She kept lifting her face toward it, imagining what it would feel like to lie on one of those tiny white clouds and float around. She wandered into the kitchen garden and found Ben Weatherstaff working with 2 other gardeners. The change in weather seemed to have improved his mood. He spoke to her without prompting. Spring's coming, he said. Can you smell it? Mary sniffed the air thoughtfully. I smell something nice and fresh and damp, she said. That's the good rich earth, he answered, digging away. It's in a good mood, getting ready to grow things. It's happy when planting time comes. Gets dull in winter with nothing to do. Out in the flower gardens, things will be stirring underground in the dark, the sun's warming them up. Soon you'll see little green spikes poking through the soil. What will they be? Mary asked. Crocuses and snowdrops and daffodils. Haven't you ever seen them? No. In India. Everything is hot and wet and green after the rains, Mary explained. Things seem to grow overnight. These won't grow that fast, Weatherstaff said. You'll have to be patient. They'll push up a bit here, stretch out a spike there, unfurl 1 leaf today and another tomorrow. You should watch them. I will, Mary promised. Soon she heard the soft rustle of wings and knew the robin had returned. He was lively and bold, hopping close to her feet, cocking his head to the side, and looking at her so cleverly that she asked Ben Weatherstaff a question. Do you think he remembers me? Remembers you, Weatherstaff said indignantly. He knows every cabbage stump in these gardens, let alone the people. He's never seen a little girl here before, and he's determined to learn everything about you. No point trying to hide anything from him." "Are things starting to grow in the garden where he lives?" Mary asked carefully. "What garden?" Weatherstaff grunted, his mood souring again. "The one with the old rose trees." She couldn't help asking. She wanted to know so badly. "Are all the flowers dead? Or do some come back in summer? Are there ever any roses?" "Ask him," said Ben, jerking his shoulder toward the robin. "He's the only one who knows. Nobody else has seen inside for 10 years. 10 years was a long time, Mary thought. She had been born 10 years ago. She walked away slowly, deep in thought. She realized she had begun to like the garden, just as she had begun to like the robin and Dickon and Martha's mother. She was even starting to like Martha. That seemed like a lot of people to like when you weren't used to liking anyone. She thought of the robin as one of those people. She headed for her favorite walk outside the long, ivy-covered wall where she could see the treetops. The second time she walked up and down, something incredible happened, all because of Ben Weatherstaff's robin. She heard a chirp and twitter, and when she looked at the bare flower bed beside her, there he was, hopping about and pretending to peck at the ground as if he hadn't followed her at all. But she knew he had, and the realization filled her with such delight that she almost trembled. "You do remember me," she cried. "You do! You're prettier than anything else in the world!" She chirped and talked and coaxed while he hopped around, flirting his tail and twittering back. It was as if he were talking to her. His red waistcoat gleamed like satin as he puffed out his tiny chest, so fine and grand and pretty that it really seemed like he was showing her how important and person-like a robin could be. Mary forgot she had ever been contrary in her life when he allowed her to move closer and closer, bending down to talk to him and try to make robin-like sounds. To think that he would let her get so close, she knew nothing in the world would make her reach out suddenly or startle him in any way. She knew this because he was a real person, nicer than any other person in the world. She was so happy she barely dared breathe. The flower bed wasn't completely bare. There were no flowers, because the perennial plants had been cut back for winter, but tall and short shrubs grew together at the back of the bed. As the robin hopped around underneath them, Mary noticed him hop over a small pile of freshly turned earth. He stopped to look for a worm. The earth had been disturbed because a dog had tried to dig up a mole, scratching quite a deep hole. Mary stared at it, not really understanding why the hole was there. As she looked, she noticed something partially buried in the freshly turned soil. It looked like a ring of rusty iron or brass. When the robin flew up into a nearby tree, she reached out and picked it up. It wasn't just a ring, it was an old key that looked like it had been buried for a long time. Mary stood up and stared at it with an almost frightened expression as it dangled from her finger. "Maybe it's been buried for 10 years, she whispered. "Maybe it's the key to the garden." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 8, The Robin WHO Showed the Way. Mary stared at the key for a long time, turning it over in her hands. Unlike most children her age, she'd never been taught to ask permission for things. All she could think about was that if this was the key to the secret garden, and if she could find the door, she might actually see what was hidden behind those walls. What had happened to all those old rose trees in the 10 years since it had been locked up? The idea of a place no one had entered for so long made her skin tingle with curiosity. Best of all, if she found it, she could go there whenever she wanted. She could close the door behind her and make up games that were just for her. Everyone would think the garden was still locked tight, the key still buried in the earth. That thought pleased her immensely. Living practically alone in a massive house with 100 mysteriously closed rooms, and absolutely nothing to do, had finally awakened something in Mary's imagination. The clean, strong air from the moors was changing her. Just as it had given her an appetite and her battles with the wind had stirred her blood, it was now stirring her mind. She was already feeling less contrary, though she couldn't have explained why. She slipped the key into her pocket and walked along the ivy-covered wall. No one else ever seemed to come here, so she could take her time, inspecting every inch of ivy. But the leafy green mass was infuriatingly thick. Glossy, dark leaves growing so densely, she couldn't see what might be behind them. Her excitement faded into disappointment. Some of her old contrariness returned as she paced back and forth, occasionally glancing up at the treetops visible inside the garden. It was maddening to be so close and still not able to get in. She decided to keep the key with her whenever she went out. That way, if she ever found the hidden door, she'd be ready. Mrs. Medlock had allowed Martha to spend the night at her family's cottage, but she was back in the morning, her cheeks rosier than ever, and bubbling with good spirits. "I got up at 4, she announced cheerfully. "You should have seen the moor. Birds waking up, rabbits darting about, and the sun coming up all golden. I didn't walk the whole way back. A man gave me a ride in his cart, and I had the best time." Martha was bursting with stories about her day off. Her mother had been thrilled to see her, and together they'd finished all the baking and washing. She'd even made special little cakes with brown sugar for each of her siblings. They were piping hot when everyone came in from playing on the moor, Martha said proudly. The whole cottage smelled amazing, fresh baking and a good fire going. The little ones just shouted with joy. Our Dickon said our cottage was good enough for a king. In the evening, the family had gathered around the fire, while Martha and her mother patched torn clothes and mended stockings. Martha had told them all about the strange little girl from India who had been waited on by what she called blacks her whole life and couldn't even put on her own stockings. "They loved hearing about you," Martha said. "They wanted to know everything about the people in India and the ship you came on. I couldn't tell them enough." Mary thought for a moment. "I'll tell you more stories before your next day off," she offered. "Then you'll have more to share. I bet they'd like hearing about elephant and camel rides and officers hunting tigers." "My word!" Martha exclaimed. "That would completely blow their minds." "Would you really, miss? It'd be like that wild animal show they had in York once." "India is nothing like Yorkshire," Mary said slowly, considering it. "I never really thought about that. Did Dickon and your mother enjoy hearing about me?" "Our Dickon's eyes nearly popped out of his head," Martha laughed. "But Mother was worried about you being all alone," she asked. "Hasn't Mr. Craven hired a governess or nurse for her?" I told her, "No, though Mrs. Medlock says he will when he remembers to, but that might not be for years." "I don't want a governess," Mary said sharply. "Mother says you should be learning from books by now and should have someone looking after you. She told me, 'Martha, just imagine how you'd feel in that huge place, wandering around all alone with no mother. You do your best to cheer her up,' and I said I would." Mary gave her a long, steady look. "You do cheer me up," she admitted. "I like hearing you talk." Martha left the room briefly and returned with something hidden under her apron. "Guess what?" she said with a bright smile. "I've brought you a present." "A present?" Mary was shocked. How could a family with 14 hungry mouths afford to give anyone gifts? "A peddler came by our cottage with his cart," Martha explained. "He had all sorts of things. Pots, pans, odds and ends, but Mother had no money. Just as he was leaving, our Elizabeth Ellen shouted, 'Mother, he's got skipping ropes with red and blue handles,' and Mother called out, 'Wait, mister, how much are they?' When he said 2pence, she started digging in her pocket and told me, 'Martha, you've given me your wages like a good girl, and I've got 4 important things to spend every penny on, but I'm taking 2pence to buy that child a skipping rope.' So she bought it, and here it is." She pulled it out from under her apron, displaying it proudly. It was a strong, slender rope with red and blue striped handles at each end. Mary just stared, confused. "What do you do with it?" she asked. "What do you do with it?" Martha was astonished. "Don't they have skipping ropes in India, even with all those elephants and tigers and camels? No wonder most folks there are gloomy. This is what it's for. Just watch." She ran to the middle of the room and, taking a handle in each hand, began to skip. The rope slapped against the floor as Martha jumped over it again and again while Mary watched in amazement. The stern faces in the old portraits seemed to stare down in disapproval at this common cottage girl's antics, but Martha didn't even notice them. She was delighted by the curiosity in Mary's face, and she counted aloud as she skipped until she reached 100. "I could go longer," she said, catching her breath. "I once did 500 when I was 12, but I wasn't as heavy then, and I practiced all the time." Mary got up from her chair, excitement building in her chest. "It looks fun," she said. "Your mother is kind." "Do you think I could learn to skip like that?" "Just try it," Martha encouraged, handing her the rope. "You won't do 100 at first, but keep practicing and you'll get better." That's what Mother said. She told me, "Nothing will do that child more good than a skipping rope. It's the most sensible toy she could have. Let her play outside in the fresh air, skipping. It'll strengthen her arms and legs. Mary's first attempts were clumsy. There wasn't much strength in her skinny arms and legs, but she enjoyed it so much she didn't want to stop. "Put on your coat and hat and take it outside," Martha suggested. "Mother said to tell you to stay outdoors as much as possible, even if it rains a bit. Just bundle up warm." Mary put on her coat and hat and draped the skipping rope over her arm. She was almost out the door when she suddenly remembered something and turned back slowly. "Martha," she said stiffly, "those were your wages. It was really your money. Thank you." The words felt awkward in her mouth. She wasn't used to thanking people or noticing when they did nice things for her. "Thank you," she repeated, holding out her hand because she didn't know what else to do. Martha gave her hand an awkward little shake, equally uncomfortable with the formality. "Well, aren't you a funny little old-fashioned thing?" she laughed. "If you were our Elizabeth Ellen, you'd have given me a kiss." Mary's posture grew even stiffer. "Do you want me to kiss you?" Martha laughed again. "Not me. If you were different, maybe you'd want to yourself. But you're not. Go on outside and play with your rope." Mary felt slightly awkward as she left the room. Yorkshire people were strange, and Martha often confused her. At first, she disliked her intensely, but now she didn't. The skipping rope was wonderful. Mary counted and skipped and counted, until her pale cheeks turned pink. She couldn't remember ever being so interested in anything in her entire life. The sun was shining, and a gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of newly turned earth. She skipped around the fountain garden and up and down the paths. Eventually, she found herself in the kitchen garden where Ben Weatherstaff was digging while his robin hopped around him. She skipped down the path toward them, hoping he would notice. She wanted him to see her skip. "Well," Ben exclaimed, "upon my word, maybe you are a young one after all. Looks like you've got child's blood in your veins instead of sour milk. You've skipped those cheeks red, sure as my name's Ben Weatherstaff. I wouldn't have believed you could do it." "I never skipped before," Mary told him. "I'm just learning. I can only go up to 20. "Keep at it," said Ben. "You're doing well enough for someone raised with foreigners. Look how he's watching you," he added, nodding toward the robin. "He followed you yesterday, and he's doing it again today. He's determined to figure out what that skipping rope is. He's never seen one before." Ben shook his head at the bird. "Your curiosity will be the death of you someday if you're not careful." Mary skipped through all the gardens and round the orchard, resting whenever she got tired. Finally, she went to her special path and decided to try skipping its entire length. It was quite long, and she started slowly, but before she'd gone halfway, she was so hot and out of breath that she had to stop. She didn't mind much. She'd already counted to 30. She paused with a little laugh of satisfaction, and there was the robin, perched on a long branch of ivy. He'd followed her again and greeted her with a chirp. As Mary had been skipping, she'd felt something heavy in her pocket hitting against her with each jump. When she saw the robin, she laughed again. "You showed me where the key was yesterday," she said to him. "You should show me the door today. But I bet you don't even know where it is." The robin flew from his ivy branch to the top of the wall and opened his beak to sing a loud, beautiful trill, just showing off. Nothing in the world is quite as adorable as a robin showing off, and they're almost always doing it. Mary had heard many stories about magic from her ayah in India, and she always said that what happened next was pure magic. A stronger gust of wind rushed down the path, strong enough to wave the tree branches and stir the hanging strands of ivy on the wall. Mary had stepped closer to the robin, and suddenly the wind pushed aside some loose ivy trails. Instantly, she lunged forward and grabbed them. She did this because she'd glimpsed something underneath, a round knob that had been hidden by the leaves. It was the knob of a door. She thrust her hands under the leaves and began to pull them aside. Despite how thickly the ivy grew, most of it hung like a loose curtain, though some had grown over the wood and iron beneath. Mary's heart pounded and her hands trembled with excitement. The robin kept singing and twittering, tilting his head as if he were just as thrilled as she was. What was this square, iron thing under her fingers? She felt a hole in it, the lock of the door that had been closed for 10 years. She took the key from her pocket and found that it fit perfectly. It took both hands to turn it, but it did turn. She took a deep breath and looked behind her, up the long path to make sure no one was coming. No one ever came here, it seemed. She took another deep breath and pulled back the curtain of ivy as she pushed against the door. It opened slowly, so slowly. She slipped through, closed it behind her, and leaned against it, looking around in wonder and breathing fast with excitement. She was standing inside the secret garden. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 9, The Strangest House Anyone Ever Lived In. It was the most magical, mysterious place Mary could possibly imagine. High walls surrounded the garden, covered with tangled, leafless stems of climbing roses so thick they wove together like a tapestry. Mary recognized them as roses because she'd seen plenty in India. The ground was blanketed in dull brown winter grass, with clumps of what must be rose bushes scattered throughout if they were still alive. Standard roses had spread their branches so wide they resembled small trees. What made the garden truly enchanting was how climbing roses had wound themselves over everything, dangling in long vines like swaying curtains, stretching from tree to tree, creating natural bridges. Without leaves or flowers, Mary couldn't tell if they were dead or alive, but their delicate gray and brown branches created a hazy canopy over everything. Walls, trees, even the brown grass where they'd fallen and crept along the ground. This misty network gave the whole place its mysterious atmosphere. Mary sensed this garden was different from others, simply because it had been left alone for so long. It was unlike anywhere she'd ever been. "How quiet it is," she whispered. "How perfectly quiet." She paused, listening to the stillness. Even the robin who had flown to a treetop remained motionless, watching her without so much as a flutter of his wings. "No wonder it's silent," she whispered again. "I'm the first person to speak in here for 10 years. She moved away from the door, stepping softly as if afraid to wake someone. She was grateful for the grass cushioning her footsteps, making her movements soundless. Walking beneath one of the fairy-tale-like gray arches between trees, she gazed up at the intricate network of branches above. "I wonder if they're all completely dead," she said quietly. "Is it an entirely dead garden? I hope not." If she were Ben Weatherstaff, she could have examined the wood to determine if it was alive, but her untrained eye could only see gray and brown branches, with no signs of leaf buds anywhere. But she was inside the secret garden now, and she could return through that ivy-covered door whenever she wanted. It felt like discovering a world that belonged only to her. Sunlight flooded the space within the four walls, and the arch of blue sky above this particular corner of Misselthwaite seemed even more brilliant than over the moor. The robin flew down from his perch and hopped around her, occasionally flying from bush to bush, chirping enthusiastically as if giving her a tour. Everything felt strange and peaceful, and though she was miles from anyone else, Mary didn't feel lonely at all. Her only concern was whether all the roses were truly dead, or if some might still be alive, waiting to sprout leaves and buds when the weather warmed. She didn't want this to be a dead garden. If it were alive, how wonderful that would be, with thousands of roses blooming on every side. The skipping rope she'd brought hung over her arm, and after exploring for a while, she decided to skip around the entire garden, stopping whenever something caught her interest. There appeared to be grass paths winding through the space, and in a few corners stood alcoves of evergreen with stone benches or tall moss-covered urns. As she approached the second alcove, she stopped skipping. There had once been a flower bed there, and something caught her eye. Tiny, sharp, pale green points poking through the dark soil. She remembered what Ben Weatherstaff had said and knelt down for a closer look. Yes, they're little growing things. "They might be crocuses or snowdrops or daffodils," she whispered. She leaned in close, inhaling the fresh scent of damp earth. The smell delighted her. "Maybe there are more coming up elsewhere," she said. "I'll search the whole garden." She didn't skip anymore but walked slowly, eyes fixed on the ground. She examined the old flower beds and grassy areas, methodically covering the entire garden to miss nothing. By the end, she discovered many more of those sharp green points and felt excitement bubbling up inside her. "It's not completely dead," she said softly to herself. "Even if the roses are gone, other things are still alive." Though she knew nothing about gardening, she noticed that in some spots, the grass seemed too thick around the emerging green shoots, not giving them enough room to grow. She searched until she found a sharp piece of wood, then knelt down to dig and weed around the sprouts, clearing space around them. "Now, they look like they can breathe," she said after finishing the first batch. "I'm going to do many more, all the ones I can find." If I run out of time today, I can come back tomorrow. She moved from spot to spot, digging and weeding, enjoying herself so thoroughly that she worked her way through multiple beds and under the trees. The exercise warmed her until she took off first her coat, then her hat, smiling down at the grass and pale green shoots without even realizing it. The robin stayed extremely busy, clearly pleased to see gardening happening in his territory. He'd often been puzzled by Ben Weatherstaff, where gardening occurred, all sorts of delicious things to eat turned up in the soil. Now here was this new creature, not even half Ben's size, yet smart enough to come into his garden and start working right away. Mary worked until it was time for her midday meal. In fact, she lost track of time completely. When she finally put her coat and hat back on and picked up her skipping rope, she couldn't believe she'd been working for almost 3 hours. The amazing thing was that she'd been genuinely happy the entire time. Dozens of tiny green shoots were now visible in their cleared spaces, looking twice as cheerful as before when grass and weeds had been choking them. "I'll come back this afternoon," she said, looking around at her new kingdom and addressing the trees and rose bushes as if they could hear her. Then she ran lightly across the grass, pushed open the heavy old door, and slipped through under the ivy. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright, and she ate such a hearty lunch that Martha beamed with pleasure. "2 servings of meat and 2 helpings of rice pudding," she exclaimed. "My mother will be so happy when I tell her what that skipping rope's done for you." During her digging with the pointed stick, Mary had discovered something that looked like a white onion-shaped root. She'd carefully returned it to the soil, but now wondered if Martha might know what it was. "Martha, what are those white roots that look like onions?" she asked. "Those are bulbs," Martha answered. "Lots of spring flowers grow from them. The tiny ones are snowdrops and crocuses. The bigger ones are narcissus, jonquils, and daffodils. The biggest are lilies and purple irises. They're lovely. Dickon's planted loads of them in our garden patch at home." "Does Dickon know everything about them?" Mary asked, a new idea forming in her mind. Our Dickon could make flowers grow out of a brick path. Mother says he just whispers things up from the ground. "Do bulbs live a long time? Would they survive for years if nobody helped them?" Mary asked anxiously. "They're self-sufficient things," said Martha. "That's why poor folks can have them. If you leave them alone, most will work away underground for a lifetime, spreading and making new ones. There's a spot in the woods here with thousands of snowdrops. They're the prettiest sight in Yorkshire when spring comes. Nobody knows when they were first planted." "I wish spring were here now," said Mary. "I want to see everything that grows in England." She had finished her meal and moved to her favorite spot on the hearth rug. "I wish I had a little spade," she said thoughtfully. "What do you want a spade for?" asked Martha, laughing. "Are you planning to start digging? I must tell Mother about that too." Mary gazed into the fire, considering carefully. She needed to be cautious if she wanted to keep her secret kingdom. She wasn't doing anything wrong, but if Mr. Craven discovered the open door, he'd be furious and lock it forever. She couldn't bear that thought. "This is such a huge, lonely place," she said slowly, as if thinking aloud. "The house is lonely, the park is lonely, and the gardens are lonely. So many areas seem locked up. In India, I didn't do much, but at least there were people to watch. Natives and soldiers marching past, sometimes bands playing, and my ayah told me stories. Here I have nobody to talk to except you and Ben Weatherstaff. And you have your work, and Ben hardly speaks to me. I thought if I had a little spade I could dig somewhere like he does, and maybe make a small garden if he gave me some seeds." Martha's face brightened immediately. "Well now," she exclaimed. "That's exactly what Mother said. She said, 'There's so much space in that big place, why don't they give her a bit for herself, even if she only plants parsley and radishes? She'd dig and rake and be properly happy with it.' Those were her exact words." "Really?" said Mary. "Your mother knows so many things, doesn't she?" "Well," said Martha, "as she says, a woman who raises 12 children learns more than her ABCs. Children are better than arithmetic for teaching you things." "How much would a little spade cost?" Mary asked. Martha thought for a moment. "Well, at Thwaite Village, there's a shop that sells garden sets. A spade, rake, and fork, all tied together for 2 shillings. They're sturdy enough to work with, too." "I have more than that in my purse," said Mary. "Mrs. Morrison gave me 5 shillings, and Mrs. Medlock gave me money from Mr. Craven, he remembered you that much?" Martha exclaimed. "Mrs. Medlock said I'm to have a shilling each week to spend. She gives me one every Saturday. I didn't know what to use it for." "My word, that's riches," said Martha. "You can buy anything you want. Our cottage rent is only 1 and 3 pence, and it's like pulling teeth to get it." She paused, placing her hands on her hips as an idea struck her. "Now I've just thought of something." "What?" Mary asked eagerly. "The shop in Thwaite sells packets of flower seeds for a penny each, and our Dickon knows which are the prettiest and how to make them grow. He walks to Thwaite often just for fun." "Do you know how to print letters?" she asked suddenly. "I know how to write," Mary answered. Martha shook her head. "Our Dickon can only read printing. If you could print, we could write to him and ask him to buy the garden tools and seeds at the same time." "You're wonderful!" Mary cried. "You really are! I didn't know you were so nice. I'm sure I can print if I try. Let's ask Mrs. Medlock for pen, ink, and paper." "I've got my own," said Martha. "I bought them so I could write to Mother on Sundays. I'll go get them." She hurried from the room, and Mary stood by the fire, twisting her thin hands together with excitement. "If I have a spade," she whispered, "I can make the earth soft and dig up weeds. If I have seeds and can grow flowers, the garden won't be dead at all. It will come alive." She didn't return to the garden that afternoon. When Martha came back with pen, ink, and paper, she had to clear the table and take the dishes downstairs. In the kitchen, Mrs. Medlock gave her additional tasks, so Mary waited what seemed like ages before Martha returned. Writing to Dickon proved challenging. Mary's education had been limited because her governesses had disliked her too much to stay long. Her spelling wasn't great, but she found she could manage printed letters with effort. Martha dictated the following message. "My dear Dickon, this comes hoping to find you well as it leaves me at present. Miss Mary has plenty of money, and will you go to Thwaite and buy her some flower seeds and a set of garden tools to make a flower bed? Pick the prettiest ones and easy to grow, because she has never done it before and lived in India, which is different. Give my love to Mother and every one of you. Miss Mary is going to tell me a lot more, so that on my next day out, you can hear about elephants and camels and gentlemen going hunting lions and tigers. Your loving sister, Martha Phoebe Sowerby." "We'll put the money in the envelope, and I'll have the butcher's boy deliver it. He's good friends with Dickon," Martha explained. "How will I get everything once Dickon buys it?" asked Mary. "He'll bring it himself. He'll enjoy walking over this way." "Oh!" Mary exclaimed. "Then I'll meet him. I never thought I'd get to see Dickon." "Do you want to see him?" Martha asked suddenly, noticing Mary's pleased expression. "Yes, very much. I've never met a boy who foxes and crows loved. I really want to meet him." Martha gave a little start, as if suddenly remembering something. "Now just think," she said. "I completely forgot to tell you first thing this morning. I asked Mother, and she said she'd speak to Mrs. Medlock herself." "About what?" Mary began. "What I mentioned Tuesday. About whether you might be driven over to our cottage some day for a bit of Mother's hot oat cake, with butter and a glass of milk." It seemed like all the exciting things were happening at once. Imagine crossing the moor in daylight under a blue sky. Imagine visiting the cottage with 12 children. "Does she think Mrs. Medlock would allow it?" Mary asked anxiously. "She thinks so. She knows what a tidy woman Mother is and how clean she keeps the cottage." "If I went, I'd meet your mother as well as Dickon," said Mary, thinking it over and warming to the idea. She seems so different from mothers in India. The garden work and the day's excitement had left Mary feeling calm and thoughtful. Martha stayed until tea time, but they sat in comfortable silence, speaking little. Just before Martha went downstairs for the tea tray, Mary asked a question. "Martha, did the scullery maid have a toothache again today?" Martha, visibly startled. "Why are you asking that?" "Because when I was waiting for you to come back, I opened the door and walked down the corridor looking for you. I heard that far-off crying again, just like the other night. There's no wind today, so it couldn't have been that." "You mustn't go wandering around corridors listening," Martha said nervously. "Mr. Craven would be so angry there's no telling what he'd do." "I wasn't listening," Mary protested. "I was just waiting for you, and happened to hear it. That's 3 times now." "There's Mrs. Medlock's bell," Martha exclaimed, and practically ran from the room. "It's the strangest house anyone ever lived in," Mary murmured drowsily, as she rested her head on the cushioned armchair. Fresh air, digging, and skipping rope had made her so pleasantly tired that she drifted off to sleep. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 10. Dickon. The sun shone on the secret garden for nearly a week straight. The secret garden was what Mary called it when she thought about it. She loved the name and the feeling that came with it. When those beautiful old walls closed around her, no one in the world knew where she was. It felt like being transported to some magical realm from the fairy tale books she'd read. She'd read stories about secret gardens where people sometimes slept for 100 years, which seemed terribly boring to her. She had no intention of sleeping. In fact, she felt more awake with each day she spent at Misselthwaite. Mary was starting to enjoy being outdoors. She no longer hated the wind, but welcomed it. She could run faster and longer than before, and could skip rope up to 100 jumps without stopping. The flower bulbs in the secret garden must have been shocked by all the attention. She cleared spaces around them so they had room to breathe, and though Mary didn't realize it, they were already stirring beneath the soil, working hard to grow. The sun could warm them now, and rain could reach them, making them feel truly alive again. Mary was an odd, determined little thing, and now that she had something interesting to focus on, she was completely absorbed. She worked steadily, digging, weeding, and pulling up dead plants, growing more pleased with her work by the hour instead of getting tired. It felt like a fascinating game. She discovered many more of those pale green shoots than she dared hope for. They seemed to be popping up everywhere, and each day she found tiny new ones barely peeking above the soil. There were so many that she remembered Martha's comment about snowdrops by the thousands and how bulbs spread to create new ones. These had been left alone for 10 years. Perhaps they'd multiplied into thousands, like the snowdrops. She wondered how long it would take before they revealed what kind of flowers they'd become. Sometimes she'd pause in her digging to look around the garden, trying to imagine it covered with thousands of beautiful blooms. During that sunny week, she grew closer to Ben Weatherstaff. She startled him several times by appearing suddenly beside him, as if she'd sprung straight from the earth. The truth was, she worried he'd grab his tools and leave if he saw her coming, so she always approached as quietly as possible. But he didn't seem to mind her company as much as before. Perhaps he was secretly flattered that she sought out his grumpy old self. She was also more polite now. He didn't know that when they'd first met, she'd spoken to him as she would to servants in India, not understanding that a stubborn old Yorkshireman wasn't accustomed to being bowed to or ordered around. "You're just like the robin," he said one morning when he looked up to find her standing beside him. "Never know when I'll see you or which direction you'll come from." "He's friends with me now," Mary said. "That sounds like him," Ben snorted. "Always trying to charm the ladies, just to show off. Nothing he wouldn't do to strut and flash those tail feathers. He's as full of himself as an egg is full of yolk." Ben rarely talked much, and sometimes only answered Mary's questions with a grunt, but today he was more talkative. He stood up and rested one mud-caked boot on his spade while looking her over. "How long have you been here?" he asked abruptly. "About a month, I think," she answered. "You're starting to do Misselthwaite some credit," he said. "You're a bit plumper than before, and not so yellow. You looked like a half-starved crow when you first came into this garden. I thought to myself I'd never seen an uglier, more sour-faced child." Mary wasn't vain, and since she'd never thought much about her appearance, his words didn't bother her. "I know I'm getting fatter," she said. "My stockings are getting tighter. They used to wrinkle around my legs. Look, there's the robin, Ben." The robin did indeed appear, looking more handsome than ever. His red breast gleamed like satin as he fluttered his wings, tilted his head, and hopped about with lively charm. He seemed determined to make Ben admire him, but Ben remained unimpressed. "There you are," he said to the bird. "You can put up with me when you've got no better company. You've been polishing those feathers for 2 weeks straight. I know what you're up to, courting some pretty young lady robin, telling her lies about being the finest robin on Misselthwaite Moor and ready to fight all the others." "Oh, look at him!" Mary exclaimed. The robin was clearly feeling bold. He hopped closer and closer, eyeing Ben with increasing charm. He flew to the nearest currant bush, tilted his head, and sang a sweet little song directed right at the old gardener. "You think you'll win me over with that, do you?" said Ben, wrinkling his face in a way that made Mary certain he was trying not to look pleased. "You think nobody can resist you. That's what you think." The robin spread his wings. Mary could hardly believe her eyes. He flew straight to Ben's spade and landed right on the handle. The old man's face slowly transformed. He froze as if afraid to breathe, as if the slightest movement might scare the bird away. When he spoke, it was barely a whisper. "Well, I'll be darned," he said softly, though his tone suggested he meant something stronger. "You do know how to get to a person, don't you? It's almost supernatural, how clever you are." He stood perfectly still, barely breathing, until the robin fluttered his wings again and flew away. Then he stared at the spade handle as if it might contain some magic, before resuming his digging without another word for several minutes. But because he kept breaking into a slow grin now and then, Mary felt brave enough to keep talking to him. "Do you have a garden of your own?" she asked. "No, I'm a bachelor. I lodge with Martin at the gatehouse." "If you had one," Mary pressed, "what would you plant?" "Cabbages, potatoes, and onions." "But if you wanted to make a flower garden," she persisted, "what would you plant?" "Bulbs and sweet-smelling things, but mostly roses." Mary's face lit up. "Do you like roses?" she asked. Ben dug up a weed and tossed it aside before answering. "Yes, I do. I learned about them from a young lady I gardened for. She had lots of them in a place she loved, and she cared for them like they were children, or robins. I've seen her bend down and kiss them." He yanked out another weed with a scowl. "That was about 10 years ago." "Where is she now?" asked Mary, suddenly very interested. "Heaven," he answered, driving his spade deep into the soil, "according to what the parson says." "What happened to the roses?" Mary asked, more curious than ever. "They were left to themselves." Mary's excitement grew. "Did they die completely? Do roses die completely when they're abandoned?" she ventured. "Well, I'd grown to like them, and I liked her, and she liked them," Ben admitted reluctantly. "Once or twice a year, I'd go work on them a bit, pruning and digging around the roots. They grew wild, but they were in good soil, so some survived. When they have no leaves and look gray and brown and dry, how can you tell if they're dead or alive?" Mary inquired. "Wait for spring to get to them. Wait for the sun to shine on the rain, and the rain to fall on the sunshine, and then you'll find out." "How? How?" cried Mary, forgetting to be careful. "Look along the branches, and if you see a little brown lump swelling here and there, watch what happens after a warm rain." He stopped suddenly and looked curiously at her eager face. "Why do you suddenly care so much about roses and such?" he demanded. Mary felt her face grow hot. She was almost afraid to answer. I want to pretend that I have a garden of my own," she stammered. There's nothing for me to do. I have nothing, and no one." "Well," said Ben slowly, watching her, "that's true. You haven't." He said it in such an odd way that Mary wondered if he actually felt a little sorry for her. She had never felt sorry for herself. She had only felt tired and cross because she disliked people and things so much. But now the world seemed to be changing, becoming nicer. If no one discovered the secret garden, she could enjoy herself forever. She stayed with him for 10 or 15 minutes longer, asking as many questions as she dared. He answered every one in his gruff way and didn't seem particularly annoyed, nor did he pick up his tools and leave. Just as she was about to go, he mentioned roses again, which reminded her of the ones he'd said he cared for. "Do you still go see those other roses now?" she asked. "Not this year. My rheumatism has made my joints too stiff." He said it in his grumbling voice, and then suddenly seemed to get angry with her, though she couldn't understand why. "Now look here," he said sharply, "don't ask so many questions. You're the worst child for questions I've ever met. Go on and play. I'm done talking for today." He said it so crossly that she knew there was no point in staying another minute. She skipped slowly down the path, thinking about him and telling herself that, odd as it was, here was another person she liked, despite his grumpiness. Yes, she did like old Ben Weatherstaff. She always wanted to make him talk to her. And she was beginning to believe he knew everything there was to know about flowers. There was a laurel hedge path that curved around the secret garden and ended at a gate opening into a wood in the park. She decided to skip along this path and look into the wood to see if any rabbits were hopping about. She was enjoying her skipping, and when she reached the little gate, she opened it and went through because she heard a low, strange whistling sound and wanted to discover what it was. What she found was truly remarkable. She actually caught her breath as she stopped to look. A boy was sitting under a tree, his back against the trunk, playing a rough wooden pipe. He was an odd-looking boy of about 12. He appeared very clean, with a turned-up nose and cheeks as red as poppies. Mary had never seen such round, intensely blue eyes in any boy's face. On the tree trunk he leaned against, a brown squirrel was clinging, watching him. From behind a nearby bush, a male pheasant was cautiously stretching its neck to peek out. Quite close by, 2 rabbits sat up on their hind legs, their noses twitching nervously. It really seemed as if they had all gathered to watch him and listen to the strange, soft notes coming from his pipe. When he saw Mary, he held up his hand and spoke in a voice nearly as low and gentle as his piping. "Don't move," he said. "You'll frighten them." Mary stood completely still. He stopped playing and began to rise from the ground. He moved so slowly that she could hardly tell he was moving at all, but eventually he stood on his feet. The squirrels scampered back up into the tree branches, the pheasant withdrew its head, and the rabbits dropped to all fours and began to hop away, though they didn't seem particularly scared. "I'm Dickon," the boy said. "I know you're Miss Mary." In that moment, Mary realized she had somehow known immediately that this was Dickon. Who else could charm rabbits and pheasants the way snake charmers in India charmed cobras? He had a wide, red, curving mouth, and his smile spread across his entire face. "I got up slowly," he explained, "because if you make sudden movements, it startles them. You have to move gently and speak softly when wild things are around." He didn't speak as if they were strangers meeting for the first time, but as if he already knew her well. Mary knew nothing about boys and spoke a bit stiffly because she felt shy. "Did you get Martha's letter?" she asked. He nodded his curly, rust-colored head. "That's why I came." He bent down to pick up something that had been lying on the ground beside him when he was playing his pipe. "I brought the garden tools. There's a little spade, rake, fork, and hoe. They're good ones, too. And a trowel. The woman at the shop threw in a packet of white poppy seeds and some blue larkspur when I bought the other seeds." "Will you show me the seeds?" Mary asked. She wished she could talk like he did. His speech was so quick and easy. He sounded as if he liked her, and wasn't at all worried that she might not like him, even though he was just a common Moor boy, in patched clothes, with a funny face and rough, rusty red hair. As she moved closer, she noticed a fresh, clean scent of heather, grass, and leaves about him, almost as if he were made of them. She liked it very much, and when she looked into his unusual face, with its red cheeks and round blue eyes, she forgot her shyness. "Let's sit on this log and look at them," she said. They sat down, and he took a lumpy brown paper package from his coat pocket. He untied the string, and inside were many smaller packages, each with a picture of a flower on it. "There's lots of mignonette and poppies," he said. "Mignonette's the sweetest-smelling flower there is, and it'll grow wherever you throw it, just like poppies. The ones that'll sprout and bloom if you just whistle to them, those are the best kind." He stopped suddenly and turned his head, his poppy-red face brightening. "Where's that robin that's calling us?" he asked. The chirp came from a thick holly bush, bright with scarlet berries, and Mary thought she recognized it. "Is it really calling to us?" she asked. "Yes," said Dickon, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "He's calling to someone he's friends with. It's like saying, 'Here I am, look at me, I want to chat.' There he is in the bush. Who does he belong to?" "He's Ben Weatherstaff's, but I think he knows me a little," answered Mary. "Oh, he knows you," said Dickon in his soft voice again, "and he likes you. He's adopted you. He'll tell me all about you in a minute." He moved very close to the bush with that slow, careful movement Mary had noticed before, and then made a sound almost identical to the robin's twitter. The robin listened intently for a few seconds, then answered as if replying to a question. "Yes, he's your friend," chuckled Dickon. "Do you think so?" Mary asked eagerly. She really wanted to know. "Do you think he actually likes me?" "He wouldn't come near you if he didn't," Dickon answered. "Birds are picky, and a robin can snub you worse than any person. See, he's showing off for you now. Can't you see me?" he's saying. And it really did seem true. The robin sidled and twittered and tilted as he hopped on his bush. "Do you understand everything birds say?" asked Mary. Dickon's grin widened until his face seemed all red, curving mouth, and he rubbed his unruly head. "I think I do, and they think I do," he said. "I've lived on the moor with them so long. I've watched them break out of their shells, fledge, learn to fly, and start to sing, until I feel like I'm one of them. Sometimes I think maybe I'm actually a bird, or a fox, or a rabbit, or a squirrel, or even a beetle, and I just don't know it." He laughed and returned to the log, talking about the flower seeds again. He told her what they would look like as flowers, how to plant them, and how to take care of them. "Look here," he said suddenly, turning to face her. "I'll plant them for you myself. Where's your garden?" Mary's thin hands clutched each other tightly in her lap. She didn't know what to say, so for a full minute she said nothing. She hadn't thought about this. She felt miserable, and her face flushed red and then went pale. "You've got a bit of garden, haven't you?" Dickon asked. It was true that she had first turned red and then pale. Dickon saw it, and as she still said nothing, he grew confused. "Wouldn't they give you a piece of garden?" he asked. "Don't you have any yet?" She clasped her hands even tighter and looked directly at him. "I don't know anything about boys," she said slowly. "Could you keep a secret if I told you one? It's a huge secret. I don't know what I'd do if anyone found out. I think I'd die." She said the last sentence fiercely. Dickon looked more puzzled than ever and ran his hand over his rough head again, but he answered good-naturedly. "I'm keeping secrets all the time," he said. "If I couldn't keep secrets from the other boys, secrets about fox cubs, birds' nests, and wild animals' dens, nothing would be safe on the moor. Yes, I can keep secrets." Mary hadn't meant to reach out and grab his sleeve, but she did. "I've stolen a garden," she blurted out. "It isn't mine. It isn't anybody's. Nobody wants it. Nobody cares about it. Nobody ever goes into it. Everything in it might already be dead. I don't know." She began to feel hot and defiant, as contrary as she'd ever felt in her life. "I don't care. I don't care. Nobody has the right to take it from me when I care about it, and they don't. They're letting it die, all locked up by itself," she finished passionately, throwing her arms over her face and bursting into tears. Poor little Mary. Dickon's curious blue eyes grew wider and wider. "Oh," he said, drawing the sound out slowly in a way that conveyed both wonder and sympathy. "I have nothing to do," Mary said. "Nothing belongs to me. I found it myself, and I got into it myself. I was just like the robin, and they wouldn't take it from the robin." "Where is it?" Dickon asked in a hushed voice. Mary stood up from the log immediately. She knew she was being contrary and stubborn again, but she didn't care. She felt commanding and Indian, and at the same time upset and sad. "Come with me and I'll show you," she said. She led him around the laurel path to where the ivy grew thickly. Dickon followed her with an odd, almost protective expression. He moved carefully, as if she were showing him some rare bird's nest. When she stepped to the wall and lifted the hanging ivy, he started in surprise. There was a door, and Mary pushed it open slowly. They went through together, and then she turned and gestured around defiantly. "This is it," she said. "It's a secret garden, and I'm the only person in the world who wants it to be alive." Dickon looked all around, turning in a full circle and then turning again. "Oh," he whispered, "it's a strange, beautiful place. It's like being in a dream." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios, Chapter 11, The Nest of the Missel Thrush. For a few moments, Dickon stood completely still, taking everything in while Mary watched him. Then he began to walk around softly, even more quietly than Mary had on her first visit. His eyes darted everywhere. The gray trees with their climbing vines hanging from branches, the wild tangle covering the walls and spreading through the grass, the stone alcoves with their decorative urns standing guard. "I never thought I'd actually see this place," he whispered finally. "Did you know about it?" Mary asked, her voice too loud. He quickly motioned for her to be quiet. "We need to talk softer," he warned, "or someone might hear us and wonder what we're doing in here." "Oh, I forgot." Mary clapped her hand over her mouth, feeling a flutter of panic. After collecting herself, she asked again, more quietly, "Did you know about the garden?" Dickon nodded. "Martha told me there was one nobody ever went inside. We used to wonder what it looked like." He paused and gazed around at the beautiful gray tangle surrounding them, his round eyes bright with happiness. "Think of all the nests birds will build here come spring," he said. It's probably the safest nesting spot in all of England, no one ever coming near, and all these trees and roses to build in. I'm surprised every bird on the moor doesn't make its home here." Without realizing it, Mary put her hand on his arm. "Will there be roses?" she whispered. "Can you tell? I worried they might all be dead." "Not all of them," he answered confidently. "Look here." He stepped toward the nearest tree, ancient, with gray lichen covering its bark, but still supporting a curtain of tangled branches. Taking out a thick knife from his pocket, he opened one of the blades. "There's plenty of dead wood that needs cutting," he explained, "but it made some new growth last year. This bit here is new." He touched a shoot that looked brownish-green instead of the hard, dry gray of the others. Mary reached out and touched it herself, her fingers gentle and reverent. "That one?" she asked. "Is it really alive? Completely alive?" Dickon's wide smile spread across his face. "It's as wick as you or me," he said, and Mary remembered Martha explaining that wick meant alive, or full of life. "I'm so glad it's wick," she whispered excitedly. "I want them all to be wick. Let's go around the garden and count how many living ones we can find." She was breathless with excitement, and Dickon matched her enthusiasm perfectly. They moved from tree to tree and bush to bush, Dickon wielding his knife as he showed her things that amazed her. "They've gone wild," he explained, "but the strongest ones have actually thrived on it. The delicate ones died out, but the others have grown and spread until they're incredible. Look at this." He pulled down a thick, gray branch that looked completely dead. "You might think this was finished, but I bet it's still alive down to the root. I'll cut it low and see." He knelt and used his knife to slice through the lifeless-looking branch near the ground. "There!" he exclaimed triumphantly. "I told you! There's green in that wood still. Look!" Mary dropped to her knees beside him, staring intently at the cut. "When it looks greenish and juicy like that, it's wick," he explained. "When the inside is dry and breaks easily, like this piece I cut off, it's done for. There's a big root here where all this live wood sprouted from. If we cut away the dead parts, dig around it, and take care of it." He paused, looking up at the climbing vines above them. "There'll be a fountain of roses here this summer." They continued from bush to bush and tree to tree. Dickon was skilled with his knife, knowing exactly how to cut away the dead wood and identifying which unpromising twigs still had life in them. Within half an hour, Mary thought she could tell too, and would gasp with delight whenever she spotted even the faintest hint of green inside a cut branch. The gardening tools proved incredibly useful, as he showed her how to use the fork while he dug around roots with the spade, loosening the soil to let air reach them. They were working diligently around one of the largest rose bushes, when Dickon suddenly stopped, pointing at the ground a few feet away. "Hey!" he exclaimed. "Who did that?" It was one of Mary's little cleared spots around the pale green shoots. "I did," Mary said. "I thought you didn't know anything about gardening," he said, surprised. "I don't," she admitted. "But they looked so small, and the grass was so thick and strong around them. They seemed like they couldn't breathe. So I made space for them. I don't even know what they are." Dickon knelt down beside the shoots, beaming. "You were exactly right," he said. "A professional gardener couldn't have done better. They'll grow like crazy now. These are crocuses and snowdrops, and over there," he pointed to another patch, "those are narcissus. And here we have daffodils. They're going to be beautiful." He ran from one clearing to another, checking them all. "You've done a lot of work for such a little girl," he said, looking her over. "I'm getting stronger," Mary said proudly. "And fatter too. I used to always be tired, but when I dig, I don't get tired at all. I love the smell of the earth when it's turned over." "It's good for you," he said, nodding wisely. "Nothing smells better than fresh earth, except maybe growing things right after it rains. Sometimes I go out on the moor when it's raining and lie under a bush, listening to the drops falling on the heather. I just breathe it all in. My mother says my nose twitches like a rabbit's. Don't you ever catch cold?" Mary asked, staring at him in wonder. She'd never met such an unusual boy, or such a nice one. Not me, he grinned. Haven't caught cold since the day I was born. Wasn't raised to be delicate. I've run around the moor in all sorts of weather, just like the rabbits. My mother says I've breathed in too much fresh air these 12 years to ever start sniffling. I'm as tough as a stick of hawthorn. He kept working as he talked, and Mary followed along, helping with her fork and trowel. There's tons of work to do here, he said excitedly, looking around. Will you come again and help me? Mary pleaded. I'm sure I can help too. I can dig and pull weeds and do whatever you tell me. Please come back, Dickon. I'll come every day if you want, rain or shine, he promised. This is the most fun I've ever had, being locked in here, waking up a garden. If you'll come, Mary said, if you'll help me make it alive, She trailed off helplessly. I don't know what I'll do. What could you possibly offer a boy like him? I'll tell you what you'll do, said Dickon with his cheerful grin. You'll get healthier and as hungry as a young fox, and you'll learn to talk to the robin just like I do. We'll have loads of fun. He walked around, studying the trees, walls, and bushes thoughtfully. I wouldn't want to make it look like a proper gardener's garden, all trimmed and perfect. Would you? He asked. It's nicer like this, with everything running wild and tangling together. Let's not make it tidy, Mary said anxiously. It wouldn't feel like a secret garden if it was all neat. Dickon stood, rubbing his rusty red hair, looking puzzled. It's definitely a secret garden, he said, but it seems like someone besides the robin has been in here since it was locked up 10 years ago. But the door was locked, and the key was buried, Mary insisted. Nobody could get in. That's true, he answered. It's strange, though. It looks like someone's done a bit of pruning here and there, more recently than 10 years ago. But how could they have? Mary asked. He examined a branch of one of the standard roses and shook his head. That's the question, isn't it? How could they, with the door locked and the key buried? Mary felt certain that no matter how long she lived, she would never forget that first morning when her garden began to grow. Because it really did seem to start growing for her that day. As Dickon cleared spaces to plant seeds, she remembered the song Basil had used to tease her. Are there any flowers that look like bells? She asked suddenly. Lilies of the valley do, he replied, digging away with the trowel. And there's canterbury bells and campanulas. Let's plant some, Mary suggested. There are already lilies of the valley here. I spotted them. They've grown too close together, so we'll need to separate them, but there are plenty. The others take 2 years to bloom from seed, but I can bring some plants from our cottage garden. Why do you want them? Mary told him about Basil and his brothers and sisters in India, how she had hated them, and how they'd taunted her by calling her Mistress Mary quite contrary. They used to dance around me singing, Mistress Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? With silver bells and cockle shells and marigolds all in a row. I just remembered it and wondered if there were really flowers that looked like silver bells. She frowned slightly and jabbed her trowel into the earth with a bit of spite. I wasn't nearly as contrary as they were. But Dickon just laughed. Well, he said, crumbling the rich black soil between his fingers and breathing in its scent. There doesn't seem much reason for anyone to be contrary when you've got flowers and friendly wild things, making homes and building nests, singing and whistling all around. Does there? Mary, kneeling beside him with the seeds in her hand, looked up and her frown vanished. Dickon, she said softly, you really are as nice as Martha said. I like you. That makes 5 people now. I never thought I'd like 5 people. Dickon sat back on his heels the way Martha did when polishing the grate. Mary thought he looked absolutely delightful with his round blue eyes, red cheeks, and happy turned-up nose. Only 5 people you like? He asked. Who are the other 4? Your mother and Martha, Mary counted on her fingers, and the robin and Ben Weatherstaff. Dickon laughed so hard he had to cover his mouth with his arm to muffle the sound. I know you think I'm a strange boy, he said, but I think you're the strangest little girl I've ever met. Then Mary did something she'd never dreamed of doing before. She leaned forward and asked him a question in his own Yorkshire dialect, remembering how in India, natives were always pleased when you spoke their language. Does thee like me? She asked. E.H., he answered warmly. That I does. I likes thee wonderful, and so does T.H. Robin, I believe. That's 2 then, said Mary happily. 2 for me. After that, they worked harder than ever, and with even more joy. Mary was startled and disappointed when she heard the big clock in the courtyard strike the hour for her midday dinner. I have to go, she said sadly. And you'll have to leave too, won't you? Dickon grinned. My dinner's easy to carry around, he explained. Mother always lets me put something in my pocket. He picked up his coat from the grass and pulled out a small bundle wrapped in a clean blue and white handkerchief. Inside were 2 thick pieces of bread with something between them. Usually it's just bread, he said, but today I've got a nice slice of bacon too. Mary thought it looked like a strange lunch, but he seemed perfectly happy with it. You go on and get your food, he said. I'll finish mine first and do some more work before I head home. He sat down with his back against a tree. I'll call the robin over and give him the bacon rind to peck at. They love a bit of fat. Mary could barely stand to leave. Suddenly she worried he might be some kind of woodland fairy who would disappear before she returned to the garden. He seemed too wonderful to be real. She walked halfway to the door, then stopped and came back. Whatever happens, she said seriously, you'd never tell anyone about this place, would you? His cheeks were stuffed with his first big bite of bread and bacon, but he managed to smile reassuringly. If you were a Missel thrush, showing me where your nest was, do you think I'd tell anyone? Not me, he promised. You're as safe as a Missel thrush. And Mary knew, without a doubt, that she was. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 12, Might I Have a Bit of Earth? Mary raced back to her room so fast she was out of breath when she arrived. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and her hair had come loose across her forehead. Martha stood waiting next to her dinner, which was already on the table. You're late, Martha said. Where have you been? I've seen Dickon, Mary burst out. I've seen Dickon! I knew he'd come, Martha said triumphantly. What do you think of him? I think he's beautiful, Mary declared with absolute certainty. Martha looked surprised but pleased. Well, she said, he's the best boy ever born. But we never thought he was handsome. His nose turns up too much. I like that it turns up, Mary insisted. And his eyes are so round, Martha added doubtfully, though they are a nice color. I like them round, Mary said firmly. And they're exactly the same color as the sky over the moor. Martha beamed with pride. Mother says he made them that color, by always looking up at the birds and clouds. But he does have a big mouth, doesn't he? I love his big mouth, Mary said stubbornly. I wish mine was just like it. Martha laughed with delight. It'd look funny in your little face, she said, but I knew you'd feel that way when you met him. How did you like the seeds and garden tools? How did you know he brought those? Mary asked. I never thought he wouldn't. He'd be sure to bring them if they existed anywhere in Yorkshire. He's that reliable. Mary worried Martha might start asking difficult questions, but she didn't. Instead, Martha seemed genuinely interested in the seeds and tools. There was only one moment when Mary felt nervous, when Martha asked where she planned to plant the flowers. Who did you ask about that? Martha inquired. I haven't asked anyone yet, Mary said hesitantly. Well, I wouldn't ask the head gardener. Mr. Roach is too important. I've never seen him, said Mary. I've only met the under gardeners and Ben Weatherstaff. If I were you, I'd ask Ben, Martha advised. He's not as grumpy as he looks. Mr. Craven lets him do whatever he wants, because he was here when Mrs. Craven was alive, and he used to make her laugh. She liked him. He might find you a corner somewhere out of the way. If it was out of the way and nobody wanted it, nobody could mind me having it, could they? Mary asked anxiously. There'd be no reason to, Martha assured her. You wouldn't do any harm. Mary wolfed down her dinner and was about to dash back to her room for her hat when Martha stopped her. I've got something to tell you, she said. I wanted to let you eat first. Mr. Craven came back this morning, and I think he wants to see you. Mary turned pale. Oh, she exclaimed. Why? He didn't want to see me when I arrived. I heard Pitcher say so. Well, Martha explained, Mrs. Medlock says it's because of my mother. She was walking to Thwaite Village and met him. She'd never spoken to him before, but Mrs. Craven had visited our cottage a few times. He'd forgotten. But Mother hadn't, and she was brave enough to stop him. I don't know what she said about you. but something made him decide to see you before he leaves again tomorrow." "Oh," cried Mary. "He's leaving tomorrow? I'm so glad. He's going for a long time. Might not be back until autumn or winter. He's going to travel abroad. He's always doing that." "Oh, I'm so glad, Mary said with relief. If he didn't come back until autumn or winter, she'd have time to watch the secret garden come alive. Even if he discovered it later and took it away from her, she'd have had that much at least. When do you think he'll want to?" She didn't finish because the door opened and Mrs. Medlock walked in. She wore her best black dress and cap, with a large brooch featuring a colored photograph of the late Mr. Medlock pinned at her collar. She always wore it when she dressed up. She looked nervous and excited. "Your hair's messy," she said briskly. "Go brush it. Martha, help her put on her best dress. Mr. Craven sent me to bring her to his study." All the color drained from Mary's face. Her heart began to pound, and she felt herself turning back into that stiff, plain, silent child. She didn't even answer Mrs. Medlock, just turned and walked into her bedroom with Martha following. She remained silent while Martha helped her change and brush her hair. When she was tidy, she followed Mrs. Medlock down the corridors without a word. What was there to say? She had to see Mr. Craven, and he wouldn't like her, and she wouldn't like him. She knew exactly what he'd think of her. They entered a part of the house Mary had never seen before. Mrs. Medlock knocked on a door, and when someone said, "Come in," they entered together. A man sat in an armchair before the fire, and Mrs. Medlock addressed him. "This is Miss Mary, sir," she said. "You can leave her here." "I'll ring when I want you to take her away," Mr. Craven said. When Mrs. Medlock left and closed the door, Mary could only stand waiting, a plain little thing twisting her thin hands together. She saw that the man in the chair wasn't really a hunchback, just a man with high, slightly crooked shoulders. He had black hair streaked with white. He turned his head and spoke to her. "Come here," he said. Mary approached him. He wasn't ugly. His face would have been handsome if it hadn't been so miserable. He looked as if the sight of her bothered and confused him, like he had no idea what to do with her. "Are you well?" he asked. "Yes," Mary answered. "Are they taking good care of you?" "Yes." He rubbed his forehead anxiously as he looked her over. "You're very thin," he observed. "I'm getting fatter," Mary replied in her stiffest tone. What an unhappy face he had. His dark eyes seemed to look through her rather than at her, like his mind was somewhere else entirely. "I forgot about you," he admitted. "How could I remember you? I meant to send a governess or nurse or someone like that, but I forgot." "Please," Mary began. "Please." The lump in her throat stopped her. "What do you want to say?" he asked. I'm too big for a nurse," Mary managed. "And please don't make me have a governess yet." He rubbed his forehead again and stared at her. "That's what the Sowerby woman said," he muttered, almost to himself. Mary gathered a bit of courage. Is she Martha's mother?" she stammered. "Yes, I think so," he replied. "She knows about children," Mary said. "She has 12. She knows." He seemed to focus more clearly. "What do you want to do?" "I want to play outside," Mary answered, hoping her voice didn't shake. "I never liked it in India. It makes me hungry here, and I'm getting stronger." He watched her closely. "Mrs. Sowerby said it would do you good. Perhaps it will. She thought you should get stronger before having a governess." "I feel strong when I play, and the wind comes over the moor," Mary argued. "Where do you play?" he asked. "Everywhere," Mary blurted. "Martha's mother sent me a skipping rope. I skip and run, and I look around to see if things are starting to grow out of the earth. I don't do any harm." "Don't look so frightened," he said, sounding worried. "You couldn't do any harm, a child like you. You may do whatever you like." Mary put her hand to her throat, afraid he might notice how it jumped with excitement. She took a step closer to him. "May I?" she asked, her voice trembling. Her anxious expression seemed to trouble him even more. "Don't look so scared," he said. "Of course you may. I'm your guardian, though a poor one for any child. I can't give you time or attention. I'm too ill and miserable and distracted. But I want you to be happy and comfortable. I don't know anything about children, but Mrs. Medlock will make sure you have everything you need. I sent for you today because Mrs. Sowerby said I should see you. Her daughter had talked about you. She thought you needed fresh air and freedom and running around. She knows all about children, Mary repeated, unable to help herself. She should, said Mr. Craven. I thought she was rather bold to stop me on the moor, but she said Mrs. Craven had been kind to her. He struggled to say his dead wife's name. She's a respectable woman. Now that I've seen you, I think she made sense. Play outside as much as you like. It's a big place, and you may go wherever you want and do whatever amuses you. Is there anything you need? He added, as if suddenly struck by a thought. Do you want toys, books, dolls? Might I? Mary asked shakily. Might I have a bit of earth? In her eagerness, she didn't realize how odd her request would sound, or that they weren't the words she'd meant to say. Mr. Craven looked startled. Earth? He repeated. What do you mean? To plant seeds in, to make things grow, to see them come alive, Mary explained haltingly. He stared at her for a moment, then quickly passed his hand over his eyes. Do you care about gardens so much? He asked slowly. I didn't know about them in India, Mary said. I was always sick and tired, and it was too hot. Sometimes I made little beds in the sand and stuck flowers in them. But here, it's different. Mr. Craven stood and began walking slowly across the room. A bit of earth, he murmured to himself, and Mary sensed she had somehow reminded him of something. When he stopped and spoke to her again, his dark eyes looked almost soft and kind. You can have as much earth as you want, he said. You remind me of someone else who loved the earth and growing things. When you see a piece of ground you want, he added with something close to a smile, take it, child, and make it come alive. May I take it from anywhere, if it's not wanted? Anywhere, he answered. There. You must go now. I'm tired. He rang for Mrs. Medlock. Goodbye. I'll be away all summer. Mrs. Medlock arrived so quickly that Mary suspected she'd been waiting just outside. Mrs. Medlock, Mr. Craven said, now that I've seen the child, I understand what Mrs. Sowerby meant. She needs to be less frail before starting lessons. Give her simple, healthy food. Let her run wild in the garden. Don't watch her too closely. She needs freedom and fresh air and playing about. Mrs. Sowerby should visit her occasionally, and she may sometimes go to the cottage. Mrs. Medlock looked pleased. She was relieved to hear she didn't need to watch Mary too closely. She'd found her a tiresome responsibility and had avoided her as much as possible. Besides, she was fond of Martha's mother. Thank you, sir, she said. Susan Sowerby and I went to school together, and she's as sensible and good-hearted a woman as you'd find anywhere. I never had children myself, but she's had 12, and you couldn't find healthier or better ones. Miss Mary can't come to any harm from them. I'd always take Susan Sowerby's advice about children. She's what you might call healthy-minded, if you understand me. I understand, Mr. Craven answered. Take Miss Mary away now, and send Pitcher to me. When Mrs. Medlock left her at the end of her corridor, Mary raced back to her room. She found Martha waiting there, having hurried back after clearing away the dinner dishes. I can have my garden, Mary cried. I can have it wherever I want. I won't have a governess for a long time. Your mother is coming to visit me, and I can go to your cottage. He says a little girl like me couldn't do any harm, and I can do whatever I want, anywhere. Well, Martha said delightedly, that was nice of him, wasn't it? Martha, Mary said solemnly, he's actually a nice man. It's just that his face is so sad and his forehead is all creased with worry. She ran as quickly as she could to the garden. She'd been away much longer than she'd expected, and she knew Dickon would need to start his 5-mile walk home soon. When she slipped through the door beneath the ivy, she saw he wasn't working where she'd left him. The gardening tools were stacked together under a tree. She ran to them, looking all around. But there was no sign of Dickon. He was gone, and the secret garden was empty, except for the robin, who had just flown over the wall and perched on a standard rose bush, watching her. He's gone, she said sadly. Oh, was he just a wood fairy? Something white attached to the rose bush caught her eye. It was a piece of paper. Actually, a piece of the letter she had printed for Martha to send to Dickon. It was fastened to the bush with a long thorn. In a moment, she realized Dickon had left it for her. There were some roughly printed letters on it and a sort of picture. At first, she couldn't tell what it was. Then she saw it was meant to be a nest with a bird sitting in it. Underneath were the printed words, "I will come back." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 13 I Am Colin. Mary took Dickon's drawing back to the house when she went for supper and showed it to Martha. "Well, look at that," Martha said proudly. "I never knew our Dickon was so talented. That's a picture of a Missel thrush on her nest, as lifelike as anything." Mary instantly understood that Dickon had sent her a message. He was promising to keep her secret. The garden was her nest, and she was like the thrush. She felt a rush of affection for that strange, kind boy. She fell asleep that night hoping he'd come back the very next day. But Yorkshire weather is unpredictable, especially in spring. Mary woke in the middle of the night to the sound of heavy rain lashing against her window. The wind howled around the corners of the massive old house, making that eerie moaning sound they called wuthering. Mary sat up in bed, feeling frustrated and miserable. "The rain is as stubborn as I ever was," she muttered. "It came because it knew I didn't want it." She flopped back onto her pillow and buried her face. Though she didn't cry, she lay there hating the drumming of the rain and the wailing of the wind. The mournful sounds kept her awake because they matched her mood. If she'd been happy, they might have lulled her to sleep instead of keeping her awake. "It sounds like someone lost on the moor, wandering and crying," she whispered to herself. After about an hour of tossing and turning, something made Mary suddenly sit up and turn toward the door. She listened intently, tilting her head. "That's not the wind," she whispered. "That's different. It's that crying I heard before." Her door was slightly open, and the sound came drifting down the corridor, a distant, fretful sobbing. She listened for several minutes, growing more certain with each passing moment. Something about it seemed even stranger than the secret garden and the buried key. Perhaps her rebellious mood made her feel braver than usual. "I'm going to find out what it is," she decided, sliding out of bed. "Everyone's asleep, and I don't care about Mrs. Medlock. I really don't." She grabbed the candle from her bedside and slipped quietly from her room. The corridor stretched ahead, long and dark, but she was too curious to be frightened. She tried to remember the turns she needed to take to find the short passage with the tapestry door, the one Mrs. Medlock had come through the day Mary got lost. The crying seemed to be coming from that direction. With her small light casting shadows on the walls, she moved carefully, her heart pounding so loudly she thought she could hear it. The faint crying continued, sometimes stopping briefly before starting again. Was this the right corner? She paused, thinking. Yes, down this passage, then left, up 2 broad steps, then right again. There was the tapestry door. Mary pushed it open gently and closed it behind her. The crying was much clearer now, though still not loud. It was coming from behind a wall to her left, just a few yards away where she could see light seeping under a door. Someone was crying in that room, someone young. She walked to the door and pushed it open, and there she stood, inside the mysterious room. It was spacious, filled with beautiful, old furniture. A low fire glowed in the hearth, and a nightlight burned beside a carved 4-poster bed, draped with rich fabric. On the bed lay a boy, crying fretfully. Mary wondered if she was dreaming. The boy had a sharp, delicate face, as pale as ivory, with eyes that seemed too large. Thick hair tumbled over his forehead in dark locks, making his thin face look even smaller. He appeared sickly, but his crying seemed more from frustration than pain. Mary stood frozen by the door, holding her candle and barely breathing. Then she crept across the room. As she drew closer, the light caught the boy's attention, and he turned to stare at her, his gray eyes widening enormously. "Who are you?" he finally whispered, sounding half frightened. "Are you a ghost?" "No, I'm not," Mary answered, her own whisper equally nervous. "Are you?" He stared at her for a long time. Mary couldn't help noticing his unusual eyes, gray like agate, framed by thick black lashes that made them look enormous in his thin face. "No," he answered after a moment. "I'm Colin." "Who's Colin?" she asked, hesitantly. "I'm Colin Craven. Who are you?" "I'm Mary Lennox. Mr. Craven is my uncle." "He's my father," said the boy. "Your father?" Mary gasped. "Nobody ever told me he had a son. Why not?" "Come here," he said, his strange eyes still fixed on her with a worried expression. She approached the bed, and he reached out to touch her. "You're real, aren't you?" he asked. I have such vivid dreams sometimes. You might be one of them." Mary had thrown on a woolen robe before leaving her room. She placed the fabric between his fingers. "Feel how thick and warm it is," she said. "I can pinch you if you want, to prove I'm real. For a minute I thought you might be a dream, too." "Where did you come from?" he asked. "From my room. The wind was howling so much I couldn't sleep, and I heard someone crying." "What were you crying about?" "Because I couldn't sleep either, and my head ached." "Tell me your name again." "Mary Lennox. Didn't anyone tell you I'd come to live here?" He was still feeling the material of her robe, but he seemed more convinced of her existence now. "No," he answered. "They wouldn't dare." "Why?" asked Mary. "Because I'd be afraid you might see me. I don't let people see me or talk about me." "Why?" Mary asked again, growing more confused. "Because I'm always like this, sick and bedridden. My father won't let people talk about me either. The servants aren't allowed to mention me. If I live, I might become a hunchback, but I probably won't live. My father hates thinking I might look like him." "What a strange house this is," Mary exclaimed. "Everything's a secret. Rooms locked up, gardens locked up, and you! Have you been locked up too?" "No, I stay in this room because I don't want to be moved. It tires me too much." "Does your father visit you?" Mary ventured. "Sometimes, usually when I'm asleep. He doesn't want to see me." "Why?" Mary couldn't help asking again. A shadow of anger passed over the boy's face. "My mother died when I was born, and it makes him miserable to look at me. He thinks I don't know, but I've heard people talking. He almost hates me." "He hates the garden because she died," Mary said, half to herself. "What garden?" the boy asked quickly. "Oh, just a garden she liked," Mary stammered. "Have you always been here?" "Almost always. Sometimes they've taken me to the seaside, but I refuse to stay because people stare at me. I used to wear an iron brace to straighten my back, but a famous doctor from London examined me and said it was foolish. He told them to take it off and let me get fresh air, but I hate fresh air and don't want to go outside." "I felt that way when I first came here," said Mary. "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" "Because of my dreams that feel so real," he answered irritably. "Sometimes when I open my eyes, I don't believe I'm actually awake." "We're both awake," Mary assured him, glancing around the high-ceilinged room with its shadowy corners and flickering firelight. "But it does look dreamlike. It's the middle of the night and everyone's asleep except us. We're wide awake." "I don't want this to be a dream," the boy said restlessly. Mary suddenly thought of something. "If you don't like people seeing you," she began slowly, "do you want me to leave?" He was still holding the edge of her robe and gave it a small tug. "No," he said. "I think you were a dream if you left. If you're real, sit on that footstool and talk to me. I want to hear about you." Mary placed her candle on the table by the bed and sat on the cushioned stool. She had no desire to leave. She wanted to stay in this hidden room and talk with this mysterious boy. "What do you want me to tell you?" she asked. He wanted to know everything. How long she'd been at Misselthwaite, which corridor her room was in, what she'd been doing, whether she disliked the Moor as much as he did, where she'd lived before Yorkshire. She answered all his questions and many more while he lay back on his pillow, listening intently. Mary discovered that Colin hadn't learned things like other children because of his illness. A nurse had taught him to read when he was very young, and he spent his time reading and looking at pictures and expensive books. Though his father rarely saw him when he was awake, Colin was given all kinds of wonderful things to entertain himself. Yet he never seemed truly happy. "Everyone has to do whatever pleases me," he said indifferently. "Getting angry makes me ill. Nobody believes I'll live to grow up." He spoke as if he'd heard it so often that it no longer bothered him. He seemed to enjoy the sound of Mary's voice. As she continued talking, he listened with drowsy interest. Once or twice she wondered if he might be falling asleep, but then he asked a question that changed everything. "How old are you?" he asked. "I'm 10, Mary answered, momentarily forgetting herself. "And so are you." "How do you know that?" he demanded, surprised. "Because when you were born the garden door was locked and the key was buried. It's been locked for 10 years. Colin partly sat up, turning toward her and leaning on his elbows. "What garden door? Who locked it? Where's the key buried?" he asked eagerly, suddenly very interested. It's the garden your father hates," Mary said nervously. "He locked the door. Nobody knows where he buried the key." "What kind of garden is it?" Colin persisted. "No one has been allowed inside for 10 years," Mary answered carefully. but it was too late to be careful. Colin was too much like her, bored and lonely, and the idea of a hidden garden fascinated him just as it had fascinated her. He bombarded her with questions. Where was it? Had she looked for the door? Had she asked the gardeners? They won't talk about it, Mary said. I think they've been told not to answer questions. I would make them tell me, Colin declared. Could you? Mary faltered, growing nervous. If he could force people to answer his questions, who knew what might happen? Everyone has to please me. I told you that, he said. If I live, this place will someday belong to me. They all know that. I would make them tell me. Mary hadn't realized how spoiled she herself had been, until she saw how thoroughly spoiled this boy was. He thought the entire world belonged to him. How strange he was, and how calmly he talked about not living. Do you think you won't live? She asked, partly from curiosity and partly hoping to distract him from the garden. I don't expect to, he answered with the same indifference as before. Ever since I can remember, I've heard people say I won't. At first they thought I was too young to understand, and now they think I don't hear them, but I do. My doctor is my father's cousin. He's quite poor, and if I die, he'll inherit Misselthwaite when my father dies. I imagine he doesn't want me to live. Do you want to live? Mary asked. No, he answered crossly. But I don't want to die either. When I feel sick, I lie here thinking about it until I cry and cry. I've heard you crying 3 times, Mary said, but I didn't know who it was. Were you crying about that? She desperately wanted him to forget about the garden. Probably, he answered. Let's talk about something else. Tell me about that garden. Don't you want to see it? Yes, Mary admitted quietly. I do too, he continued eagerly. I don't think I've ever really wanted to see anything before, but I want to see that garden. I want the key dug up and the door unlocked. They could take me there in my wheelchair. That would count as fresh air. I'm going to make them open the door. He had grown excited, his strange eyes shining like stars and looking bigger than ever. They have to please me, he insisted. I'll make them take me there, and I'll let you come too. Mary's hands clutched each other in panic. Everything would be ruined. Dickon would never return. She'd never again feel like a Missel thrush with a safe hidden nest. Oh, don't do that, she cried. He stared at her as if she'd gone mad. Why not? He demanded. You said you wanted to see it. I do, she replied, almost choking on her words. But if you make them open the door and take you in like that, it won't be a secret anymore. He leaned even closer to her. A secret? He repeated. What do you mean? Tell me. Mary's words tumbled out in a rush. You see, if no one knows except us, if there was a door hidden under the ivy somewhere, if we could find it and slip through together and close it behind us, with nobody knowing anyone was inside, and we called it our garden and pretended we were Missel thrushes, and it was our nest, and if we played there almost every day and dug and planted seeds and made everything come alive. Is it dead? He interrupted. It will be soon if nobody cares for it, she continued breathlessly. The bulbs will survive, but the roses. He cut her off again, as excited as she was. What are bulbs? He asked quickly. They're daffodils and lilies and snowdrops. They're working underground right now, pushing up pale green shoots because spring is coming. Is spring coming? He asked. What's it like? You don't notice it in rooms when you're sick. It's sunshine falling on rain, and rain falling through sunshine, Mary said, and things pushing up from underground. If the garden stayed secret, and we could get inside, we could watch everything grow bigger each day, and see how many roses are still alive. Don't you see? Don't you understand how much better it would be as a secret? He fell back against his pillow with a strange expression on his face. I've never had a secret, he said slowly, except the one about not living to grow up. They don't know I know that, so I suppose it counts as a secret, but I like this kind better. If you promise not to make them take you to the garden, Mary pleaded, I think I can figure out how to get in someday. And then, if the doctor wants you to go outside in your wheelchair, and if you can always do whatever you want, maybe we could find a boy who would push you, and we could go by ourselves, and it would always be our secret garden. I would like that, he said very slowly, his eyes growing dreamy. I would like that. I wouldn't mind fresh air in a secret garden. Mary began to breathe easier, feeling safer because the idea of keeping the secret seemed to appeal to him. She felt certain that if she could make him visualize the garden as she had seen it, He would love it too much to let just anyone walk into it whenever they wanted. "I'll tell you what I think it would be like if we could go inside," she said. "Since it's been locked up so long, things have probably grown wild and tangled." He lay perfectly still, listening as she described the roses that might have climbed from tree to tree and hung down in curtains, and the many birds that might have built nests there because it was so protected. Then she told him about the robin and Ben Weatherstaff. There was so much to say about the robin, and it felt so easy and safe to talk about, that her nervousness faded. Colin was so delighted by the robin that he smiled until he looked almost handsome, though at first Mary had thought he was even plainer than herself with his oversized eyes and heavy locks of hair. "I had no idea birds could be like that," he said wonderingly. "But when you're stuck in a room you miss so much. You know so many things. It's almost like you've been inside that garden." She didn't know how to respond, so she stayed quiet. He didn't seem to expect an answer anyway, and a moment later he surprised her. "I want to show you something," he said. "Do you see that rose-colored silk curtain hanging on the wall above the fireplace?" Mary hadn't noticed it before, but looking up, she saw a soft silk curtain that seemed to be covering something. "Yes," she answered. "There's a cord hanging from it," Colin said. "Go pull it." Mary stood up, curious, and found the cord. When she pulled it, the silk curtain slid back on rings, revealing a portrait of a young woman with a laughing face. She had bright hair tied with a blue ribbon, and her joyful eyes were exactly like Colin's sad ones, gray like agate and looking twice their real size because of the dark lashes surrounding them. "That's my mother," Colin said plaintively. "I don't understand why she had to die. Sometimes I hate her for it." "How strange," Mary murmured. "If she'd lived, I don't think I would have been sick all the time," he complained. "I probably would have lived normally. My father wouldn't hate looking at me, and I might have had a strong back." "Pull the curtain closed again." Mary did as he asked, and returned to her footstool. "She's much prettier than you," she said frankly, "but her eyes are just like yours, the same shape and color. Why is the curtain kept over her?" He shifted uncomfortably. "I made them do it," he admitted. "Sometimes I don't like seeing her looking at me. She smiles too much when I'm feeling sick and miserable. Besides, she's mine, and I don't want everyone seeing her." There was silence for a few moments before Mary spoke again. "What would Mrs. Medlock do if she found out I'd been here?" she asked. "She'd do whatever I told her to," he answered confidently. "And I'd tell her I wanted you to come talk to me every day. I'm glad you came." "So am I," said Mary. "I'll visit as often as I can, but," she hesitated, "I'll need to search for the garden door every day." "Yes, you must," Colin agreed, "and you can tell me about it afterward." He thought for a minute, like he had before, then spoke again. "I think you should be a secret too," he decided. "I won't tell anyone until they find out themselves. I can always send the nurse away and say I want to be alone. Do you know Martha?" "Yes, very well," said Mary. "She takes care of me." He nodded toward the corridor. "She's the one sleeping in the next room. The nurse went to stay overnight with her sister yesterday, and she always makes Martha look after me when she wants to go out. Martha can tell you when to come visit." Mary suddenly understood why Martha had looked so worried when she'd asked about the crying. "Martha knew about you all along?" she asked. "Yes, she often helps with me. The nurse likes getting away from me, and that's when Martha comes." "I've been here a long time," Mary said, noticing his drooping eyelids. "Should I leave now? You look sleepy." "I wish I could fall asleep before you go," he said shyly. "Close your eyes," Mary said, pulling her stool closer. "I'll do what my ayah used to do in India. I'll pat your hand and stroke it and sing very quietly." "I might like that," he said drowsily. Somehow she felt sorry for him and wanted to help him fall asleep. She leaned against the bed and began gently stroking his hand while singing a soft, low melody in Hindustani. "That's nice," he murmured, his voice growing fainter, and she continued her gentle chant. When she looked at him again, his dark lashes rested against his pale cheeks, his eyes were closed, and he was fast asleep. She quietly stood, picked up her candle, and slipped from the room without making a sound. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 14. A Young Rajah. The morning brought only mist-covered moors and relentless rain. No chance of going outside today. Mary barely saw Martha, who was rushing around with her chores, but by afternoon she asked the maid to sit with her in the nursery. Martha brought along her knitting, that constant project always in her hands whenever she had a free moment. "What's wrong?" Martha asked the moment they sat down. "You look like you've got something to tell." "I have," Mary said. "I found out where that crying was coming from. It was Colin. I found him." Martha's face flushed with alarm. She dropped her knitting onto her lap and stared at Mary with wide eyes. "You haven't," she gasped. "No." "I heard it during the night," Mary continued. "I got up to see where it was coming from. It was Colin." Martha's face was now bright red with panic. "Oh, Miss Mary," she said, almost crying. "You shouldn't have done that." "You'll get me in trouble. I never told you anything about him. But you'll get me fired. I'll lose my position, and what will my mother do?" "You won't lose your job," Mary assured her. "He was happy I came. We talked for ages, and he told me he was glad I found him." "Was he?" Martha cried in disbelief. "Are you sure? You don't know what he's like when he's upset. He's too old to cry like a baby. But when he's angry, he screams just to frighten us. He knows we can't stand up to him." "He wasn't upset," Mary insisted. "I asked if I should leave, and he made me stay. He asked me questions, and I sat on a footstool and told him about India and the robin and gardens. He wouldn't let me go. He even showed me his mother's picture. Before I left, I sang him to sleep." Martha's mouth fell open in shock. "I can hardly believe it," she said. "It's like you walked straight into a lion's den." Usually he'd have thrown one of his tantrums and woken the whole house. "He doesn't let strangers look at him." "He let me look at him," Mary said. "I looked at him the entire time, and he looked right back at me. We just stared at each other." "I don't know what to do," Martha fretted. "If Mrs. Medlock finds out, she'll think I disobeyed orders and told you about him. She'll send me straight back to my mother." "He's not going to tell Mrs. Medlock anything yet. It's going to be our secret, just for now," Mary said with determination. "And he says everyone has to do what he wants." "That's true enough. The spoiled boy," Martha sighed, wiping her forehead with her apron. "He says Mrs. Medlock has to obey him too, and he wants me to come talk to him every day. You're supposed to tell me when he asks for me." "Me?" Martha exclaimed. "I'll lose my job for sure." "You can't if you're doing what he wants," Mary reasoned. "Everyone has to obey him, right?" "Do you mean to tell me," Martha asked with wide eyes, "that he was actually nice to you?" "I think he almost liked me," Mary answered. "Then you must have put a spell on him," Martha decided, taking a deep breath. "Do you mean magic?" Mary asked. "I've heard about magic in India, but I can't do it. I just walked into his room and was so surprised that I stood there staring. Then he turned around and stared back at me. He thought I was a ghost or a dream, and maybe I thought the same about him. It was strange, being there together in the middle of the night, not knowing anything about each other. We started asking questions, and when I asked if I should leave, he told me to stay." "The world's coming to an end," Martha gasped. "What's wrong with him?" Mary asked. "Nobody knows for certain," Martha replied. "Mr. Craven lost his mind when Colin was born. The doctors thought he might need to be committed. It was because Mrs. Craven died, like I told you. He wouldn't even look at the baby. He raved that it would be another hunchback like him and would be better off dead." "Is Colin a hunchback?" Mary asked. "He didn't look like one." "Not yet," Martha said. "But he started off all wrong. Mother said there was enough trouble and anger in the house to mess up any child. They worried his back was weak, so they've always kept him lying down and not letting him walk. Once they made him wear a brace, but he got so upset he became ill. Then a specialist came to examine him and made them take it off. He spoke quite sharply to the regular doctor, politely, but firm. Said there'd been too much medicine and too much letting him have his way. I think he's very spoiled," Mary commented. "He's the worst young troublemaker ever," Martha declared, "though I won't say he hasn't been sick quite a bit. He's had coughs and colds that nearly killed him 2 or 3 times. Once he had rheumatic fever, and another time, typhoid. Mrs. Medlock got really scared then. He was delirious, and she was talking to the nurse, thinking he couldn't understand, and she said, 'He'll die this time for sure, and it's probably best for him and everyone else.' When she looked over, his eyes were wide open, watching her as clearly as could be. She didn't know what would happen, but he just stared and said, 'Get me some water and stop talking.'" "Do you think he will die?" Mary asked. "Mother says there's no reason any child should die who gets fresh air and doesn't just lie around reading picture books and taking medicine. But he's weak and hates the trouble of going outside. He catches cold so easily he claims it makes him sick." Mary sat quietly, watching the fire. "I wonder," she said slowly, "if being in a garden and watching things grow might help him. It helped me." "One of his worst fits ever," Martha said, "happened when they took him out near the fountain with the roses. He'd read something in a newspaper about rose cold and started sneezing, claiming he had it. Then a new gardener who didn't know the rules walked by and looked at him curiously. Colin flew into a rage, saying the man stared because he was going to become a hunchback. He cried himself into a fever and was sick all night. "If he ever gets angry with me, I'll never visit him again," Mary declared. "He'll have you if he wants you," Martha said. "You might as well know that from the start." Shortly after, a bell rang, and Martha rolled up her knitting. "The nurse probably wants me to sit with him," she said. "I hope he's in a good mood." Martha was gone about 10 minutes. When she returned, she looked puzzled. "Well, you've definitely put a spell on him," she said. "He's up on his sofa with his picture books. He's told the nurse to stay away until 6 o'clock. I'm supposed to wait in the next room. The moment she left, he called me over and said, 'I want Mary Lennox to come talk to me. And remember, don't tell anyone. You'd better hurry.'" Mary was happy to go quickly. Though she didn't want to see Colin as much as she wanted to see Dickon, she was still very curious about him. When she entered Colin's room, a bright fire burned in the hearth. In daylight, she could see how beautiful the room truly was. Rich colors in the rugs and hangings, pictures and books on the walls that made it feel warm and inviting despite the gray sky and rain outside. Colin himself looked almost like a painting, wrapped in a velvet dressing gown, propped against a large, brocaded cushion. His cheeks had bright red spots of color. "Come in," he said. "I've been thinking about you all morning." "I've been thinking about you too," Mary replied. "You don't know how scared Martha is. She says Mrs. Medlock will think she told me about you, and then she'll be fired." He frowned. "Go get her," he ordered. "She's in the next room." Mary brought Martha back. The poor maid was trembling. Colin was still frowning. "Are you supposed to do what I say or not?" he demanded. "I must do as you please, sir," Martha stammered, turning scarlet. "Does Medlock have to do what I say?" "Everyone does, sir," Martha replied. "Well then, if I order you to bring Miss Mary to me, how can Medlock fire you for it?" "Please don't let her, sir," Martha pleaded. "I'll send her away if she dares say a word about it," Colin announced grandly. "She wouldn't like that, I promise you." "Thank you, sir," Martha said, dropping a small curtsy. "I want to do my job properly." "What I want is your job," Colin said, even more grandly. "I'll look after you. Now go." When the door closed behind Martha, Colin noticed Mary staring at him curiously. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about two things." "What are they? Sit down and tell me." "Here's the first," Mary said, taking a seat on the large stool. "Once in India, I saw a boy who was a Rajah. He had rubies, emeralds, and diamonds all over him. He spoke to his people exactly the way you just spoke to Martha. Everyone had to do whatever he told them, instantly. I think they might have been killed if they hadn't." "You'll have to tell me about Rajahs later," he said. "But first, what was the second thing?" "I was thinking," Mary said, "how different you are from Dickon." "Who's Dickon?" he asked. "What a strange name." She figured she might as well tell him. She could talk about Dickon without mentioning the secret garden. She had enjoyed hearing Martha talk about him, and, besides, she longed to talk about him herself. It made him feel closer somehow. "He's Martha's brother." "He's 12, she explained. "He's not like anyone else in the world. He can charm foxes and squirrels and birds, just like the snake charmers in India. He plays a soft tune on his pipe, and they come listen to him." Colin suddenly pulled a large book from the table beside him. "There's a picture of a snake charmer in here," he said excitedly. "Come look." The book was beautiful, with magnificent color illustrations. He turned to one of them. "Can he do that?" he asked eagerly. "He plays his pipe and they listen," Mary explained. "But he doesn't call it magic. He says it's because he lives on the moor so much and understands their ways. Sometimes he feels like he's part bird or rabbit himself. He likes them so much. I think he asks the robin questions. It seems like they talk to each other in soft chirps." Colin leaned back on his cushion, his eyes growing wider. and the spots on his cheeks burning brighter. "Tell me more about him," he said. "He knows everything about eggs and nests," Mary continued, "and he knows where foxes and badgers and otters live. He keeps their locations secret so other boys won't find their homes and scare them. He knows about everything that grows or lives on the moor." "Does he like the moor?" Colin asked. "How can he, when it's such a huge, empty, gloomy place?" "It's the most beautiful place in the world," Mary protested. "Thousands of lovely things grow there, and there are thousands of little creatures, busy building nests and digging holes and burrows, chirping or singing or squeaking to each other. They're so busy having fun under the earth or in the trees or heather. It's their world." "How do you know all that?" Colin asked, turning on his elbow to look at her. "I have never actually been out there," Mary said, suddenly remembering. "I only drove across it in the dark. I thought it was ugly then. Martha told me about it first, and then Dickon. When Dickon talks about it, you can almost see and hear everything, like you're standing in the heather with the sun shining and the gorse smelling like honey, surrounded by bees and butterflies." "You never see anything when you're sick," Colin said restlessly. He looked like someone listening to a distant sound, trying to figure out what it was. "You can't if you stay in a room all the time," Mary said. "I couldn't go out on the moor," he said resentfully. Mary was quiet for a moment, before saying something bold. "You might, someday." He flinched as if startled. "Go on the moor? How could I? I'm going to die." "How do you know?" Mary asked unsympathetically. She didn't like how he talked about dying, as if he was almost proud of it. "I've heard it for as long as I can remember," he answered irritably. "They're always whispering about it, thinking, I don't notice. They actually wish I would die." Mary felt contrary and pressed her lips together. "If they wished I would die, I definitely wouldn't. Who wishes you would?" "The servants. And Dr. Craven, of course, because he'd inherit Misselthwaite and be rich instead of poor. He doesn't dare say it, but he always looks happy when I get worse. When I had typhoid fever, his face got quite fat with smiling. I think my father wishes it too." "I don't believe that," Mary said stubbornly. That made Colin turn and look at her again. "Don't you?" Then he lay back on his cushion and grew quiet, as if thinking. There was a long silence. Perhaps they were both considering strange things that children don't usually think about. "I like the specialist from London because he made them take off that iron brace," Mary said finally. "Did he say you were going to die?" "No." "What did he say?" "He didn't whisper," Colin answered. "Maybe he knew I hate whispering. I heard him say one thing quite clearly. He said, the boy might live if he would make up his mind to it. Put him in the right mood." He sounded annoyed. "I know who might put you in the right mood," Mary said thoughtfully. She felt like settling this question one way or another. "I think Dickon could. He's always talking about living things. He never mentions dead things or sick things. He's always looking up at birds flying, or down at things growing. He has these round blue eyes that are so wide open from looking at everything, and his laugh is so big, and his mouth so wide, and his cheeks are as red as cherries." She moved her stool closer to the sofa, her expression softening at the memory of Dickon's smile. "Listen," she said, "let's not talk about dying. I don't like it. Let's talk about living instead. Let's talk about Dickon, and then we can look at your pictures." It was the perfect thing to say. Talking about Dickon meant talking about the moor, the cottage with 14 people living on 16 shillings a week, the children who thrived on the moor grass like wild ponies, and Dickon's mother, the skipping rope, the moor in sunshine, and the pale green shoots poking through the black soil. Everything felt so alive that Mary talked more than she ever had before, and Colin both talked and listened as he never had either. Soon they were laughing over nothing, the way children do when they're happy together. They laughed until they were making as much noise as any two normal, healthy 10-year-olds, instead of a hardened, unloving girl and a sickly boy convinced he was dying. They were having so much fun that they forgot about the pictures and lost track of time. They were laughing loudly about Ben Weatherstaff and his robin when Colin, who had actually sat up as if he'd forgotten about his weak back, suddenly remembered something. "Do you know there's one thing we never thought of?" he said. "We're cousins." It seemed so ridiculous that they'd talk so much without remembering this simple fact that they laughed even harder. And right in the middle of their laughter, the door opened and in walked Dr. Craven and Mrs. Medlock. Dr. Craven jumped in alarm, and Mrs. Medlock nearly fell backward when he accidentally bumped into her. "Good Lord!" gasped poor Mrs. Medlock, her eyes bulging. "Good Lord!" "What is this?" Dr. Craven demanded, stepping forward. "What's going on?" Mary was reminded of the boy Rajah again. Colin answered as if the doctor's alarm and Mrs. Medlock's terror meant nothing to him. He was as calm as if an elderly cat and dog had wandered into the room. "This is my cousin, Mary Lennox," he said coolly. "I asked her to come talk to me. I like her. She must come talk to me whenever I send for her." Dr. Craven looked reproachfully at Mrs. Medlock. "Oh, sir," she panted. "I don't know how this happened. There's not a servant in this house who would dare talk. They all have strict orders." "Nobody told her anything," Colin said. "She heard me crying and found me herself. I'm glad she came. Don't be ridiculous, Medlock." Mary could see Dr. Craven wasn't pleased, but it was obvious he didn't dare oppose his patient. He sat down beside Colin and checked his pulse. "I'm afraid there's been too much excitement. Excitement isn't good for you, my boy," he said. "I'd be more upset if she stayed away," Colin replied, his eyes beginning to flash dangerously. "I feel better. She makes me better. The nurse should bring her tea with mine. We'll have tea together." Mrs. Medlock and Dr. Craven exchanged troubled glances, but there was clearly nothing they could do. "He does look a bit better, sir," Mrs. Medlock ventured. "But," she added thoughtfully, "he looked better this morning before she came in." "She came to my room last night," Colin said. "She stayed with me a long time. She sang a Hindi song that helped me fall asleep. I felt better when I woke up. I wanted breakfast, and now I want my tea. Tell the nurse, Medlock." Dr. Craven didn't stay much longer. He spoke quietly to the nurse when she entered and gave a few warnings to Colin. "Don't talk too much. Don't forget you're ill. Don't forget you tire easily." Mary thought there seemed to be quite a lot of unpleasant things he wasn't supposed to forget. Colin looked irritated, his strange dark-lashed eyes fixed on Dr. Craven's face. "I want to forget all that," he said finally. "She helps me forget. That's why I want her here." Dr. Craven didn't look happy when he left. He glanced curiously at Mary, who had gone back to being stiff and quiet the moment he arrived. He clearly couldn't see what Colin found so appealing about her. The boy did look brighter, though, and the doctor sighed heavily as he walked down the corridor. "They're always trying to make me eat when I don't want to," Colin complained, as the nurse brought in tea and set it on the table by the sofa. "Now, if you'll eat, I will too. Those muffins look nice and hot. Tell me about Rajah's." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 15, Nest Building. After another week of rain, the high blue sky finally reappeared, and the sun blazed down with surprising warmth. Even though Mary hadn't been able to visit either the secret garden or Dickon during the wet weather, she'd still enjoyed herself. The week had flown by as she spent hours each day in Colin's room, telling him stories about Rajahs, gardens, Dickon, and his cottage on the moor. They pored over magnificent books and pictures together. Sometimes Mary read to Colin, and sometimes he read to her. When he was interested and entertained, she could hardly believe he was sick at all, except for his pale face and the fact that he never left his sofa. "You're a sneaky one," Mrs. Medlock told her one day, "listening at doors and wandering around at night. But I have to admit, it's been a blessing for all of us." He hasn't thrown a single tantrum or complained since you two became friends. The nurse was ready to quit because she was so tired of him, but now she says she doesn't mind staying as long as you're helping. In her conversations with Colin, Mary was careful about mentioning the secret garden. There were things she wanted to find out, but she knew better than to ask direct questions. First, as she grew to enjoy his company, she needed to know if he could be trusted with a secret. He wasn't anything like Dickon, but he seemed so excited by the idea of a garden nobody knew about that she thought maybe he could keep it to himself. But she hadn't known him long enough to be sure. The second thing she wanted to discover was whether it might be possible to take him to the garden without anyone finding out. The doctor had insisted Colin needed fresh air, and Colin himself had said he wouldn't mind fresh air if it was in a secret garden. Maybe if he got plenty of fresh air and met Dickon and the robin and saw things growing, he might stop thinking so much about dying. Mary had caught glimpses of herself in the mirror lately and realized she looked completely different from the girl who had arrived from India. This new Mary looked healthier. Even Martha had noticed. "The moor air's done you good already," she'd said. "You're not so yellow and skinny anymore. Even your hair's got some life to it now. It's not so flat against your head." "It's like me," Mary had replied. "It's getting stronger and fuller. I'm sure there's more of it." "Looks that way for sure," Martha had agreed, fluffing it around Mary's face. "You're not half as ugly when it sticks out a bit, and there's some color in your cheeks." If gardens and fresh air had helped her, maybe they would help Colin too. But then, if he hated people looking at him, would he really want to meet Dickon? "Why does it make you angry when people look at you?" she asked Colin one day. "I've always hated it," he answered, "even when I was very little. When they took me to the seaside, and I'd lie in my carriage, everybody would stare. Ladies would stop and talk to my nurse, then they'd start whispering. I knew they were saying I wouldn't live to grow up. Sometimes they'd pat my cheeks and say, 'Poor child.' Once, when a lady did that, I screamed and bit her hand. She was so frightened she ran away." "She probably thought you'd gone mad like a dog," Mary said bluntly. "I don't care what she thought." Colin frowned. "I wonder why you didn't scream and bite me when I came into your room that night," Mary said, starting to smile. "I thought you were a ghost or a dream," he said. "You can't bite a ghost or a dream, and if you scream, they won't care." "Would you hate it if a boy looked at you?" Mary asked hesitantly. He lay back on his pillow, thinking carefully. "There's one boy," he said slowly, weighing each word. "One boy I think I might not mind. It's that boy who knows where the foxes live. Dickon." "I'm sure you wouldn't mind him," Mary said. "The birds and animals don't." "Maybe that's why," Colin reflected. "He's a sort of animal charmer, and I'm like a boy animal." They both laughed at this idea. The thought of Colin as a boy animal hiding in his den struck them as hilarious. Afterward, Mary felt relieved. She didn't need to worry about Dickon. On that first blue-skied morning after the rain, Mary woke very early. Sunlight streamed through her blinds in golden rays, and the sight filled her with such joy that she jumped out of bed and ran to the window. She pulled up the blinds and pushed the window open, letting in a gust of fresh, sweet-smelling air. The moor stretched blue in the distance, and the whole world looked transformed, as if by magic. Everywhere she could hear delicate chirping sounds, like dozens of birds tuning up for a concert. Mary stuck her hand into the sunshine. "It's warm, warm," she exclaimed. "It'll make the green shoots push up, and it'll make the bulbs and roots work and struggle with all their might under the earth." She knelt down and leaned out as far as she could, taking deep breaths and sniffing the air until she laughed, remembering how Dickon's mother had described his nose quivering like a rabbit's. "It must be very early," she thought. "The clouds are still pink, and I've never seen the sky look like this. Nobody's up yet. I can't even hear the stable boys." A sudden thought made her jump to her feet. "I can't wait. I'm going to see the garden." She'd learned to dress herself by now and put on her clothes in 5 minutes. She knew a small side door she could unlock herself, so she raced downstairs in her stocking feet and put on her shoes in the hall. She unchained, unbolted, and unlocked the door, and when it swung open, she leaped across the threshold in a single bound. There she stood on grass that seemed to have turned green overnight, with the sun pouring down on her and warm, sweet breezes swirling around her, while fluting and twittering and singing came from every bush and tree. She clasped her hands in pure joy and looked up at the sky, so blue and pink and pearly white, flooded with spring light, and felt like she might burst into song herself, just like the thrushes and robins and skylarks that couldn't possibly contain their happiness. She raced along the paths toward the secret garden. "Everything's different already," she said breathlessly. "The grass is greener, things are sprouting everywhere, plants are uncurling, and green leaf buds are showing. I'm sure Dickon will come this afternoon." The long, warm rain had transformed the flower beds along the lower wall. Plants were pushing up from the roots of clumps, and here and there she caught glimpses of royal purple and yellow unfurling among the crocus stems. 6 months ago, Mary wouldn't have noticed the world waking up, but now she missed nothing. When she reached the ivy-covered door, she was startled by a loud sound, the caw-caw of a crow. It came from the top of the wall, and when she looked up, a big, glossy blue-black bird sat there, staring down at her with knowing eyes. She'd never seen a crow so close before, and it made her nervous, but a moment later, it spread its wings and flapped across the garden. She hoped it wasn't planning to stay inside and pushed the door open cautiously. When she stepped into the garden, she saw that the crow did indeed plan to stay. since it had landed on a small apple tree. Under the tree lay a little reddish animal with a bushy tail. Both of them were watching Dickon, who knelt on the grass, working hard with his rust-red head, bent in concentration. Mary raced across the grass to him. "Oh, Dickon, Dickon!" she cried. "How did you get here so early? The sun has just come up." He stood up, laughing, his face glowing and his hair tousled, his eyes as blue as the sky. "I was up long before the sun," he said. "How could I stay in bed? The whole world's starting over this morning. It's working and humming and scratching and chirping and building nests and giving off sweet smells. You've got to be out in it." Instead of lying down, when the sun jumped up, the moor went crazy with joy, and I was right in the middle of the heather, running and shouting and singing. I came straight here. I couldn't stay away. The garden was waiting. Mary put her hands on her chest, breathing hard as if she'd been running. "Oh, Dickon, Dickon," she said. "I'm so happy I can barely breathe." Seeing Dickon talking to Mary, the little bushy-tailed animal got up from its spot under the tree and trotted over. The crow cawed once, then flew down from its branch and settled quietly on Dickon's shoulder. "This is the little fox cub," Dickon said, rubbing the reddish animal's head. "His name's Captain, and this here's Soot." Soot flew across the moor with me, and Captain ran like the hounds were after him. They both felt just like I did. Neither animal seemed at all afraid of Mary. When Dickon began walking around, Soot stayed perched on his shoulder, and Captain trotted close by his side. "Look here," Dickon exclaimed. "See how these have pushed up, and these, and look at these." He dropped to his knees, and Mary knelt beside him. They discovered a whole clump of crocuses bursting with purple, orange, and gold. Mary bent down and kissed them again and again. "You never kiss a person like that," she said when she finally looked up. "Flowers are different." Dickon looked puzzled, but smiled. "I've kissed my mother that way many times," he said. "When I come in from the moor after a day of wandering and find her standing in the doorway in the sunshine, looking so happy to see me." They ran from one part of the garden to another, discovering so many wonders that they had to remind themselves to whisper. Dickon showed her swelling leaf buds on rose branches that had seemed dead. He pointed out thousands of green shoots pushing through the soil. They put their eager young faces close to the ground and breathed in its warm spring scent. They dug and pulled and laughed quietly in delight until Mary's hair was as messy as Dickon's and her cheeks almost as red as his. The secret garden held every joy on earth that morning, and then came a delight more wonderful than all the others. Suddenly, something darted across the wall and flew through the trees to a sheltered corner, a flash of red-breasted bird with something dangling from its beak. Dickon froze and put his hand on Mary's arm, as if they'd suddenly found themselves laughing in church. "We can't move," he whispered in his broad Yorkshire accent. "We can hardly breathe. I knew he was looking for a mate when I saw him last. It's Ben Weatherstaff's robin. He's building his nest. He'll stay here if we don't scare him." They settled softly onto the grass and sat without moving. "We can't look like we're watching him too closely," Dickon warned. "He'd be done with us forever if he thought we were interfering. He'll be different until this is all over. He's setting up house. He'll be shyer and quicker to take offense. He hasn't got time for visiting and chatting. We need to keep still and try to look like we're just grass and trees and bushes. When he gets used to seeing us, I'll chirp a bit, and he'll know we won't get in his way." Mary wasn't sure she knew how to look like grass and trees and bushes, the way Dickon seemed to. But he'd said this strange thing so naturally, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. She watched him for a few minutes, wondering if he might actually turn green and sprout leaves, but he just sat incredibly still, and when he spoke, his voice was so soft it seemed impossible that she could hear him, but she could. "Nest building is part of springtime," he said. "I bet it's happened the same way every year since the world began. Birds have their own way of thinking and doing things, and you'd better not interfere. You can lose a friend in spring more easily than any other season if you're too nosy." "If we talk about him, I can't help looking at him," Mary whispered. "Let's talk about something else. There's something I want to tell you." "He'll like it better if we talk about something else," Dickon agreed. "What do you want to tell me?" "Well, do you know about Colin?" she asked softly. He turned to look at her. "What do you know about him?" he asked. "I've seen him. I've been talking to him every day this week. He wants me to visit. He says I'm helping him forget about being sick and dying, Mary replied. Dickon's face showed surprise, but he quickly looked relieved. I'm glad about that, he said. Really glad. It makes me feel better. I knew I shouldn't talk about him, and I don't like having to hide things. Don't you like hiding the garden? Mary asked. I'll never tell about it, he answered. But I said to my mother, I've got a secret to keep. It's not a bad one, you know. It's no worse than hiding where a bird's nest is. You don't mind, do you? Mary always wanted to hear about Dickon's mother. What did she say? She asked eagerly. Dickon grinned warmly. It was just like her, he answered. She rubbed my head, laughed, and said, You can have all the secrets you want, lad. I've known you for 12 years. How did you know about Colin? Mary asked. Everyone who knows about Mr. Craven knows there's a little boy who might be a cripple, and they know Mr. Craven doesn't like people talking about him. Folks feel sorry for Mr. Craven because Mrs. Craven was so beautiful, and they loved each other so much. Mrs. Medlock stops at our cottage when she goes to Thwaite, and she doesn't mind talking in front of us children because she knows we've been raised to keep secrets. How did you find out about him? Martha was really worried the last time she came home. She said you'd heard him crying and were asking questions, and she didn't know what to say. Mary told him the story of how the howling wind had woken her one night, and the faint sounds of someone crying had led her down the dark hallways with her candle, ending with her discovery of the dimly lit room with the carved four-poster bed. When she described Colin's small, ivory-white face and strange, black-rimmed eyes, Dickon shook his head. They're just like his mother's eyes, they say, except hers were always laughing, he said. They say Mr. Craven can't bear to look at him when he's awake because his eyes are so much like his mother's, but look so different in his sad little face. Do you think he wants Colin to die? Mary whispered. No, but he wishes Colin had never been born. My mother says that's the worst thing for a child, not being wanted. Children who aren't wanted hardly ever thrive. Mr. Craven would buy anything money could get for the poor boy, but he wishes he could forget Colin exists. One reason is he's afraid he'll look at him someday and see he's grown a hunchback. Colin's so afraid of that himself that he won't even sit up, Mary said. He says he's always thinking that if he felt a lump starting to grow, he'd go crazy and scream himself to death. He shouldn't lie there thinking things like that, Dickon said firmly. No boy could get better thinking that way. The fox was lying on the grass beside him, looking up for an occasional pat, and Dickon reached down to rub its neck while he sat silently for a moment. Then he looked around the garden. When we first came in here, he said, it seemed like everything was gray. Look around now and tell me if you don't see a difference. Mary looked and caught her breath. The gray wall is changing, she exclaimed. It's like a green mist is creeping over it, almost like a green gauze veil. Yes, Dickon nodded. And it'll get greener and greener until the gray disappears. Can you guess what I was thinking? I know it was something nice, Mary said eagerly. I think it was about Colin. I was thinking that if he were out here, he wouldn't be watching for lumps growing on his back, Dickon explained. He'd be watching for buds breaking on the rose bushes, and he'd probably be healthier. I was wondering if we could get him to come out here and lie under the trees in his wheelchair. I've wondered the same thing. I've thought about it almost every time I've talked to him, Mary admitted. I've wondered if he could keep a secret and if we could bring him here without anyone seeing us. I thought maybe you could push his wheelchair. The doctor said he needs fresh air, and if he wants us to take him outside, no one would dare say no. He won't go out with other people, so they might be happy if he goes out with us. He could order the gardeners to stay away so they wouldn't discover us. Dickon thought hard as he scratched Captain's back. It would be good for him, I'm sure, he said. We wouldn't be thinking he shouldn't have been born. We'd just be 3 children watching a garden grow. 2 boys and a little girl just enjoying spring. I bet that would be better than any medicine. He's been in his room so long, and he's always been so afraid of his back that it's made him strange, Mary said. He knows a lot from books, but he doesn't know anything else. He says he's been too sick to notice things, and he hates going outside and hates gardens and gardeners. But he likes hearing about this garden because it's a secret. I'm afraid to tell him too much, but he says he wants to see it. We'll get him out here someday for sure, Dickon promised. I could push his wheelchair easily. Have you noticed how the robin and his mate have been working while we've been sitting here? Look at him perched on that branch, wondering where to put that twig in his beak. Dickon made one of his soft, whistling calls, and the robin turned his head, looking at him curiously, still holding the twig. Dickon spoke to him the way Ben Weatherstaff did, but in a friendlier tone. "Wherever you put it," he said, "it'll be fine. You knew how to build your nest before you even hatched." "Get on with it, friend. You haven't got time to waste." "I love hearing you talk to him," Mary said, laughing with delight. Ben Weatherstaff scolds him and teases him, but he hops around looking like he understands every word, and I know he enjoys it. Ben says he's so full of himself he'd rather have stones thrown at him than be ignored. Dickon laughed too and continued talking to the bird. "We won't bother you," he told the robin. "We're almost wild things ourselves. We're building our nest too. Just don't tell on us." And though the robin couldn't answer because his beak was full, Mary knew that when he flew away with his twig to his private corner of the garden, the sparkle in his bright eye meant he would never reveal their secret for anything in the world. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 16-. "I won't," said Mary. They found so much to do in the garden that morning that Mary completely lost track of time. She was late getting back to the house, and in such a rush to return to her work that she forgot all about Colin until the last moment. "Tell Colin I can't come see him yet," she told Martha. "I'm busy in the garden." Martha looked worried. "Miss Mary," she said, "he might get really upset when I tell him that." But Mary wasn't afraid of Colin like everyone else was, and she definitely wasn't the self-sacrificing type. "I can't stay," she insisted. "Dickon's waiting for me." And with that, she ran off. The afternoon turned out even more beautiful and busier than the morning. They had already cleared most of the weeds from the garden, and many of the roses and trees had been pruned or dug around. Dickon had brought his own spade and taught Mary how to use all her tools properly. It was clear that while the garden would never be a perfectly manicured showpiece, it would be bursting with wild, growing things by the time spring was over. "There'll be apple and cherry blossoms overhead," Dickon said, working energetically, "and peach and plum trees blooming against the walls. The grass will be like a carpet of flowers." The little fox cub and the rook were as busy and happy as they were, while the robin and his mate darted back and forth like tiny lightning streaks. Sometimes the rook, Soot, would spread his black wings and soar over the treetops in the park. Each time he returned, he'd perch near Dickon and caw several times, as if telling stories about his adventures. Dickon talked to him just like he talked to the robin. Once, when Dickon was too focused to answer, Soot flew onto his shoulders and gently tugged his ear with his large beak. When Mary needed to rest, Dickon sat with her under a tree, and once he pulled his pipe from his pocket and played soft, strange little notes that drew two curious squirrels to the wall to listen. "You're getting stronger," Dickon remarked, watching her dig. "You're starting to look different, for sure." Mary was glowing from the exercise and fresh air. "I'm getting fatter every day," she said proudly. "Mrs. Medlock will need to get me bigger dresses soon. Martha says my hair is getting thicker too. It's not as flat and stringy anymore." The sun was setting, sending deep golden rays slanting beneath the trees when they finally parted. "It'll be fine tomorrow," said Dickon. "I'll be working by sunrise." "So will I," Mary promised. She ran back to the house as fast as her legs could carry her. She was eager to tell Colin about Dickon's fox cub and the rook, and about all the changes spring was bringing to the garden. She was sure he'd want to hear about it, so it was disappointing to open her door and find Martha waiting with a troubled expression. "What's wrong?" Mary asked. "What did Colin say when you told him I couldn't come?" "Oh," Martha sighed. "I wish he'd gone. He nearly worked himself into one of his tantrums. It's been quite the ordeal all afternoon trying to keep him calm. He kept watching the clock the entire time." Mary's lips tightened. She wasn't any more used to considering other people's feelings than Colin was, and she didn't see why a bad-tempered boy should interfere with what she enjoyed most. She knew nothing about how pitiable people who've been ill and anxious can be, or how they might not realize they could control their tempers instead of making others miserable too. When she'd had headaches in India, she'd done her best to make sure everyone else suffered along with her. Back then, she felt completely justified, but now she was certain Colin was entirely in the wrong. He wasn't on his sofa when she entered his room. Instead, he was lying flat on his back in bed and didn't even turn to look at her as she came in. This was a bad start, and Mary approached him with her stiffest manner. "Why aren't you up?" she demanded. "I did get up this morning when I thought you were coming," he answered, without looking at her. "I made them put me back in bed this afternoon. My back hurt, my head hurt, and I was tired. Why didn't you come?" "I was working in the garden with Dickon," Mary said. Colin frowned and finally deigned to look at her. I won't let that boy come here anymore if you're going to stay with him instead of talking to me. Mary flew into a silent rage. She could get furious without making a sound. She just turned sour and stubborn and stopped caring what happened. If you send Dickon away, I'll never come into this room again, she shot back. You'll have to if I want you to, said Colin. I won't, said Mary. I'll make you, Colin threatened. They'll drag you in. Will they, Mr. Rajah? Mary said fiercely. They might drag me in, but they can't make me talk once I'm here. I'll sit with my teeth clenched and never tell you a single thing. I won't even look at you. I'll just stare at the floor. They glared at each other, a perfectly matched pair of angry children. If they'd been street kids, they would have jumped at each other and started wrestling. As it was, they did the next best thing. You're so selfish, Colin cried. What are you? Mary shot back. Selfish people always say that. Anyone who doesn't do exactly what they want gets called selfish. You're more selfish than I am. You're the most selfish boy I've ever met. I'm not, Colin snapped. I'm not as selfish as your precious Dickon. He keeps you playing in the dirt when he knows I'm all alone. He's the selfish one. Mary's eyes flashed with anger. He's nicer than any other boy alive, she declared. He's like an angel. It sounded silly, but she didn't care. Some angel, Colin sneered. He's just a common cottage boy from the Moor. He's better than a common Rajah, Mary retorted. 1,000 times better. Because she was the stronger of the two, she was starting to get the upper hand. The truth was that Colin had never fought with anyone like himself before, and it was actually good for him, though neither of them knew it. He turned his head on the pillow, shut his eyes, and a large tear squeezed out and rolled down his cheek. He was beginning to feel sorry for himself, not for anyone else. I'm not as selfish as you because I'm always sick, he said, and I'm sure there's a lump growing on my back, and I'm going to die soon anyway. You are not, Mary contradicted unsympathetically. His eyes flew open in shock. No one had ever said such a thing to him before. He was simultaneously furious and slightly pleased, if that was possible. I'm not? He cried. I am. You know I am. Everyone says so. I don't believe it, Mary said sourly. You just say that to make people feel sorry for you. I think you're actually proud of it. I don't believe you're dying. If you were a nice boy, it might be true, but you're too nasty. Despite his supposedly invalid back, Colin sat up in bed in a surprisingly healthy rage. Get out! He shouted, grabbing his pillow and throwing it at her. He wasn't strong enough to throw it far, it just landed at her feet. But Mary's face looked as pinched as a nutcracker. I'm going, she said, and I won't come back. She walked to the door, and when she reached it, she turned back. I was going to tell you all sorts of interesting things, she added. Dickon brought his fox and his rook, and I was going to tell you everything about them. Now I won't tell you a single thing. She marched out and closed the door behind her. To her surprise, she found the nurse standing there as if she'd been listening, and even more shocking, laughing. She was a big, attractive young woman who shouldn't have been a nurse at all, since she couldn't stand invalids and was always making excuses to leave Colin with Martha or anyone else who would take her place. Mary had never liked her, and simply stood staring as the woman giggled into her handkerchief. What are you laughing at? Mary asked. You too, said the nurse. It's the best thing that could happen to that sickly, pampered boy, to have someone stand up to him who's just as spoiled as he is. She laughed into her handkerchief again. If he'd had a little wildcat of a sister to fight with, it might have saved him. Is he really going to die? I don't know, and I don't care, said the nurse. Half his problems are just hysterics and temper. What are hysterics? Asked Mary. You'll find out if you work him into a tantrum again. But at least you've given him something real to have hysterics about, and I'm glad of it. Mary went back to her room feeling very differently than when she'd returned from the garden. She was still cross and disappointed, but she wasn't at all sorry for Colin. She had been looking forward to telling him so many things, and had almost decided it might be safe to trust him with the great secret of the garden. She'd been starting to think it would be okay, but now she'd completely changed her mind. She would never tell him. He could stay in his room without fresh air and die if he wanted to. It would serve him right. She felt so sour and unforgiving that for a few minutes she almost forgot about Dickon and the green veil spreading over the world and the soft wind blowing down from the moor. Martha was waiting for her, and the worry on her face had been temporarily replaced by interest and curiosity. There was a wooden box on the table with its lid removed, revealing neat packages inside. "Mr. Craven sent it for you," said Martha. "Looks like it might have picture books in it." Mary remembered what he had asked when she'd visited his room. "Do you want anything? Dolls, toys, books?" She opened the package, wondering if he'd sent a doll and what she would do with it if he had. But he hadn't. There were several beautiful books like the ones Colin had, including 2 about gardens with lots of pictures. There were also a few games and a lovely little writing case with a gold monogram, a gold pen, and an inkstand. Everything was so nice that her pleasure began to push the anger out of her mind. She hadn't expected him to remember her at all, and her hard little heart grew warm. "I can write better than I can print," she said. "The first thing I'll write with that pen will be a thank you letter." If she'd been friends with Colin, she would have run to show him her presents right away. They would have looked at the pictures, read some of the gardening books, and maybe tried the games. He would have enjoyed himself so much, he wouldn't have thought once about dying or felt his spine for lumps. He had a habit of doing that which she couldn't stand. It gave her an uncomfortable, frightened feeling, especially since he always looked so terrified himself. He said that if he ever felt even a tiny lump, he'd know his hunchback had started growing. Something he'd overheard Mrs. Medlock whispering to the nurse had given him the idea, and he'd thought about it secretly until it became fixed in his mind. Mrs. Medlock had said his father's back had started showing signs of curvature that way when he was a child. Colin had never told anyone but Mary that most of his tantrums came from this hidden, hysterical fear. Mary had felt sorry for him when he'd confessed this. "He always starts thinking about it when he's cross or tired," she said to herself, "and he was cross today. Maybe he's been thinking about it all afternoon." She stood still, looking down at the carpet, thinking, "I said I'd never go back." She hesitated, furrowing her brow. "But perhaps, just perhaps, I'll go see if he wants me in the morning. He might try to throw his pillow at me again, but I think I'll go." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 17, A Tantrum. Mary had gotten up early and spent hours working in the garden. By the time Martha brought her dinner, she was exhausted. She fell into bed, whispering to herself, "I'll go out before breakfast to work with Dickon, and then after that, I think, I'll go see him." She thought it was the middle of the night when something jerked her awake. Horrible sounds echoed through the manor, doors slamming, feet racing down hallways, and someone screaming and sobbing at the same time. "It's Colin," she realized. "He's having one of those fits the nurse calls hysterics." As she listened to the awful screams, she understood why everyone gave him whatever he wanted. The sound was unbearable. She covered her ears with her hands, feeling sick and shaky. "I don't know what to do," she whispered. "I can't stand this." For a moment she wondered if she should go to him, but then remembered how he'd thrown her out of his room. Maybe seeing her would make him worse. Even with her hands pressed tightly over her ears, the screaming cut through. She hated those sounds. They terrified her, but suddenly that terror transformed into anger. She wasn't used to anyone's temper but her own. She yanked her hands away from her ears, jumped up and stamped her foot. Someone should make him stop. Someone should do something. Someone should just hit him, she shouted. Just then, her door flew open and the nurse rushed in, looking pale and frantic. "He's worked himself into hysterics," she said breathlessly. "He'll hurt himself. No one can do anything with him. Please come try. He likes you." "He kicked me out this morning," Mary said, stamping her foot again. The nurse actually looked relieved at Mary's anger. She'd been afraid she'd find the girl crying under her covers. "Perfect! You're in just the right mood," she said. "Go scold him. Give him something new to think about. Hurry, child." It was only later that Mary realized how absurd it was. All these adults so frightened that they came running to a little girl for help, just because they suspected she might be as difficult as Colin himself. She raced down the hallway, her anger building with every step. By the time she reached Colin's door, she was furious. She slapped the door open and stormed across to his four-poster bed. "Stop it!" she nearly shouted. "Just stop! I hate you! Everyone hates you!" I wish they'd all leave and let you scream yourself to death. You will scream yourself to death in a minute, and I hope you do." A kinder child could never have thought such things, let alone said them. But the shock of hearing those words was exactly what this hysterical boy needed. No one had ever dared speak to him that way. Colin had been lying face down, pounding his pillow with his fists. At the sound of Mary's voice, he whipped around. His face was a mess, white and red and swollen, and he was gasping for breath between sobs. But fierce little Mary didn't care at all. "If you scream one more time," she threatened, "I'll scream too, and I can scream louder than you. I'll scare you." He actually stopped, too shocked to continue. The scream building in his throat choked him. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled. "I can't stop," he gasped. "I can't. I can't." "You can," Mary shouted. "Half of what's wrong with you is hysterics and temper. Just hysterics, hysterics, hysterics." She stamped her foot with each repetition. "I felt the lump. I felt it," Colin choked out. "I knew I would. I'm going to have a hunchback, and then I'll die." He started to roll over again, face buried in his pillow, sobbing, but at least he wasn't screaming anymore. "You did not feel a lump," Mary contradicted fiercely. "If you felt anything, it was a hysterical lump. Hysterics make lumps. There's nothing wrong with your stupid back, nothing but hysterics. Turn over and let me look at it." She enjoyed using the word hysterics. Something about it seemed to affect him. He'd probably never heard it before, just like her. "Nurse," she commanded, "come here and show me his back right now." The nurse, Mrs. Medlock, and Martha had been huddled near the door, staring at her with open mouths. They'd all gasped in fear more than once. The nurse came forward hesitantly, as if afraid. "Perhaps he won't let me," she stammered quietly. Colin heard her, and managed to say between sobs, Show her. She'll see then." It was a pitiful thin back when they uncovered it. You could count every rib and see every knob of his spine. But Mary didn't count them. She just leaned over with her sour, serious little face and examined him carefully. She looked so odd and old-fashioned that the nurse had to turn away to hide her smile. There was complete silence for a moment as Colin tried to hold his breath while Mary studied his back up and down, then down and up, as intently as a doctor. "There's not a single lump there," she announced finally. "Not one as big as a pin, except normal backbone bumps, and you can only feel those because you're so skinny. I have backbone bumps too, and mine used to stick out until I started getting fatter. I'm still not fat enough to hide them completely. But there's not a lump as big as a pin. If you ever say there is again, I'll laugh at you." Only Colin knew what effect those blunt, childish words had on him. If he'd ever had anyone to talk to about his fears, if he'd ever dared to ask questions, if he'd had friends his own age, instead of lying alone in this huge, gloomy house, breathing in everyone's fear and exhaustion, he would have realized that most of his illness was in his head. But he'd spent hours, days, months, years lying there thinking about his aches and pains. And now this angry, unsympathetic girl was insisting he wasn't as sick as he thought, and somehow he felt she might be right. "I didn't know," the nurse ventured, "that he thought he had a lump on his spine. His back is weak because he never sits up. I could have told him there was no lump." Colin gulped and turned to look at her. "See, could you?" he asked pathetically. "Yes, sir." "There," said Mary, gulping too. Colin turned his face into the pillow again, except for the occasional shuddering breath, the dying echo of his sobbing. He lay still, though tears still streamed down his face. But these were different tears. They were tears of relief. After a minute, he turned to look at the nurse again, and, strangely, he didn't sound like a demanding little Rajah when he spoke. "Do you think I could live to grow up?" he asked. The nurse wasn't particularly clever or compassionate, but she could repeat what the London doctor had said. "You probably will if you do what you're told, control your temper, and spend plenty of time in the fresh air." Colin's tantrum had passed, leaving him weak and worn out from crying. Perhaps this was why he suddenly felt gentler. He reached his hand slightly toward Mary, and I'm happy to say that Mary, whose own anger had also cooled, met him halfway. It was their way of making up. I'll go outside with you, Mary," he said. "I won't hate fresh air if we can find." He caught himself just in time, almost saying, "if we can find the secret garden," and finished instead, "I'd like to go out with you if Dickon will come push my wheelchair. I really want to meet Dickon and see the fox and the crow." The nurse straightened the rumpled bed and fluffed the pillows. Then she made Colin some beef tea and gave a cup to Mary too, who was actually grateful for it after all the excitement. Mrs. Medlock and Martha happily slipped away, and once everything was neat and calm again, the nurse looked like she'd very much like to leave as well. She was a healthy young woman who didn't appreciate losing sleep, and she yawned openly as she looked at Mary, who had pulled her footstool close to Colin's bed and was holding his hand. "You should go back to bed," she told Mary. "He'll fall asleep soon if he's not too worked up. Then I'll lie down in the next room. Would you like me to sing you that song I learned from my ayah?" Mary whispered to Colin. His hand gently squeezed hers, and he turned tired, pleading eyes to her. "Oh yes," he answered. "It's such a gentle song. I'll be asleep in a minute." "I'll put him to sleep," Mary told the yawning nurse. "You can go." "Well," the nurse said, pretending reluctance, "if he's not asleep in half an hour, call me." "Fine," Mary replied. The nurse left quickly, and as soon as she was gone, Colin tugged on Mary's hand again. "I almost told," he said, "but I stopped myself in time. I won't talk, and I'll go to sleep, but you said you had lots of nice things to tell me. Do you think you've found anything about the way into the secret garden?" Mary looked at his exhausted little face with its swollen eyes, and her heart softened. "Yay! Yes," she answered. "I think I have. And if you'll go to sleep, I'll tell you tomorrow." His hand trembled in hers. "Oh, Mary," he said, "if I could get inside it, I think I'd live to grow up. Instead of singing the ayah song, could you just tell me softly, like you did that first day, what you imagine it looks like inside? I'm sure that would help me sleep." "Yes," Mary said. "Close your eyes." He did, lying still as she held his hand. She began speaking very slowly in a low, soothing voice. "I think it's been left alone so long that everything has grown into a beautiful tangle. The roses have climbed and climbed until they hang from branches and walls and spread across the ground like a strange gray mist. Some have died, but many are alive, and when summer comes, there will be curtains and fountains of roses everywhere. I think the ground is full of daffodils and snowdrops and lilies and irises, all pushing their way up through the dark. Now that spring has begun, perhaps." The gentle hum of her voice was making him calmer and calmer. She noticed and continued, "Perhaps they're poking up through the grass right now. Perhaps there are clusters of purple and gold crocuses. Maybe the leaves are starting to unfurl, and maybe the gray is changing as a veil of green slowly creeps over everything. And birds are coming to look because it's so safe and peaceful. And perhaps, her voice grew softer and slower, the robin has found a mate and is building a nest, and Colin was asleep." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 18. Don't waste any time. Mary slept in the next morning, exhausted from the night before. When Martha brought her breakfast, she explained that Colin was quiet but feverish, which always happened after one of his crying fits. Mary ate slowly as she listened. "He wants you to visit him as soon as you can," Martha said. "It's strange how he's taken to you. You really gave it to him last night, didn't you? Nobody else would have dared. Poor boy's been spoiled rotten. My mother says there are two worst things that can happen to a child, never getting your way or always getting it. She can't decide which is worse. You were in quite a temper yourself. But he said to me, 'Please ask Miss Mary if she'll come talk to me.' Imagine him saying, 'Please, will you go?' 'I'll see Dickon first,' Mary said, then changed her mind. 'No, I'll go to Colin first. I know what to tell him.' When Mary appeared in Colin's room wearing her hat, he looked momentarily disappointed. He was in bed, his face ghostly pale with dark circles under his eyes. "I'm glad you came," he said weakly. "My head hurts and everything aches because I'm so tired." "Are you going somewhere?" Mary leaned against his bed. "I won't be long." "I'm going to see Dickon, but I'll come back." "Colin, it's about the secret garden." His entire face brightened, a hint of color returning to his cheeks. "Really?" he exclaimed. "I dreamed about it all night. I heard you mention gray changing to green, and I dreamed I was standing somewhere surrounded by trembling little green leaves. There were birds nesting everywhere, looking so soft and peaceful. I'll lie here and think about it until you come back." 5 minutes later, Mary was with Dickon in their garden. The fox and crow were with him again, and this time he'd brought 2 tame squirrels. "I rode over on the pony this morning," he said. "Jump is such a good little fellow. I brought these 2 in my pockets. This one's called Nut, and this other one's Shell." When he said Nut, one squirrel leaped onto his right shoulder, and at Shell, the other jumped to his left shoulder. They sat on the grass with Captain curled at their feet, Soot watching solemnly from a tree, and Nut and Shell exploring nearby. Mary felt it would be unbearable to leave such a delightful scene, but as she began telling Dickon about Colin, the expression on his face changed her mind. He clearly felt sorrier for Colin than she did. He looked up at the sky and around at the garden. "Just listen to those birds. The world seems full of them, all whistling and calling," he said. "Look at them darting about, and listen to them talking to each other. Spring makes it seem like the whole world is calling out. The leaves are unfurling so you can see them, and wow, the amazing smells!" He sniffed the air with his upturned nose. "And that poor boy lying shut away, seeing so little that he starts imagining things that frighten him. We need to get him out here. We need him watching and listening and breathing this air, soaking up the sunshine, and we can't waste any time." When Dickon got excited, he often slipped into broad Yorkshire dialect. Mary loved it, and had been trying to learn it herself, so she tried a little now. "Aye, that we mun," she said, which meant, "Yes, indeed, we must." "I'll tell thee what us'll do first," she continued, making Dickon grin at her attempts at Yorkshire. "He's taken quite a fancy to you. He wants to see you and Soot and Captain. When I go back to talk to him, I'll ask if you can come see him tomorrow morning and bring your creatures, and then, when there are more leaves out, maybe even some buds, we'll get him to come outside. You can push his wheelchair, and we'll bring him here to show him everything." When she finished, she felt proud of herself. She'd never made such a long speech in Yorkshire before, and she'd remembered it well. "You should talk Yorkshire like that to Master Colin," Dickon chuckled. "You'll make him laugh, and there's nothing better for sick folks than laughing. Mother says she believes a half-hour of good laughter every morning would cure someone who is about to come down with typhus fever. I'm going to speak Yorkshire to him today," Mary said, chuckling herself. The garden had reached that magical time when every day and night it seemed as if invisible magicians were passing through, drawing beauty from the earth and branches with magic wands. It was hard to leave, especially since Nut had climbed onto her dress and Shell had scrambled down the apple tree trunk to look at her curiously. But she returned to the house, and when she sat close to Colin's bed, he began to sniff the air just as Dickon did, though not as expertly. "You smell like flowers and fresh things," he said joyfully. "What is it? It's cool and warm and sweet all at once." "It's T.H. wind from T.H. Moor," said Mary. "It comes from sittin' on T.H. grass under a tree with Dickon and Captain and Soot and Nut and Shell. It's springtime and outdoors and sunshine that smells so wonderful." She spoke as broadly as she could, and Colin had no idea how broad Yorkshire sounded until he heard it. He burst out laughing. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I've never heard you talk like that before. It sounds so funny." "I'm giving thee a bit of Yorkshire," Mary said triumphantly. "I can't talk as well as Dickon and Martha, but you see I can do a bit. Don't you understand Yorkshire when you hear it? And you a Yorkshire lad yourself, born and bred. I'm surprised you're not ashamed." Then she started laughing too, and they both laughed until the room echoed. Mrs. Medlock, opening the door to come in, drew back into the hallway and stood listening in amazement. "Well, I never," she said, speaking in broad Yorkshire herself since no one could hear her. Whoever would have thought it? There was so much to talk about. Colin couldn't hear enough about Dickon and Captain and Soot and Nut and Shell, and the pony called Jump. Mary had run into the woods with Dickon to see Jump. He was a tiny, shaggy moor pony, with thick hair hanging over his eyes, a pretty face, and a soft velvet nose. Though thin from living on moor grass, he was tough and wiry, with muscles like steel springs in his little legs. He'd lifted his head and softly whinnied when he saw Dickon, trotting up to put his head across the boy's shoulder. Dickon had talked into Jump's ear, and the pony had answered with odd little whinnies and snorts. Dickon had made Jump offer Mary his small front hoof and kiss her cheek with his velvet muzzle. "Does he really understand everything Dickon says?" Colin asked. "It seems like he does," Mary answered. "Dickon says any creature will understand if you're truly friends with it, but you have to be real friends." Colin lay quietly for a while, his strange gray eyes staring at the wall. Mary could tell he was thinking. "I wish I was friends with things," he said finally, "but I'm not. I never had anything to be friends with, and I can't stand people." "Can't you stand me?" Mary asked. "Yes, I can," he answered. "It's strange, but I actually like you." "Ben Weatherstaff said I was like him," said Mary. "He said he'd bet we both had the same nasty tempers. I think you're like him too. We're all three alike, you and me and Ben Weatherstaff. He said none of us are much to look at, and we're as sour as we look. But I don't feel as sour as I used to before I knew the Robin and Dickon." "Did you feel like you hated people?" "Yes," Mary answered honestly. "I would have hated you if I'd met you before I met the Robin and Dickon." Colin reached out his thin hand and touched her. "Mary," he said, "I wish I hadn't said that about sending Dickon away. I hated you when you said he was like an angel, and I laughed at you, but maybe he is." "Well, it was funny to say it," she admitted, "because his nose does turn up and he has a big mouth and his clothes have patches all over them and he talks broad Yorkshire. But if an angel came to Yorkshire and lived on the moor, if there was a Yorkshire angel, I think he'd understand growing things and talk to wild creatures like Dickon does, and they'd know he was truly their friend." "I wouldn't mind Dickon looking at me," said Colin. "I want to see him." "I'm glad you said that," Mary replied. Because suddenly she realized this was the moment to tell him. Colin sensed something new coming. "Because what?" he asked eagerly. Mary was so anxious she got up from her stool, came to him, and grabbed both his hands. "Can I trust you? I trusted Dickon because birds trusted him. Can I trust you? For sure?" "For sure?" she pleaded. Her face was so serious that he almost whispered his answer. "Yes, yes. Well, Dickon will come see you tomorrow morning, and he'll bring his animals with him." "Oh, oh," Colin cried in delight. "But that's not all," Mary continued, almost pale with excitement. "The rest is even better. There is a door into the garden. I found it. It's under the ivy on the wall." If Colin had been a strong, healthy boy, he probably would have shouted, "Hooray, hooray, hooray!" But he was weak and emotional. His eyes grew wider and wider as he gasped for breath. "Oh, Mary," he cried, half sobbing, "will I see it? Will I get into it? Will I live long enough to get into it?" He clutched her hands, pulling her toward him. "Of course you'll see it," Mary snapped indignantly. "Of course you'll live to get into it. Don't be ridiculous." Her practical, childish response brought him back to his senses. He began laughing at himself, and minutes later she was sitting on her stool again, telling him not what she imagined the secret garden to be like, but what it really was. Colin forgot his aches and tiredness as he listened, captivated. "It's exactly what you thought it would be," he said finally. "It sounds just like you've really seen it. You know I said that when you first told me about it." Mary hesitated for a moment, then boldly told the truth. "I have seen it, and I've been inside," she admitted. "I found the key and got in weeks ago, but I was afraid to tell you. I was afraid I couldn't trust you, for sure." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 19, It Has Come. Dr. Craven had been summoned the morning after Colin's tantrum, as always. These visits usually meant finding a pale, trembling boy lying in bed, still so worked up that he might burst into tears at any moment. Truthfully, Dr. Craven dreaded these visits. This time, he hadn't reached Misselthwaite Manor until afternoon. "How is he?" he asked Mrs. Medlock irritably when he arrived. "One day he'll burst a blood vessel during one of these fits. The boy is practically insane with hysteria and self-indulgence." "Well, sir," Mrs. Medlock replied, "you won't believe your eyes when you see him. That plain, sour-faced girl, who's nearly as difficult as he is, has somehow bewitched him. How she managed it, I couldn't say. Heaven knows she's nothing to look at and barely speaks, but she did what none of us dared. She flew at him like a little cat last night, stamped her feet and ordered him to stop screaming. She shocked him so much that he actually did stop. And this afternoon, well, just come up and see for yourself. It's unbelievable." What Dr. Craven saw when he entered Colin's room astonished him. As Mrs. Medlock opened the door, he heard laughter and cheerful conversation. Colin was on his sofa in his dressing gown, sitting up straight, looking at pictures in a garden book and talking to Mary, whose usually plain face was transformed by enthusiasm. Those tall blue flower spikes, we'll have lots of those, Colin was saying. They're called delphiniums. Dickon says they're just larkspurs that have been made bigger and fancier, Mary exclaimed. There are clumps of them already growing there. Then they noticed Dr. Craven and fell silent. Mary became still, while Colin looked annoyed at the interruption. I'm sorry to hear you were ill last night, Dr. Craven said nervously. He was a rather anxious man. I'm better now. Much better, Colin answered, speaking like a young prince. I'm going outside in my wheelchair in a day or two if the weather's nice. I need some fresh air. Dr. Craven sat beside him, checked his pulse, and studied him with curiosity. It would need to be a very fine day, he cautioned, and you must be careful not to tire yourself. Fresh air won't tire me, Colin declared. Since there had been occasions when this same boy had screamed in rage, insisting that fresh air would give him a cold and kill him, Dr. Craven was understandably startled. I thought you didn't like fresh air, he said. I don't when I'm alone, the boy replied, but my cousin is going outside with me. And the nurse, of course? Dr. Craven suggested. No, I will not have the nurse, Colin said with such royal authority that Mary couldn't help remembering how the young Indian prince had looked covered in diamonds, emeralds, and pearls, waving his small dark hand to command his servants. My cousin knows how to take care of me. I'm always better when she's with me. She made me better last night. A very strong boy I know will push my wheelchair. Dr. Craven felt alarmed. If this difficult, hysterical boy somehow got well, the doctor would lose any chance of inheriting Misselthwaite Manor. He wasn't completely unscrupulous, though he was weak-willed, and he didn't want to let Colin put himself in actual danger. He must be a strong and reliable boy, he said. And I should know something about him. Who is he? What's his name? It's Dickon, Mary spoke up suddenly. She felt that everyone who knew the Moor must know Dickon. And she was right. She immediately saw Dr. Craven's serious face relax into a relieved smile. Oh, Dickon, he said. If it's Dickon, you'll be safe enough. He's as strong as a Moor pony. And he's trustworthy, Mary added. He's T.H. trustiest lad a Yorkshire. She had been speaking Yorkshire dialect to Colin and forgot herself. Did Dickon teach you that? Asked Dr. Craven, laughing outright. I'm learning it as if it were French, Mary said rather coldly. It's like a native dialect in India. Very clever people try to learn them. I like it, and so does Colin. Well, well, he said. If it amuses you, perhaps it won't do any harm. Did you take your sleeping medicine last night, Colin? No, Colin answered. I wouldn't take it at first, and after Mary calmed me down, she talked me to sleep, speaking softly about spring creeping into a garden. That sounds soothing, said Dr. Craven, more confused than ever, glancing sideways at Mary sitting on her stool, staring silently at the carpet. You're obviously better, but you must remember. I don't want to remember, Colin interrupted imperiously. When I lie alone and remember things, I start feeling pain everywhere and think about things that make me want to scream because I hate them so much. If there were a doctor anywhere who could make you forget you were ill, instead of reminding you of it, I would have him brought here. He waved a thin hand that should have been adorned with ruby rings. It's because my cousin helps me forget that she makes me better. Dr. Craven had never made such a short visit after a tantrum. Usually he was forced to stay much longer and do many more things. This afternoon he didn't give any medicine or leave any new instructions, and he was spared any unpleasant scenes. When he went downstairs he looked deeply thoughtful, and when he spoke to Mrs. Medlock in the library, she could tell he was puzzled. Well, sir, she ventured, would you have believed it? It's certainly a new state of affairs, the doctor said, and there's no denying it's better than before. I believe Susan Sowerby is right. I really do, said Mrs. Medlock. I stopped at her cottage on my way to Thwaite yesterday and had a chat with her. She said to me, well, Sarah Ann, she may not be a good child, and she may not be a pretty one, but she's a child, and children need children. Susan Sowerby and I went to school together, you know. She's the best nurse I know, said Dr. Craven. When I find her in a cottage, I know I'll probably save my patient. Mrs. Medlock smiled. She was fond of Susan Sowerby. She has a way about her, Susan does, she continued enthusiastically. I've been thinking all morning about something she said yesterday. She told me, once when I was giving the children a lecture after they'd been fighting, I said to them, when I was at school, my geography book told me the world was shaped like an orange, and I learned before I was 10 that nobody owns the whole orange. No one owns more than their little quarter of it, and sometimes it seems like there aren't enough quarters to go around. But don't any of you think you own the whole orange, or you'll find out you're wrong, and you won't learn it without getting hurt? What children learn from other children, she says, is that there's no sense in grabbing for the whole orange, peel and all. If you do, you'll likely not even get the seeds, and they're too bitter to eat anyway. She's a shrewd woman, said Dr. Craven, putting on his coat. Well, she has a way of saying things, Mrs. Medlock finished, clearly pleased. Sometimes I've said to her, Susan, if you were a different sort of woman and didn't talk with such a broad Yorkshire accent, there'd be times when I'd have to admit you were clever. That night Colin slept without waking once, and when he opened his eyes in the morning, he lay still and smiled without realizing it. Smiled because he felt oddly comfortable. It was actually pleasant to be awake, and he rolled over and stretched luxuriously. He felt as if tight strings that had been holding him had loosened and released him. He didn't know that Dr. Craven would have said his nerves had relaxed and rested. Instead of lying there staring at the wall and wishing he hadn't woken up, his mind was full of the plans he and Mary had made yesterday, images of the garden and thoughts of Dickon and his wild animals. It was wonderful to have things to think about. He'd been awake for barely 10 minutes when he heard feet running down the corridor, and Mary burst through the door. She ran to his bed, bringing with her a gust of fresh air filled with the scent of morning. "You've been outside! You've been outside!" "There's that lovely smell of leaves!" he cried. She had been running, and her hair was loose and wind-blown. Her face was bright and pink-cheeked from the air, though he couldn't see the color. "It's so beautiful," she said, a little breathless from running. "You've never seen anything so beautiful." "It's here. I thought it had come that other morning, but it was only beginning. It's here now. Spring has come. Dickon says so." "Has it?" cried Colin, and though he really knew nothing about it, he felt his heart race. He actually sat up in bed. "Open the window," he added, laughing partly from excited joy and partly at his own imagination. "Maybe we'll hear golden trumpets." And though he laughed, Mary was at the window in an instant, flinging it wide open. Freshness and softness and scents and birdsong poured into the room. "That's fresh air," she said. "Lie on your back and breathe it in deeply. That's what Dickon does when he's lying on the moor. He says he feels it in his veins, and it makes him strong, and he feels like he could live forever. Breathe it, keep breathing it." She was only repeating what Dickon had told her, but it captured Colin's imagination. "Forever? Does it make him feel that way?" he asked, and did as she instructed, drawing long, deep breaths over and over, until he felt something new and wonderful happening to him. Mary was back at his bedside. "Things are pushing up out of the earth," she continued excitedly. "There are flowers unfurling, and buds on everything, and the green has covered almost all the gray. The birds are in such a hurry to build their nests before it's too late that some are even fighting over spots in the secret garden. The rose bushes look as alive as can be, and there are primroses in the lanes and woods. The seeds we planted are sprouting, and Dickon has brought the fox and the crow and the squirrels and a newborn lamb." She paused to catch her breath. Dickon had found the lamb 3 days earlier, lying beside its dead mother among the gorse bushes on the moor. It wasn't the first orphan lamb he'd found, and he knew what to do. He had wrapped it in his jacket, taken it to his cottage, and placed it near the fire, feeding it with warm milk. It was a soft, small creature with a sweet, innocent face and legs a bit too long for its body. Dickon had carried it across the moor in his arms, with its feeding bottle in his pocket alongside a squirrel. When Mary had sat under a tree, with the lamb's warm weight nestled in her lap, she'd felt too overcome with strange joy to speak. A lamb, a living lamb that lay in your lap like a baby. She was describing it enthusiastically, and Colin was listening and taking deep breaths of fresh air when the nurse entered. She started slightly at the sight of the open window. She had often sat sweltering in the room on warm days because her patient was convinced that open windows gave people colds. "Are you sure you're not chilly, Master Colin?" she asked. "No," he answered. "I'm breathing deep breaths of fresh air. It makes you strong. I'm going to get up and have breakfast on the sofa, and my cousin will have breakfast with me." The nurse left, hiding a smile, to order 2 breakfasts. She found the servants' hall much more entertaining than the sick room, and everyone was eager to hear the latest news from upstairs. There was much joking about the unpopular young recluse who, as the cook put it, had met his match, and good for him. The servants had grown tired of the tantrums, and the butler, a family man, had more than once suggested that the invalid would benefit from a good spanking. When Colin was settled on his sofa and breakfast for 2 was served, he made an announcement to the nurse in his most commanding manner. "A boy, a fox, a crow, 2 squirrels, and a newborn lamb are coming to visit me this morning. I want them brought upstairs as soon as they arrive," he declared. "Don't start playing with the animals in the servants' hall and keep them there. I want them here." The nurse gave a small gasp and tried to disguise it with a cough. "Yes, sir," she answered. "I'll tell you what to do," Colin added, waving his hand. "Tell Martha to bring them here. The boy is Martha's brother. His name is Dickon, and he's an animal charmer." "I hope the animals don't bite, Master Colin," said the nurse. "I told you he's a charmer," Colin said sternly. "Charmers' animals never bite." "There are snake charmers in India," Mary added, "and they can put snake heads in their mouths." "Goodness," the nurse shuddered. "They ate breakfast with the morning air flowing around them." Colin's breakfast was substantial, and Mary watched him with serious interest. "You'll start getting fatter just like I did," she said. "I never wanted breakfast in India, but now I'm always hungry for it." "I wanted mine this morning," said Colin. "Maybe it was the fresh air. When do you think Dickon will come?" He didn't have to wait long. About 10 minutes later, Mary held up her hand. "Listen," she said. "Did you hear a caw?" Colin listened and heard it, the strangest sound to hear inside a house. A hoarse caw-caw. "Yes," he answered. "That's soot," said Mary. "Listen again. Do you hear a tiny bleat?" "Oh, yes," cried Colin, his face flushing with excitement. "That's the newborn lamb," said Mary. "He's coming." Dickon's heavy moorland boots made a clomping sound as he walked through the long corridors, despite his efforts to walk quietly. Mary and Colin heard him marching along until he passed through the tapestry door onto the soft carpet of Colin's private hallway. "If you please, sir," Martha announced, opening the door. "If you please, sir, here's Dickon and his creatures." Dickon entered with his widest, friendliest smile. The newborn lamb was in his arms, and the little red fox trotted by his side. Nut the squirrel sat on his left shoulder, Soot the crow on his right, and Shell the turtle's head and front legs peeked out of his coat pocket. Colin slowly sat up and stared in amazement, the same way he'd stared when he first saw Mary. But this was a look of wonder and delight. Despite everything he'd heard, he hadn't really understood what this boy would be like, or how the fox, crow, squirrels, and lamb would be so comfortable with him, so much a part of him. Colin had never talked to another boy in his life, and was so overwhelmed by his own joy and curiosity that he couldn't even speak. But Dickon wasn't the least bit shy or awkward. He hadn't felt embarrassed when the crow hadn't understood his language, and had only stared without speaking when they first met. Animals were always like that until they got to know you. He walked over to Colin's sofa and gently placed the newborn lamb in his lap. Immediately, the little creature turned toward the warm velvet dressing gown and began to nuzzle against its folds, butting its tightly curled head softly but insistently against Colin's side. No boy could have stayed silent then. "What's it doing?" cried Colin. "What does it want?" "It wants its mother," said Dickon, smiling even more. "I brought it hungry on purpose because I knew you'd like to see it feed." He knelt by the sofa and took a feeding bottle from his pocket. "Come on, little one," he said, gently turning the small woolly white head with his brown hand. "This is what you're looking for. You'll get more from this than from silk velvet." He pushed the rubber tip of the bottle into the lamb's eager mouth, and it began to suck with intense hunger. After that, there was no wondering what to say. By the time the lamb fell asleep, questions were pouring out, and Dickon answered them all. He told them how he'd found the lamb just as the sun was rising 3 mornings ago. He'd been standing on the moor listening to a skylark, watching it soar higher and higher until it was just a tiny speck in the blue sky. I'd almost lost sight of it except for its song, and I was wondering how I could still hear it when it seemed about to disappear completely, and just then I heard something else far off among the gorse bushes. It was a weak bleating, and I knew it was a hungry newborn lamb. I knew it wouldn't be hungry if it hadn't lost its mother somehow, so I started searching. I really had to look for it. I went in and out among the gorse bushes, round and round, and I kept taking wrong turns. But finally, I spotted a bit of white by a rock on top of the moor. I climbed up and found the little one half dead from cold and hunger." While he talked, Soot flew in and out of the open window, making comments about the view, while Nut and Shell explored the big trees outside, running up and down trunks and investigating branches. Captain, the fox, curled up near Dickon, who preferred sitting on the hearthrug. They looked at pictures in the gardening books together. Dickon knew all the flowers by their country names, and knew exactly which ones were already growing in the secret garden. "I couldn't say that fancy name," he said, pointing to one labeled Aqualesia, "but we call that a columbine, and that one's a snapdragon. Both grow wild in hedges, but these garden varieties are bigger and fancier. There are some big clumps of columbine in the garden. They'll look like a bed of blue and white butterflies fluttering when they bloom." "I'm going to see them," cried Colin. "I am going to see them." "Yes, you will," said Mary seriously, "and you can't waste any time about it." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 20. I Shall Live Forever. They had to wait more than a week before their plan could unfold. First came several windy days, then Colin caught a slight cold. These setbacks might have sent him into one of his famous tantrums, but he was too wrapped up in all the secret planning to bother with anger. Almost every day, Dickon stopped by, if only for a few minutes, to share news about the moor. Stories about otters' dens, badger sets, water rat lodges, birds' nests, and field mice burrows. His detailed accounts of this hidden world made them tremble with excitement, imagining all the busy creatures going about their lives. "They're just like us," Dickon explained, "except they have to rebuild their homes every year. Keeps them so busy they barely have time to finish before the next season comes." The most thrilling part, though, was planning how to get Colin to the garden without anyone discovering their secret. No one could see the wheelchair, Dickon, and Mary after they turned a specific corner in the shrubbery and entered the path outside the ivy-covered walls. As days passed, Colin became increasingly convinced that the mystery surrounding the garden was one of its greatest charms. That secrecy couldn't be spoiled. People needed to think he was simply going out with Mary and Dickon because he enjoyed their company. They mapped their route with the precision of military generals planning a campaign. They would travel up this path, down that one, cross another, and circle the flower beds as if admiring Mr. Roach's newly planted arrangements. This would appear perfectly normal to anyone watching. Then they would slip into the shrubbery walks and lose themselves until they reached the long walls. The whole scheme was as serious and elaborately detailed as a battle plan. Rumors about the strange happenings in the invalids' rooms had, of course, filtered through the servants' quarters, stables, and out to the gardens. Even so, Mr. Roach was startled when summoned to Colin's chambers, a place no outsider had ever seen. "Well, well," he muttered to himself while hurriedly changing his coat, "what's this about? His Royal Highness, who wasn't to be looked at calling for a man he's never even seen?" Mr. Roach couldn't help his curiosity. He'd never caught even a glimpse of the boy, but had heard dozens of exaggerated stories about his eerie appearance, strange habits, and wild tempers. The most common rumor was that he might die at any moment, and there were countless imaginative descriptions of his supposedly hunched back and useless limbs from people who had never actually seen him. "Things are changing in this house, Mr. Roach," said Mrs. Medlock as she led him up the back staircase to the mysterious room. "Let's hope for the better," he replied. "They couldn't get much worse," she continued, "and odd as it all is, some of us are finding our duties easier to bear. Don't be surprised if you walk into a zoo with Martha's brother Dickon, more at home than you or I could ever be." There was something truly magical about Dickon, as Mary had always believed. When Mr. Roach heard his name, he smiled fondly. "That lad would be comfortable in Buckingham Palace, or at the bottom of a coal mine," he said. "And yet he's not impudent either. He's just special." It was good he'd been warned, or he might have jumped when the bedroom door opened, and a large crow announced his arrival with a loud "Caw! Caw!" from its perch on a carved chair. The young Rajah, as they sometimes called Colin, wasn't in bed or on his couch. He was sitting in an armchair with a young lamb standing beside him, wagging its tail as Dickon knelt giving it milk from a bottle. A squirrel perched on Dickon's back, nibbling a nut. Mary sat on a footstool, watching it all. "Here's Mr. Roach, Master Colin," Mrs. Medlock announced. Colin turned and examined the gardener thoroughly, making Mr. Roach feel like he was being inspected from head to toe. "So you're Roach," Colin said. "I called you here to give you some very important instructions." "Very good, sir," Roach replied. wondering if he was about to be ordered to cut down every oak in the park or turn the orchards into water gardens. "I'm going out in my chair this afternoon," Colin announced. "If the fresh air agrees with me, I may go out every day. When I do, none of the gardeners are to be anywhere near the long walk by the garden walls. No one at all. I'll go out around 2 o'clock, and everyone must stay away until I send word they can return to work." "Very good, sir," Mr. Roach answered, relieved the oaks and orchards were safe. "Mary," Colin said, turning to her, "what's that phrase people say in India when they're finished speaking and want others to leave?" "You say, 'You have my permission to go,'" Mary answered. The Rajah waved his hand. "You have my permission to go, Roach. But remember, this is extremely important." "Caw, caw," remarked the crow hoarsely, but not rudely. "Very good, sir." "Thank you, sir," said Mr. Roach before Mrs. Medlock let him out. In the corridor, being good-natured, he smiled broadly. "My word," he said. "He's got quite the lordly manner, hasn't he? You'd think he was the entire royal family rolled into one, prince consort and all. We've had to let him walk all over us since he learned to walk," Mrs. Medlock complained. "He thinks that's what people were born for." "Perhaps he'll grow out of it if he lives," suggested Mr. Roach. "Well, one thing's certain," Mrs. Medlock replied. "If he does live and that Indian girl stays here, I guarantee she'll teach him the whole orange doesn't belong to him, as Susan Sowerby says. He'll learn the size of his own quarters soon enough." Back in the room, Colin was leaning against his cushions. "It's all arranged now," he said. "This afternoon I'll see it. I'll actually be in it." Dickon returned to the garden with his animals, and Mary stayed with Colin. Though he didn't seem tired, he was unusually quiet before and during lunch. Mary wondered why, and asked him about it. "Your eyes get huge when you're thinking, Colin," she said. "They grow as big as saucers. What's on your mind?" "I can't stop thinking about what it will look like," he answered. "The garden?" Mary asked. "Spring," he replied. "I realize I've never really seen it before. I hardly ever went outside, and when I did, I never really looked. I didn't even think about it. I never saw it in India because we didn't have one," Mary said. Despite his sheltered, unhealthy life, Colin had more imagination than Mary, having spent hours with beautiful books and paintings. "That morning when you burst in saying, 'It's come, it's come,' you made me feel strange inside," he said. "It sounded like things were arriving in a grand procession, with music and fanfare. I have a picture like that in one of my books. Crowds of beautiful people and children with flower garlands, everyone laughing and dancing and playing pipes. That's why I said we might hear golden trumpets and told you to throw the window open." "How funny," Mary exclaimed. "That's exactly what it feels like. And if all the flowers and leaves and birds and creatures paraded past at once, what a crowd it would be. I'm sure they'd dance and sing and play flutes. That would be the music." They both laughed, not because the idea was silly, but because they loved it so much. Soon after, the nurse prepared Colin for his outing. She noticed that instead of lying motionless while being dressed, he sat up and tried to help, talking and laughing with Mary the entire time. "He's having one of his good days, sir," she told Dr. Craven when he stopped by. "His high spirits give him strength." "I'll return later this afternoon after he comes back in," Dr. Craven said. "I need to see how the outing affects him. I wish," he added in a low voice, "that he would let you go with him." "I'd rather quit this moment than stay while that's even suggested," the nurse replied firmly. "I hadn't actually decided to suggest it," the doctor said nervously. "We'll try the experiment. Dickon's a boy I'd trust with a newborn." The strongest footman in the house carried Colin downstairs and placed him in his wheelchair, where Dickon waited outside. After the servant arranged his blankets and cushions, Colin waved his hand at him and the nurse. "You have my permission to go," he said. They quickly disappeared and, it must be admitted, giggled once safely inside. Dickon began pushing the wheelchair slowly and steadily. Mary walked beside it while Colin leaned back, lifting his face to the sky. The arch above looked impossibly high, and small, snowy clouds drifted like white birds on outstretched wings beneath the crystal blue. The wind swept down from the moor in soft gusts, carrying a strange, wild, sweet scent. Colin kept raising his thin chest to breathe it in, his large eyes seeming to listen rather than see. There are so many sounds of singing and humming and calling, he said. What's that scent the wind is bringing? It's gorse blooming on the moor, Dickon answered. The bees are working at something wonderful today. No one could be seen on the paths they took. In fact, every gardener and helper had been sent elsewhere. They wound through the shrubbery, around the fountain beds, following their carefully planned route for the pure mystery and excitement of it. When they finally turned into the long walk by the ivy-covered walls, the thrill of what was coming made them begin whispering, though they couldn't have explained why. "This is it," Mary breathed. "This is where I used to walk up and down, wondering and wondering." "Is it?" Colin whispered, his eyes searching the ivy eagerly. "But I don't see anything. There's no door." "That's what I thought too," said Mary. A breathless silence fell as the chair moved forward. "That's the garden where Ben Weatherstaff works," Mary pointed out. "Is it?" Colin replied. A few yards more, and Mary whispered again. "This is where the robin flew over the wall." "Is it?" Colin cried. "Oh, I wish he'd come again." "And that," Mary said with solemn delight, pointing under a large lilac bush, "is where he perched on the little mound of earth and showed me the key." Colin sat up straight. "Where? Where? There," he cried, his eyes as big as the wolf's in Red Riding Hood. Dickon stopped, and the wheelchair halted. "And this," Mary said, stepping onto a flower bed close to the ivy, "is where I talked to him when he chirped at me from the wall top. And this is the ivy the wind blew back." She took hold of the hanging green curtain. "Oh, is it? Colin gasped. "And here's the handle, and here's the door. Dickon, push him in quickly." Dickon did it with one strong, steady push. Colin had fallen back against his cushions, though he gasped with delight. He covered his eyes with his hands, keeping them closed until they were inside, and the chair had stopped as if by magic and the door was shut. Only then did he uncover them, looking all around as Mary and Dickon had done that first time. Over walls and earth and trees and swinging branches, a delicate green veil of tender new leaves had crept. In the grass under the trees, in the gray urns in the alcoves, everywhere were touches of gold, purple, and white. The trees displayed pink and snowy blossoms overhead. Wings fluttered, sweet pipes played, and humming filled the air alongside countless mingled scents. The sun fell warm upon his face like a gentle hand. Mary and Dickon stood staring at him in wonder. He looked so changed, so different. A pink glow had spread across his ivory face, neck, and hands. "I shall get well. I shall get well," he cried. "Mary, Dickon, I shall get well, and I shall live forever and ever and ever." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 21, Ben Weatherstaff. There are strange moments in life when you suddenly feel immortal. It happens sometimes at dawn, when you stand alone with your head tilted back, watching the pale sky flush with color as the sun rises, just as it has for thousands upon thousands of years. Your heart stops for a beat at the sheer wonder of it. You might feel it in a forest at sunset, when golden light filters through the trees and seems to whisper something you can almost, but not quite, understand. Or perhaps it's in the vast midnight sky, scattered with watchful stars, or in distant music that touches something deep inside you, or in the eyes of someone who truly sees you. Colin felt exactly that way when he first experienced springtime within the walls of the secret garden. That afternoon, the whole world seemed determined to show one boy just how perfect and beautiful it could be. Spring poured itself into that hidden space as if by some heavenly blessing. More than once, Dickon paused in his work and stood motionless, wonder growing in his eyes as he shook his head gently. "It's grand," he said softly. "I'm 12, almost 13, and that's a fair few afternoons in 13 years, but I don't think I've ever seen one as grand as this." "Yes, it's grand," Mary sighed with pure joy. "I bet it's the grandest one that's ever been in this world." "Do you think," Colin asked dreamily, his Yorkshire accent slipping out, "that maybe it was made like this special, just for me?" "My word," Mary said admiringly. "That's proper Yorkshire talking. You're getting really good at it." And happiness filled every corner of the garden. They positioned Colin's chair under a plum tree, that was blanketed in snow-white blossoms and humming with bees. It was like sitting beneath a fairy king's canopy. Nearby, cherry trees and apple trees bloomed in pink and white, some buds still closed tight, others bursting open. Between the flowering branches, patches of blue sky peered down like curious eyes. Mary and Dickon worked here and there while Colin watched. They brought him treasures to examine, buds just opening, twigs with tiny green leaves unfurling, a woodpecker's feather, an empty eggshell. Dickon pushed the wheelchair slowly around the garden, stopping constantly to show Colin some new wonder emerging from the earth or hanging from a branch. It felt like being given a royal tour of some magical kingdom, with all its secret riches laid out for his delight. "I wonder if we'll see the robin," Colin said. "You'll see plenty of him soon enough," Dickon replied. "Once those eggs hatch, he'll be so busy it'll make his head spin. You'll see him zipping back and forth with worms nearly as big as he is. And there'll be such noise in that nest. It confuses him sometimes, not knowing which hungry mouth to feed first. All those beaks open wide, squawking at once. My mother says whenever she sees how hard a robin works to feed those greedy beaks, she feels like a lazy lady with nothing to do. She says sometimes the little fellows look like they should be dripping with sweat, though you can't actually see it. This made them giggle so much they had to cover their mouths with their hands, remembering they weren't supposed to be heard." Colin had learned about the rule of whispering days before. He enjoyed the secrecy of it and tried his best, but when you're having the time of your life, it's pretty hard not to laugh above a whisper. Every moment brought something new, and as the afternoon progressed, the sunlight grew more golden. The wheelchair had been pulled back under the canopy, and Dickon had just sat down on the grass and taken out his pipe, when Colin noticed something he hadn't seen before. "That's a really old tree over there, isn't it?" he asked. Dickon looked across the grass, and Mary looked too. For a moment, nobody spoke. "Yes," Dickon finally answered, his voice unusually gentle. Mary stared at the tree, lost in thought. "The branches are all gray, and there's not a single leaf anywhere," Colin continued. "It's completely dead, isn't it?" "Aye," Dickon admitted. "But those roses climbing all over it will hide almost all the dead wood once they're full of leaves and flowers. It won't look dead then. It'll be the prettiest one of all." Mary kept staring at the tree, thinking hard. "It looks like a big branch broke off," said Colin. "I wonder how that happened." "It was many years ago," Dickon replied. Then he suddenly perked up and put his hand on Colin's arm. "Look at that robin. There he is, gathering food for his mate." Colin almost missed him, just a flash of red-breasted bird with something in his beak. The robin darted through the greenery into a dense corner and disappeared. Colin leaned back against his cushions, smiling. "He's taking her afternoon tea. Maybe it's 5 o'clock. I think I'd like some tea myself." And just like that, the dangerous moment passed. "It was magic that sent the robin," Mary whispered to Dickon later. "I know it was magic." They had both feared Colin might ask more questions about the tree whose branch had broken 10 years ago. They had discussed it beforehand, and Dickon had rubbed his head worriedly. "We need to act like it's no different from the other trees," he had said. "We can't tell him how it broke, poor lad. If he mentions it, we've got to try to look cheerful." "Yes, we must," Mary had agreed. But she hadn't felt cheerful when she looked at the tree. She wondered about something else Dickon had said. He had continued rubbing his rust-red hair with a puzzled expression, but a comforting look had begun to grow in his blue eyes. "Mrs. Craven was a very lovely young lady," he had said hesitantly. "And my mother thinks maybe she comes back to Misselthwaite sometimes to look after Master Colin, just like all mothers do when they're taken from the world. They have to come back, you see. Maybe she's been in the garden. Maybe she's the one who set us to work and told us to bring him here." Mary had thought he was talking about magic. She believed deeply in magic, especially the good kind that Dickon seemed to work on everything around him. It explained why people and animals were so drawn to him. She even wondered if his gift had summoned the robin at exactly the right moment, when Colin asked that dangerous question. She felt his magic working throughout the afternoon, transforming Colin into someone completely different from the hysterical boy who had screamed and pounded his pillows. Even his pale complexion seemed to change. The faint color that had appeared on his face, neck, and hands when he first entered the garden never quite disappeared. He looked like he was made of actual flesh instead of ivory or wax. They watched the robin bring food to his mate several times, which made them all think of tea. Colin had an idea. "Have one of the servants bring some food in a basket to the rhododendron walk," he said. "Then you and Dickon can bring it here. It was easily arranged. When the white cloth was spread on the grass with hot tea, buttered toast, and crumpets, they enjoyed a deliciously hungry meal. Several birds on domestic errands stopped to investigate, pecking energetically at the crumbs. Nut and Shell, the squirrels, scampered up trees with cake pieces, while Soot the crow took half a buttered crumpet to a corner where he examined it thoroughly, making hoarse comments before swallowing it all in one joyful gulp. The afternoon was sliding into its golden hour. The sun deepened its rays, bees headed home, and fewer birds flew overhead. Dickon and Mary sat on the grass, the tea basket packed up ready to return to the house. Colin lay against his cushions, his dark hair pushed back from his forehead, his face a healthy color. "I don't want this afternoon to end," he said, "but I'll come back tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, and the day after that." "You'll get plenty of fresh air," Mary said. "I'm going to get nothing else," he answered firmly. "I've seen spring now, and I'm going to see summer. I'll watch everything grow here. I'm going to grow here myself." "That you will," said Dickon. "We'll have you walking around here and digging just like everybody else before long." Colin blushed deeply. "Walk? Dig? Will I really?" Dickon's glance was careful. Neither he nor Mary had ever asked what was wrong with Colin's legs. "Of course you will," he said confidently. "You've got legs of your own, same as everybody else." Mary felt nervous until she heard Colin's response. "There's nothing actually wrong with them," he admitted. "They're just thin and weak. They shake so much that I'm afraid to try standing on them." Both Mary and Dickon breathed with relief. "When you stop being afraid, you'll stand on them," Dickon said cheerfully. "And you'll stop being afraid soon enough." "I will," Colin said quietly, as if considering something new. For a while, they sat in perfect silence. The sun was sinking lower, bringing that special hour when everything grows still. They'd had an exciting afternoon, and Colin looked completely relaxed. Even the animals had settled, gathering near them. Soot had perched on a low branch, pulled up one leg, and drooped his gray eyelids drowsily. Mary thought he looked ready to start snoring any second. In the midst of this peaceful scene, Colin suddenly half lifted his head and whispered in alarm, "Who is that man?" Dickon and Mary jumped to their feet. "Man?" they both whispered urgently. Colin pointed toward the high wall. "Look," he whispered excitedly. "Just look!" Mary and Dickon spun around to see Ben Weatherstaff's angry face glaring at them over the wall from the top of a ladder. He actually shook his fist at Mary. "If I wasn't a bachelor, and you were a girl of mine," he shouted, "I'd give you a proper hiding." He climbed another step threateningly as if he meant to jump down and deal with her, but as she approached, he thought better of it and stood on the top rung, shaking his fist. "I never thought much of you," he ranted. "Couldn't stand you from the first time I saw you. A skinny, sour-faced little girl, always asking questions and poking your nose where it wasn't wanted. I don't know how you got so friendly with me. If it hadn't been for that Robin, curse him, Ben Weatherstaff," Mary called up, finally finding her voice. "Ben Weatherstaff, it was the Robin who showed me the way." Now Ben looked ready to climb right over the wall, he was so outraged. "You bad girl," he called down, blaming it on a robin, though he's cheeky enough for anything. "Him showing you the way! Him! Oh, you little troublemaker!" Then curiosity got the better of him. "How on earth did you get in here anyway?" "It was the robin who showed me the way," Mary insisted. "He didn't know he was doing it, but he did, and I can't explain why you're shaking your fist at me." He stopped shaking his fist suddenly, and his jaw dropped as he stared over her head at something approaching across the grass. At the first sound of Ben's tirade, Colin had been so surprised that he just sat up and listened, spellbound. But then he recovered and gestured imperiously to Dickon. "Wheel me over there," he commanded. "Wheel me right up close and stop in front of him." And this is what Ben Weatherstaff saw that made his jaw drop. A wheelchair with luxurious cushions and blankets rolling toward him like some kind of royal carriage. A young Rajah leaned back in it, his large, dark-rimmed eyes filled with command, one thin, white hand extended haughtily, and it stopped right under Ben's nose. No wonder his mouth fell open. "Do you know who I am?" the Rajah demanded. How Ben stared, his red old eyes fixed on the boy as if he were seeing a ghost. He gazed and gulped and couldn't speak a word. "Do you know who I am?" Colin repeated more forcefully. "Answer me!" Ben Weatherstaff raised his rough hand and passed it over his eyes and forehead. When he finally spoke, his voice was shaky. "Who you are?" he said. "Yes, I know, with your mother's eyes staring at me from your face. Lord knows how you got here. But you're the crippled boy." Colin forgot all about his back. His face turned scarlet, and he sat bolt upright. "I'm not a cripple," he shouted furiously. "I'm not! He's not!" Mary yelled up at the wall in fierce defense. "He doesn't have a lump the size of a pinhead. I looked myself, and there's nothing there. Nothing at all." Ben Weatherstaff passed his hand over his forehead again, and stared as if he couldn't look enough. His hand trembled, his mouth trembled, and his voice trembled. He was an uneducated old man with no tact, and he could only remember what he'd been told. You don't have a crooked back?" he asked hoarsely. "No!" shouted Colin. You don't have crooked legs?" Ben's voice quavered even more. It was too much. The energy Colin usually poured into his tantrums surged through him in a completely new way. Never in his life had anyone accused him of having crooked legs, not even in whispers, and Ben Weatherstaff's simple belief in their existence was more than royal flesh and blood could stand. His anger and wounded pride made him forget everything except this moment, filling him with a power he'd never known before, an almost supernatural strength. "Come here," he shouted to Dickon, and he actually began tearing the blankets off his legs and struggling to free himself. Come here, right now." Dickon was at his side in a second. Mary caught her breath in a short gasp and felt herself go pale. "He can do it! He can do it! He can do it! He can!" She whispered to herself rapidly, as fast as she could. There was a brief, fierce scramble. The blankets were thrown to the ground. Dickon held Colin's arm, and the thin legs were out, the thin feet touching the grass. Colin was standing upright, as straight as an arrow and looking strangely tall, his head thrown back and his unusual eyes flashing like lightning. "Look at me," he yelled up at Ben Weatherstaff. "Just look at me. You, just look at me." "He's as straight as I am," Dickon cried. "He's as straight as any boy in Yorkshire." Ben Weatherstaff's reaction seemed beyond strange to Mary. He choked and gulped, and suddenly tears ran down his weathered cheeks as he clapped his old hands together. "Well," he burst out, "the lies people tell. You're as thin as a rail and as white as a ghost, but there's not a crooked bone in you. You'll make a fine man yet. God bless you." Dickon held Colin's arm firmly, but the boy showed no sign of faltering. He stood straighter and looked Ben Weatherstaff in the eye. "I'm your master when my father is away," he said, "and you will obey me. This is my garden. Don't you dare say a word about it. Get down from that ladder and go to the long walk. Miss Mary will meet you and bring you here. I want to talk to you. We didn't want you before, but now you'll have to be in on the secret. Hurry up!" Ben Weatherstaff's wrinkled old face was still wet with that strange burst of tears. He couldn't seem to take his eyes off Colin standing straight on his own feet with his head held high. "Oh, lad," he almost whispered. "Oh, my lad." Then, remembering himself, he touched his hat in proper gardener fashion and said, "Yes, sir! Yes, sir!" and obediently disappeared as he climbed down the ladder. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 22, When the Sun Went Down. As soon as Colin's head disappeared from sight, he turned to Mary. "Go meet him," he said, and Mary raced across the grass to the ivy-covered door. Dickon watched Colin with sharp eyes. Despite the bright spots of color on his cheeks and his astonishing stance, Colin showed no signs of collapsing. "I can stand," Colin declared, his head held high, his voice proud. "I told you that you could as soon as you stopped being afraid," Dickon replied. "And you've stopped." "Yes, I've stopped," Colin agreed. Suddenly, he remembered something Mary had said earlier. "Are you making magic?" he asked sharply. Dickon's mouth spread into a cheerful grin. "You're the one making magic yourself. It's the same magic that made these grow from the earth." He tapped a clump of crocuses with his boot. Colin looked down at the flowers. "Yes," he said slowly. There couldn't be any bigger magic than that. There couldn't be. He straightened himself even more. I'm going to walk to that tree, he announced, pointing to one a few feet away. I'll be standing when Weatherstaff gets here. I can lean against the tree if I need to. When I want to sit down, I will, but not before. Bring a rug from the chair. He walked to the tree, and though Dickon held his arm, he moved with surprising steadiness. When he positioned himself against the trunk, it wasn't obvious that he was using it for support. He held himself so straight that he looked tall. When Ben Weatherstaff came through the door in the wall, he saw Colin standing there. He heard Mary muttering something under her breath. What are you saying? Ben asked irritably, not wanting to be distracted from the sight of the tall, thin boy with the proud face. But Mary didn't tell him. What she was whispering was, "You can do it. You can do it. I told you you could. You can do it. You can do it. You can." She was saying it to Colin because she wanted to make magic and keep him standing strong. She couldn't bear for him to give in before Ben Weatherstaff. And he didn't. She felt a sudden rush of pride. Despite his thinness, he looked beautiful standing there. He fixed his imperious gaze on Ben Weatherstaff. "Look at me," he commanded. "Look at me all over. Am I a hunchback? Do I have crooked legs?" Ben Weatherstaff was still recovering from his shock, but he managed to answer in almost his usual manner. "Not you," he said. "Nothing of the sort. What have you been doing with yourself? Hiding away and letting people think you were crippled and half-witted." "Half-witted?" Colin said angrily. "Who thought that?" "Lots of fools," said Ben. "The world's full of braying jackasses, and they never bray anything but lies. Why did you shut yourself away?" "Everyone thought I was going to die," Colin said flatly. "I'm not!" He said it with such conviction that Ben Weatherstaff looked him up and down, then down and up again. "You die," he said with dry triumph. "Nothing of the sort. You've got too much spirit in you. When I saw you put your feet on the ground so quickly, I knew you were all right. Sit down on the rug for a bit, young master, and give me your orders." There was an odd mixture of gruff tenderness and shrewd understanding in his manner. Mary had talked rapidly as they'd walked down the long path, explaining that Colin was getting well, and that the garden was healing him. No one was supposed to remind him about humps or dying. The young Rajah condescended to sit on a rug under the tree. "What work do you do in the gardens, Weatherstaff?" he asked. "Whatever I'm told to do," Ben answered. "I'm kept on out of kindness, because she liked me." "She?" said Colin. "Your mother," Ben replied. "My mother." Colin looked around quietly. This was her garden, wasn't it? "Yes, it was," Ben said, also looking around. She was terribly fond of it. "It's my garden now. I'm fond of it too." "I'll come here every day," Colin announced, "but it has to be a secret. My orders are that no one should know we come here. Dickon and my cousin have worked to bring it back to life. I'll send for you sometimes to help, but you must come when no one can see you." Ben Weatherstaff's face twisted into a dry smile. "I've been coming here when no one could see me for years," he said. "What?" exclaimed Colin. "When?" "Last time I was here," Ben said, rubbing his chin and looking around, "was about 2 years ago." "But no one has been in here for 10 years," Colin protested. "There wasn't even a door." "I'm no one," Ben said dryly, "and I didn't use the door. I came over the wall. My rheumatism has kept me away these last 2 years." "You came and did some pruning," Dickon exclaimed. "I couldn't figure out how that had been done." "She was so fond of it." "She was," Ben said slowly. "And she was such a pretty young thing. She said to me once, laughing, 'Ben, if I'm ever ill or go away, you must take care of my roses.' When she did go away, the orders were that no one should ever come near. But I came anyway," he added with stubborn pride. "Over the wall I came, until my rheumatism stopped me, and I did a bit of work once a year. She gave her orders first." "It wouldn't be as alive as it is if you hadn't," Dickon said. "I did wonder about that." "I'm glad you did it, Weatherstaff," Colin said. "You'll know how to keep our secret." "Yes, I will, sir," Ben answered. "And it'll be easier for a man with rheumatism to use the door." Mary had dropped her trowel on the grass near the tree. Colin reached out, picked it up, and got an odd look on his face. He began to scratch at the earth. His thin hand was weak, but as they watched, Mary holding her breath with interest, he managed to drive the trowel into the soil and turn some over. "You can do it. You can do it," Mary silently urged him. "I told you you can." Dickon's eyes were filled with eager curiosity, but he said nothing. Ben watched with interest. Colin kept going. After turning over a few trowelfuls of soil, he spoke triumphantly to Dickon in his best Yorkshire accent. "You said you'd have me walking around here like normal people, and you said you'd have me digging. I thought you were just lying to make me feel better. But this is only the first day, and I've walked, and now I'm digging." Ben's mouth fell open when he heard Colin's accent, but he ended up chuckling. "Well," he said, "that sounds like you've got some sense in you after all. You're a Yorkshire lad for sure, and you're digging too. How would you like to plant something? I can get you a rose in a pot." "Go get it," Colin said excitedly, still digging. "Quick, quick!" Ben hurried off, forgetting his rheumatism. Dickon took his spade and dug the hole deeper and wider than Colin's thin white hands could manage. Mary ran to fetch a watering can. Colin continued turning the soft earth, looking up at the sky, his face flushed with the strange new exercise, slight as it was. "I want to finish before the sun goes completely down," he said. Mary thought the sun might have held back a few minutes just for them. Ben returned with a potted rose from the greenhouse, hobbling across the grass as fast as he could. He was getting excited, too. He knelt by the hole and broke the pot away from the soil. "Here, lad," he said, handing the plant to Colin. "Set it in the earth yourself, just like a king does when he visits a new place." Colin's thin white hands trembled slightly, and his flush deepened as he placed the rose in the soil and held it while Ben packed the earth around it. Mary leaned forward on her hands and knees to watch. Soot the crow had flown down to observe. The squirrel's nut and shell chattered about it from a cherry tree. "It's planted," Colin announced at last, "and the sun is just slipping over the edge. Help me up, Dickon. I want to be standing when it goes. That's part of the magic." Dickon helped him, and the magic, or whatever it was, gave him such strength that when the sun finally slipped away, ending their strange, lovely afternoon, Colin was actually standing on his own 2 feet, laughing. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 23, Magic. Dr. Craven had been waiting at the house for some time when they returned. He'd started to worry, considering sending someone to search the garden paths. When Colin was finally brought back to his room, the doctor examined him with concern. "You shouldn't have stayed out so long," he said. "You mustn't overexert yourself." "I'm not tired at all," Colin replied confidently. "It's made me well. Tomorrow I'm going out in the morning, as well as the afternoon." "I'm not sure I can allow that," Dr. Craven answered. "I'm afraid it wouldn't be wise." "It wouldn't be wise to try to stop me," Colin said with quiet determination. "I am going." Even Mary had noticed that one of Colin's biggest flaws was his complete unawareness of how rudely he ordered people around. Having lived like a king on his own personal desert island his whole life, he'd created his own rules of behavior with no one to compare himself to. Mary, who had been quite similar herself, had gradually realized since coming to Misselthwaite that her own manners weren't exactly normal or popular. Finding this interesting enough to share, she sat watching Colin curiously after Dr. Craven left, waiting for him to ask why she was staring. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he finally asked. "I was thinking that I feel rather sorry for Dr. Craven." "So do I," Colin said calmly, though with a hint of satisfaction. "He won't get Misselthwaite at all now that I'm not going to die." "I'm sorry for him about that, of course," Mary said, "but I was actually thinking how awful it must have been to stay polite for 10 years to a boy who was always rude. I couldn't have done it." "Am I rude?" Colin asked, completely unbothered. "If you had been his own son, and he'd been the type to discipline children," Mary replied, "he would have given you a good smack by now." "But he wouldn't dare," said Colin. "No, he wouldn't," Mary agreed, considering it objectively. "Nobody ever dared do anything you didn't like, because you were supposedly dying and all that. You were treated like such a fragile thing." "But," Colin declared stubbornly, "I am not going to be fragile. I won't let people think I am. I stood on my feet this afternoon." "It's always getting your own way that's made you so strange," Mary continued thoughtfully. Colin turned to her with a frown. "Am I strange?" "Yes," Mary answered honestly. "Very, but don't get upset about it," she added fairly, "because I'm strange too, and so is Ben Weatherstaff. But I'm not as strange as I was before I started liking people, and before I found the garden." "I don't want to be strange," Colin said with determination. "I won't be." He was such a proud boy. He lay thinking for a moment, and then Mary watched as his beautiful smile slowly transformed his face. "I'll stop being strange," he said, "if I go to the garden every day. There's magic in there." "Good magic, don't you think, Mary?" "I do," Mary agreed. "Even if it's not real magic," Colin said. "We can pretend it is. Something is there. Something." "It is magic," said Mary. "Not dark magic, it's as white as snow." They always called it magic, and indeed that's exactly what it seemed like in the months that followed. Wonderful months, radiant months, amazing months. Oh, the things that happened in that garden. If you've never had a garden, you couldn't possibly understand, and if you have, you know it would take an entire book to describe everything that unfolded there. At first, it seemed the green things would never stop pushing through the earth, in the grass, the flower beds, even in the cracks between stones in the walls. Then the green things began forming buds, and the buds started to unfurl and reveal their colors, every shade of blue, every shade of purple, every tint of crimson. In its glory days, flowers had been tucked into every possible corner. Ben Weatherstaff had watched it happen, and had even scraped mortar from between bricks to create pockets of soil for climbing plants. Irises and white lilies rose from the grass in clusters, and the green alcoves filled with stunning displays of blue and white flowers, tall delphiniums, columbines, and campanulas. She was mighty fond of them, she was, Ben Weatherstaff said. She loved things that pointed up to the blue sky. Not that she didn't appreciate the earth, not her. She just loved it all, but said the blue sky always looked so joyful. The seeds Dickon and Mary had planted grew, as if by fairy magic. Silky poppies of every color danced in the breeze by the dozens, cheerfully competing with flowers that had lived in the garden for years and seemed slightly surprised by these newcomers. And the roses, oh the roses! They rose from the grass, wrapped around the sundial, adorned the tree trunks, hung from branches, climbed the walls, and spread across them in long cascades. They came alive day by day, hour by hour, fresh green leaves and buds, at first tiny, then swelling with magic until they burst open into cups of fragrance, their scent spilling over and filling the garden air. Colin watched it all, observing each change as it happened. Every morning he was brought out, and he spent every dry hour of each day in the garden. Even gray days pleased him. He would lie on the grass, watching things growing, as he put it. If you watched long enough, he claimed, you could actually see buds unfold. You could also get to know the busy insects scurrying about on their mysterious missions, sometimes carrying tiny bits of straw or feather or food, or climbing grass blades as if they were trees from which to survey the landscape. A mole pushing up earth and emerging with its strange, hand-like paws fascinated him for an entire morning. Ants, beetles, bees, frogs, birds, and plants gave him a whole new world to explore, and when Dickon added foxes, otters, ferrets, squirrels, trout, water rats, and badgers to his knowledge, their conversations became endless. And this wasn't even half the magic. The fact that Colin had actually stood on his feet had set his mind racing, and when Mary told him about the spell she'd created, he was thrilled and completely approved of it. He talked about it constantly. "Of course there must be lots of magic in the world," he said wisely one day, "but people don't understand what it is or how to use it. Maybe it starts simply by saying, good things will happen until you make them happen. I'm going to try an experiment." The next morning in the secret garden, he immediately sent for Ben Weatherstaff. Ben hurried over and found the young Rajah standing under a tree, looking regal but also wearing a beautiful smile. "Good morning, Ben Weatherstaff," Colin said. "I want you, Dickon, and Miss Mary to stand in a row and listen, because I'm going to tell you something important." "Aye, aye, sir," Ben replied, touching his forehead. One of Ben's hidden charms was that he'd once run away to sea as a boy and made several voyages, so he could answer like a proper sailor. "I'm going to try a scientific experiment," Colin explained. "When I grow up, I'll make great scientific discoveries, and I'm starting now with this experiment." "Aye, aye, sir," Ben said promptly, though this was the first he'd heard of any scientific discoveries. It was new to Mary, too, but she was beginning to realize that, strange as he was, Colin had read about many unusual things and had a strangely convincing way about him. When he held his head high and fixed his unusual eyes on you, you almost couldn't help believing him, even though he was only 10, nearly 11. Now he seemed especially convincing, because he suddenly embraced the thrill of making a grown-up speech. "The great scientific discoveries I'm going to make," he continued, "will be about magic. Magic is incredible. and hardly anyone knows anything about it except a few people in old books, and Mary a little, because she was born in India where there are fakirs. I believe Dickon knows some magic too, but perhaps he doesn't realize he knows it. He charms animals and people. I wouldn't have let him visit me if he hadn't been an animal charmer, which makes him a boy charmer too, since boys are animals. I'm certain there's magic in everything, but we're not smart enough to harness it and make it work for us, like electricity and horses and steam engines. This sounded so impressive that Ben Weatherstaff grew excited and couldn't stand still. "Aye, aye, sir," he said, straightening his posture. "When Mary found this garden, it looked completely dead," Colin went on. "Then something started pushing things up from the soil and creating things from nothing. One day things weren't there, and the next day they were. I'd never observed nature before, and it made me so curious. Scientific people are always curious, and I'm going to be scientific. I keep asking myself, what is it? What is it? It's something. It can't be nothing. I don't know its name, so I call it magic. I've never seen the sunrise, but Mary and Dickon have, and from what they tell me, I'm sure that's magic too. Something pushes it up and pulls it along. Sometimes when I've been in the garden, I've looked up through the trees at the sky and felt strangely happy, as if something were pushing and pulling in my chest, making me breathe faster. Magic is always pushing and pulling and creating things from nothing. Everything comes from magic. Leaves and trees, flowers and birds, badgers and foxes and squirrels and people. It must be all around us, in this garden, everywhere. The magic in this garden has made me stand up and know I'm going to live to become a man. I'm going to experiment by trying to get some magic inside me to make me strong. I don't know exactly how, but I think if you keep thinking about it and calling to it, perhaps it will come. Maybe that's the first simple way to access it. When I was about to try standing that first time, Mary kept saying to herself, "You can do it, you can do it," and I did. I had to try too, of course, but her magic helped, and so did Dickon's. Every morning and evening, and as often during the day as I remember, I'm going to say, "Magic is in me. Magic is making me well. I'm going to be as strong as Dickon, as strong as Dickon." And you must all do it too. That's my experiment. Will you help, Ben Weatherstaff? "Aye, aye, sir," said Ben. "Aye, aye." If you do it every day, as regularly as soldiers drill, we'll see what happens and find out if the experiment works. You learn things by repeating them over and over until they stick in your mind forever, and I think magic works the same way. If you keep calling it to come help you, it becomes part of you and stays and does things. I once heard an officer in India tell my mother about fakirs who repeated words thousands of times, Mary said. I've heard Jim Fettleworth's wife say the same thing thousands of times. Calling Jem a drunken brute, Ben Weatherstaff said dryly. Something always came of that, sure enough. He'd give her a good smack and head to the Blue Lion pub to get completely wasted. Colin frowned and thought for a moment. Then he brightened. "Well," he said, "you see, something did happen. She used the wrong magic and made him hit her. If she'd used the right magic and said something nice, maybe he wouldn't have gotten so drunk. Maybe he might have even bought her a new hat." Ben chuckled, and there was shrewd admiration in his small old eyes. "You're a clever lad as well as a straight-legged one, Master Colin," he said. "Next time I see Bess Fettleworth, I'll hint at what magic might do for her. She'd be mighty pleased if the scientific experiment worked, and so would Jem." Dickon had been listening to the lecture with his round eyes shining in fascination. The squirrel's nut and shell were perched on his shoulders, and he held a long-eared white rabbit in his arms, stroking it gently while the rabbit laid its ears back and enjoyed the attention. "Do you think the experiment will work?" Colin asked, wondering what was going through Dickon's mind. He often wondered what Dickon was thinking when he saw him looking at him or one of his animals with that wide, happy smile. Dickon's smile grew even broader than usual. "Aye," he answered, "that I do. It'll work just like seeds do when the sun shines on 'em. It'll work for sure. Should we start now?" Colin was delighted, and so was Mary. Inspired by memories of fakirs and devotees in illustrations, Colin suggested they all sit cross-legged under the tree that formed a canopy above them. "It'll be like sitting in a temple," Colin said. "I'm a bit tired and want to sit down." "Hey," Dickon cautioned, "you shouldn't start by saying you're tired. Might spoil the magic." Colin turned and looked into Dickon's innocent round eyes. "That's true," he said slowly. "I must only think about the magic." It all felt very majestic and mysterious when they sat down in their circle. Ben Weatherstaff felt as if he'd somehow been tricked into attending a prayer meeting. Normally he was firmly, quote, against prayer meetings, as he put it, but since this was the young Rajah's affair, he didn't resent it and was actually rather pleased to be included. Mary felt solemnly enchanted. Dickon held his rabbit, and perhaps he made some secret animal charmer signal no one heard, because when he sat cross-legged like the others, the crow, fox, squirrels, and lamb slowly approached and joined the circle, each settling into a place as if by their own choice. "The creatures have come," Colin said solemnly. "They want to help us." Colin truly looked beautiful, Mary thought. He held his head high like a kind of priest, and his unusual eyes had a remarkable expression. The light filtered through the tree canopy onto his face. "Now we'll begin," he said. "Should we sway back and forth, Mary, like dervishes?" "I can't do any swaying back and forth," Ben Weatherstaff objected. "I've got rheumatism." "The magic will take that away," Colin said in his high priest voice. "But we won't sway until it has. We'll just chant." "I can't do any chanting," said Ben slightly irritably. "They kicked me out of the church choir the only time I tried it." No one smiled. They were all too serious. Colin's face didn't even flicker. He was focused entirely on the magic. "Then I will chant," he said. And he began, looking like some strange spirit boy. "The sun is shining. The sun is shining. That is the magic. The flowers are growing. The roots are stirring. That is the magic. Being alive is the magic. Being strong is the magic. The magic is in me. The magic is in me. It's in me. It's in me. It's in every one of us. It's in Ben Weatherstaff's back. Magic! Magic! Come and help!" He repeated it many times. Not 1,000, but quite a lot. Mary listened, entranced. It seemed both strange and beautiful, and she wanted him to continue forever. Ben Weatherstaff began feeling lulled into a pleasant, dreamlike state. The humming of bees in the blossoms mixed with Colin's chanting voice and melted into drowsiness. Dickon sat cross-legged with his rabbit asleep on his arm and one hand resting on the lamb's back. Soot the crow had pushed away a squirrel to huddle close on his shoulder, eyes half closed. Finally, Colin stopped. "Now I'm going to walk around the garden," he announced. Ben Weatherstaff's head had just dropped forward, and he jerked it up. "You fell asleep," Colin said. "Nothing of the sort," mumbled Ben. "The sermon was good enough, but I always leave before the collection plate." He wasn't fully awake yet. "You're not in church," Colin reminded him. "Course not," said Ben, straightening up. "Who said I was?" "I heard every word. You said the magic was in my back. The doctor calls it rheumatism." The Rajah waved his hand dismissively. "That was the wrong magic," he said. "You'll get better. You have my permission to go to your work. But come back tomorrow. I'd like to see you walk around the garden," Ben said gruffly. It wasn't an unfriendly grumble, just a grumble. Being stubborn and not completely sold on magic, he decided that if he were sent away, he'd climb his ladder and peek over the wall so he could hurry back if Colin stumbled. But Colin didn't mind him staying, so they formed a procession. It really did look like one, too. Colin led the way with Dickon on one side and Mary on the other. Ben Weatherstaff followed behind, and the animals trailed after them, the lamb and fox cub staying close to Dickon, the white rabbit hopping along or stopping to nibble grass, and Soot following with the seriousness of someone in charge. The procession moved slowly but with dignity. They stopped to rest every few yards. Colin leaned on Dickon's arm while Ben Weatherstaff kept a sharp eye out, but occasionally Colin took his hand from Dickon's support and walked a few steps alone. He kept his head held high and looked truly magnificent. "The magic is in me," he kept saying. "The magic is making me strong. I can feel it. I can feel it." Something certainly seemed to be supporting and lifting him. He sat on benches in the alcoves, and once or twice even on the grass. Several times he paused on the path and leaned on Dickon, but he wouldn't give up until he had walked all the way around the garden. When he returned to the canopy tree, his cheeks were flushed and he looked triumphant. "I did it! The magic worked!" he cried. "That's my first scientific discovery." "What will Dr. Craven say?" Mary blurted out. "He won't say anything," Colin answered, "because he won't be told. This will be our biggest secret. No one can know until I've grown strong enough to walk and run like any other boy. I'll come here each day in my wheelchair and be taken back in it. I won't have people whispering and asking questions, and I won't let my father hear about it until the experiment has completely succeeded. Then someday, when he returns to Misselthwaite, I'll simply walk into his study and say, "Here I am. I'm like any other boy. I'm completely well, and I'll live to be a man. It was done through a scientific experiment." "He'll think he's dreaming," Mary exclaimed. "He won't believe his eyes." Colin flushed with triumph. Without realizing it, he'd accomplished more than half the battle by making himself believe he would get well. And the thought that motivated him more than any other was imagining his father's face when he saw that he had a son who was as straight and strong as other fathers' sons. One of his darkest miseries during his sickly past had been his hatred of being a weak, hunched boy whose father couldn't bear to look at him. "He'll have to believe it," Colin said. "One of the things I'm going to do after the magic works and before I start making scientific discoveries is become an athlete." "We'll have you taking up boxing in a week or so," Ben Weatherstaff joked. "You'll end up winning the championship belt for all of England." Colin fixed him with a stern look. "Weatherstaff," he said, "that's disrespectful. You mustn't take liberties just because you're in on the secret. No matter how well the magic works, I will not be a prize fighter. I will be a scientific discoverer." "Beg pardon." "Beg pardon, sir," Ben replied, touching his forehead in a salute. "I should have seen it wasn't a joking matter." But his eyes twinkled, and secretly he was extremely pleased. He really didn't mind being scolded, because the scolding proved the boy was gaining strength and spirit. You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios, Chapter 24, Let Them Laugh. The Secret Garden wasn't the only one Dickon worked in. Around his cottage on the moor, there was a plot of land enclosed by a low wall of rough stones. He worked there early in the morning and in the fading twilight, and on days when Colin and Mary didn't see him at all, planting and tending potatoes, cabbages, turnips, carrots, and herbs for his mother, with his animal friends keeping him company. He never seemed to tire of the work. While digging or weeding, he'd whistle or sing bits of Yorkshire folk songs, or chat with Soot, Captain, or the wild creatures he had befriended. "We'd never be as comfortable as we are," Mrs. Sowerby often said, "if it weren't for Dickon's garden. Everything grows twice as big for him as anyone else, and tastes better too." When she had a spare moment, she liked to go outside and talk with him. After supper, during the long, clear twilight, was her quiet time. She'd sit on the low stone wall, watching him work and listening to stories about his day. Dickon's garden wasn't just vegetables. He'd bought penny packets of flower seeds now and then, planting sweet-smelling blooms among the gooseberry bushes and even between rows of cabbages. He grew mignonette, pinks and pansies and borders, saving seeds year after year, and dividing roots that would bloom each spring and eventually spread into fine clumps. The stone wall itself was one of the prettiest sights in Yorkshire, because Dickon had tucked moorland foxglove, ferns, rock cress, and wildflowers into every crack until you could barely see the stones. "All you have to do to make plants thrive, Mother," he'd say, "is be friends with them. They're just like animals. If they're thirsty, give them a drink. If they're hungry, give them food. They want to live just like we do. If they died, I'd feel like I'd been cruel and heartless." It was during these twilight hours that Mrs. Sowerby heard all about what was happening at Misselthwaite Manor. At first, she was only told that Master Colin had taken to going outside with Miss Mary and that it was doing him good. But before long, the children agreed that Dickon's mother could come into the secret. They were certain she was safe for shore. So one beautiful still evening, Dickon told her everything: the buried key, the robin, the lifeless gray garden, and how Mary had sworn to keep it secret. He described his own arrival at the garden, Colin's initial suspicion, and the dramatic moment when Colin was finally introduced to their hidden sanctuary. He told her about Ben Weatherstaff's shocked face peering over the wall, and how Colin had stood up in a burst of unexpected strength. Mrs. Sowerby's kind face changed color several times as she listened. "My word," she exclaimed. "It was a lucky thing that little girl came to the manor. It's been the making of her, and the saving of him, standing on his feet, and all of us thinking he was a poor, half-witted boy without a straight bone in his body." She asked many questions, her blue eyes full of deep thought. "What do they make of it at the manor? "Him being so well and cheerful and not complaining?" she asked. "They don't know what to think," Dickon answered. "Every day his face looks different. It's filling out and not so sharp, and that waxy color is going away. But he still has to do his bit of complaining," he added, with an entertained grin. "What for, in heaven's name?" asked Mrs. Sowerby. Dickon chuckled. "He does it to keep them from guessing what's really happening. If the doctor knew he could stand, he'd probably write to Mr. Craven. Colin's saving the secret to tell his father himself. He's practicing his magic on his legs every day until his father comes back, and then he's going to walk right into his room and show him he's as straight as any other boy. But he and Miss Mary think it's best to keep groaning and complaining now and then, to throw everyone off track." Mrs. Sowerby was laughing softly long before Dickon finished. "Those two are having the time of their lives, I'll bet," she said. "They're getting quite a performance out of it, and there's nothing children love more than play acting. Tell me what they do, Dickon." Dickon sat back on his heels, his eyes twinkling with fun. "Master Colin gets carried down to his chair whenever he goes out," he explained. "He snaps at John the footman for not carrying him carefully enough. He makes himself look as helpless as possible and keeps his head down until we're out of sight of the house. And he groans and complains while being settled in his chair. Both he and Miss Mary enjoy it so much that when he moans, she'll say, 'Poor Colin, does it hurt so much? Are you really that weak, poor Colin?' The trouble is, sometimes they can barely keep from bursting out laughing. Once we're safely in the garden, they laugh until they can't breathe. They have to bury their faces in Colin's cushions to keep the gardeners from hearing, if any are around." "The more they laugh, the better for them," said Mrs. Sowerby, still chuckling. "Good, healthy child laughter is better than any medicine. Those two will fill out nicely." "They already are," said Dickon. "They're so hungry they don't know how to eat enough without raising suspicions. Colin says if he keeps asking for more food, no one will believe he's really sick. Mary offers to let him have her share, but he says if she gets thin, they'll notice, and they both need to get healthy at the same time." Mrs. Sowerby laughed so heartily that she rocked back and forth in her blue cloak, and Dickon laughed with her. "I know how to help them," Mrs. Sowerby said when she could speak again. "Tomorrow morning when you go to them, take a pail of good fresh milk with cream on top, and I'll bake them a crusty cottage loaf or currant buns like you children enjoy. Nothing's as good as fresh milk and bread. They can take the edge off their hunger while in the garden, and the fancy food they get inside will do the rest." "Mother," Dickon said admiringly, "you're amazing. You always find a way. They were really worried yesterday. They didn't know how to get more food without ordering it. They were feeling that empty inside. They're two young ones growing fast, with health returning to both. Children like that feel like young wolves. Food is life to them," said Mrs. Sowerby, then smiled Dickon's own curving smile. "But they're having a wonderful time, that's for certain." She was absolutely right. Colin and Mary found their play acting one of the most thrilling parts of their adventure. The idea of protecting themselves from suspicion had first been accidentally suggested by the puzzled nurse, and then by Dr. Craven himself. "Your appetite is improving greatly, Master Colin," the nurse had remarked one day. "You used to eat nothing, and so many things disagreed with you." "Nothing disagrees with me now," Colin replied, before suddenly remembering that perhaps he shouldn't appear too well just yet. "I mean, things don't disagree with me as often. It's the fresh air." "Perhaps," said the nurse, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "But I should mention it to Dr. Craven. Did you see how she stared at you?" Mary asked when the nurse left. "As if she thought there was something suspicious going on." "I won't have her finding things out," Colin said firmly. "No one can know yet." When Dr. Craven arrived that morning, he also seemed confused, and asked several questions that annoyed Colin. "You spend a great deal of time in the garden," he observed. "Where do you go?" Colin put on his haughtiest expression. "I won't tell anyone where I go," he answered. "I visit a place I like. Everyone has orders to stay away. I won't be watched and stared at. You know that." "You seem to be outdoors all day, but I don't think it's harmed you," the doctor said. "The nurse tells me you're eating much more than ever before." "Perhaps," Colin said, suddenly inspired. "It's an unnatural appetite." "I don't think so. Your food seems to agree with you," Dr. Craven replied. "You're gaining weight rapidly, and your color is better." "Maybe I'm bloated and feverish," Colin suggested gloomily. "People who aren't going to live are often different." Dr. Craven shook his head, holding Colin's wrist and pushing up his sleeve to feel his arm. "You're not feverish, and the weight you've gained is healthy. If we can keep this up, we won't need to talk about dying. Your father will be very happy to hear about this remarkable improvement." "Don't tell him!" Colin burst out fiercely. "It will only disappoint him if I get worse again, and I might get worse tonight. I could develop a raging fever. I feel like I might be getting one now. Don't write to my father. I won't allow it. You're making me angry, and you know that's bad for me. I'm feeling hot already. I hate being written about and discussed as much as I hate being stared at." "Shh, my boy," Dr. Craven soothed. "Nothing will be written without your permission. You're too sensitive about these things. You mustn't undo all the good progress we've made." He said nothing more about writing to Mr. Craven, and when he spoke to the nurse later, he privately warned her not to mention it to the patient. "The boy is remarkably better," he told her. "His improvement seems almost abnormal, but of course he's now willingly doing what we couldn't make him do before. Still, he gets upset very easily, and we mustn't say anything to irritate him." Mary and Colin were alarmed and talked anxiously about it afterward. This was when they developed their plan of play acting. "I might have to throw a tantrum," Colin said regretfully. "I don't want to, and I'm not miserable enough now to work myself into a big one. I might not even be able to have one at all. That lump doesn't come to my throat anymore, and I keep thinking of nice things instead of horrible ones. But if they talk about writing to my father, I'll have to do something." He decided to eat less, but unfortunately, this brilliant plan fell apart each morning when he woke up ravenously hungry. The table near his sofa was always set with an irresistible breakfast: homemade bread, fresh butter, snow-white eggs, raspberry jam, and clotted cream. Mary always ate with him, and when they found themselves at the table, especially when there were delicate slices of sizzling ham sending tempting smells from under a silver cover, they would look at each other in desperation. "I think we'll have to eat it all this morning, Mary," Colin would inevitably say. "We can send away some of the lunch and a lot of the dinner." But they never managed to send anything away, and the spotlessly clean plates that returned to the kitchen caused much gossip. "I wish," Colin often said, "the ham slices were thicker, and one muffin each is nowhere near enough." "It's enough for someone who's dying," Mary answered the first time she heard this, "but not for someone who's going to live. Sometimes I feel like I could eat 3 when those wonderful heather and gorse scents from the moor come through the open window." One morning, after they'd been enjoying themselves in the garden for about 2 hours, Dickon disappeared behind a large rosebush and returned with 2 tin pails. One contained rich fresh milk with cream on top, and the other held cottage-made currant buns wrapped in a clean blue and white napkin, still warm from the oven. The children were overjoyed. What a wonderful thing for Mrs. Sowerby to think of. What a kind, clever woman she must be. How delicious the buns were, and the fresh milk. "Magic is in her, just like it's in Dickon," Colin declared. "It makes her think of ways to do nice things. She's a magic person. Tell her we're grateful, Dickon. Extremely grateful." He sometimes liked using grown-up phrases. He enjoyed this one so much that he improved upon it. "Tell her she has been most bounteous, and our gratitude is extreme." Then, forgetting his dignity, he stuffed himself with buns and gulped milk straight from the pail, like any hungry boy who had been exercising in the fresh moorland air, with breakfast more than 2 hours behind him. This was just the beginning. They soon realized that since Mrs. Sowerby had 14 people to feed, she might not have enough to satisfy 2 extra appetites every day. So they asked if they could send some money to buy things. Dickon made another exciting discovery. In the woods outside the garden, where Mary had first found him playing his pipe to the animals, there was a small hollow where they could build a tiny stone oven and roast potatoes and eggs. Roasted eggs were a completely new luxury, and hot potatoes with salt and fresh butter were fit for royalty, and incredibly satisfying. They could buy potatoes and eggs, and eat as many as they wanted without feeling like they were taking food from the mouths of 14 others. Every beautiful morning the magic was performed under the plum tree, which now provided a canopy of thickening green leaves after its brief flowering period had ended. After the ceremony, Colin always took his walking exercise, and throughout the day he practiced his newfound ability at regular intervals. Each day he grew stronger, and could walk more steadily and cover more ground. And each day his belief in the magic grew stronger, as well it should. He tried one experiment after another, as he felt his strength increasing, and Dickon showed him the best activities of all. "Yesterday," Dickon said one morning after being away, "I went to Thwaite for my mother, and near the Blue Cow Inn I saw Bob Howarth. He's the strongest man on the moor, the champion wrestler. He can jump higher and throw the hammer farther than anyone. He's even gone to Scotland for competitions. He's known me since I was little, and he's friendly, so I asked him some questions. Rich folks call him an athlete, and I thought of you, Master Colin. I asked, "How did you make your muscles stand out like that, Bob? Did you do anything special to get so strong?" And he said, "Well, yes, lad, I did. A strong man in a traveling show taught me how to exercise every muscle in my body." So I asked, could a sickly person make himself stronger with those exercises? And he laughed and said, "Are you the sickly one?" I told him, "No, but I know a young gentleman who's recovering from a long illness, and I wish I knew some of those techniques to show him." I didn't mention any names, and he didn't ask. Being friendly as he is, he stood up and demonstrated everything, and I copied him until I had it memorized. Colin was listening excitedly. "Can you show me?" he cried. "Will you?" "Of course," Dickon answered, standing up. "But he said you must start gently and be careful not to tire yourself. Rest between exercises, take deep breaths, and don't overdo it." "I'll be careful," Colin promised. "Show me, show me. Dickon, you're the most magical boy in the world." Dickon stood on the grass and slowly demonstrated a simple but effective series of muscle exercises. Colin watched with widening eyes. He could do a few while sitting down. Soon he tried some while standing on his steadily improving legs. Mary began doing them too. Soot, watching from a branch, became agitated and hopped around restlessly because he couldn't join in. From then on, the exercises became as much a part of their daily routine as the magic. Colin and Mary were able to do more of them each time they tried, which resulted in such enormous appetites that they would have been in trouble without the basket Dickon brought each morning. The little woodland oven and Mrs. Sowerby's contributions were so satisfying that Mrs. Medlock, the nurse, and Dr. Craven became increasingly puzzled. It's easy to pick at your breakfast and ignore your dinner when you're already full of roasted eggs, potatoes, creamy fresh milk, oat cakes, buns, heather honey, and clotted cream. "They're eating practically nothing," worried the nurse. "They'll starve if they can't be persuaded to take some proper nourishment. And yet look at them." "Look indeed," Mrs. Medlock exclaimed indignantly. "I'm at my wit's end with those two. They're absolute terrors, bursting out of their clothes one day and turning up their noses at the best meals cook can prepare the next. They didn't touch a bite of that lovely roast chicken and bread sauce yesterday, and the poor woman created a special pudding just for them, which came back untouched. She nearly cried. She's afraid she'll be blamed if they waste away." When Dr. Craven came to examine Colin, he was extremely concerned. The nurse showed him the barely touched breakfast tray she had saved for his inspection, but he looked even more worried when he sat beside Colin's sofa to examine him. He'd been called to London on business and hadn't seen the boy for nearly 2 weeks. Young bodies can heal remarkably fast once they start. The waxy paleness had left Colin's skin, replaced by a healthy pink glow. His beautiful eyes were clear, and the hollows under them and in his cheeks and temples had filled out. His once dull, lifeless hair now seemed to spring healthily from his forehead, soft and warm with life. His lips were fuller and a normal color. As an imitation of a sickly invalid, he was a complete failure. Dr. Craven held his chin thoughtfully as he studied the boy. "I'm sorry to hear you're not eating," he said. "That won't do. You'll lose all you've gained, and you've gained remarkably. You were eating so well not long ago." "I told you it was an unnatural appetite," Colin replied. Mary was sitting nearby on her stool and suddenly made a strange noise that she tried so hard to suppress, she almost choked. "What's the matter?" Dr. Craven asked, turning to look at her. Mary became very prim. "It was somewhere between a sneeze and a cough," she replied with dignity, "and it got caught in my throat. But," she told Colin afterward, "I couldn't help myself. It just burst out because I suddenly remembered that last enormous potato you ate and how your mouth stretched when you bit into that thick crust covered with jam and clotted cream." "Is there any way these children could be getting food secretly?" Dr. Craven asked Mrs. Medlock. "Not unless they're digging it from the ground or picking it off trees," Mrs. Medlock answered. "They spend all day in the grounds and see no one but each other, and if they wanted anything different to eat, they'd only have to ask." "Well," Dr. Craven said, "as long as not eating agrees with them, we needn't worry." "The boy is transformed." "So is the girl," added Mrs. Medlock. "She's becoming downright pretty now that she's filled out and lost that sour look. Her hair's grown thick and healthy, and she has good color in her cheeks. She used to be the glummest, most bad-tempered little thing, and now she and Master Colin laugh together like they've gone mad. Perhaps they're growing healthy on laughter alone." "Perhaps they are," said Dr. Craven. "Let them laugh." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 25, The Curtain. The secret garden blossomed more with each passing day, revealing new wonders every morning. In the robin's nest, eggs lay warm beneath the mother bird's feathery breast and protective wings. At first she was incredibly nervous, and her mate watched everyone with suspicious eyes. Even Dickon kept his distance from that corner of the garden during those early days. He waited until, through some quiet, magical understanding, the birds seemed to realize that everyone in the garden was kindred to them, that they all understood the breathtaking, heart-stopping miracle of eggs. If anyone in that garden hadn't known deep in their soul that harming an egg would make the universe collapse, if even one person hadn't felt and acted according to that truth, there could have been no happiness in that golden spring air. But they all knew it, they all felt it, and the robin pair sensed this shared understanding. The robin initially watched Mary and Colin with sharp anxiety. For some reason the bird couldn't explain. Dickon required no such scrutiny. The moment the robin's bright black eye had first spotted Dickon, he knew this wasn't a stranger, but practically a robin himself, just without feathers or a beak. Dickon could speak robin language, which is entirely different from any human tongue, like French is different from English. When Dickon spoke directly to the robin, he used proper bird language. The strange sounds he made when talking to humans didn't matter at all. The robin assumed Dickon used that gibberish because humans weren't smart enough to understand proper bird speech. Even Dickon's movements were robin-like, never sudden enough to startle or threaten. Any robin would understand Dickon, so his presence felt completely natural. But the other two humans required caution at first. The boy especially was concerning. He didn't even enter the garden on his own legs. He arrived on a wheeled contraption, covered with animal skins. That alone was suspicious. And when he began standing and moving around, he did it in such an odd, unpracticed way, always needing help. The robin would hide in bushes to observe this, tilting his head from side to side with concern. He wondered if these slow movements meant the boy was preparing to pounce, the way cats do before they attack. The robin discussed this extensively with his mate until her fear grew so intense, he worried it might harm the eggs. When the boy finally began walking by himself and moving more quickly, the robin felt immensely relieved. But for what seemed ages, Colin remained puzzling. He didn't behave like other humans. He seemed to enjoy walking, but had a strange habit of sitting or lying down, then getting up again in an unsettling way to continue. One day the robin remembered something. When his own parents had taught him to fly, he'd done much the same thing, taking short flights before needing to rest. Perhaps this boy was simply learning to walk, just as birds learn to fly. When he shared this theory with his mate, explaining that their own chicks would likely behave similarly after hatching, she felt better. She even grew fascinated watching the boy from her nest's edge, though she remained convinced that her eggs would learn much faster. After all, humans were always clumsier and slower than birds. Most of them never seemed to learn to fly at all. You certainly never saw humans in treetops or soaring through the air. Eventually, the boy moved more like the others, but all three children sometimes did peculiar things. They would stand beneath the trees, moving their arms, legs, and heads in ways that weren't walking, running, or sitting. They repeated these odd movements daily, leaving the robin unable to explain to his mate what they were attempting. He could only assure her that their eggs would never flap about so strangely. But since the boy who spoke perfect robin was doing it too, the birds could trust it wasn't dangerous. Of course, neither robin had ever heard of the champion wrestler Bob Howarth or his muscle-building exercises. Robins don't need special exercises. Their muscles develop naturally from constantly flying to find food. When you have to work for every meal, your muscles don't waste away from disuse. Once the boy walked, ran, dug, and weeded like the others, the nest in the corner became a place of perfect peace. Fears about the eggs faded into memory. Knowing your eggs were as secure as if locked in a vault, while having front-row seats to so many fascinating human activities, made nesting quite entertaining. On rainy days, the mother bird sometimes felt a bit bored because the children didn't visit the garden. But even during downpours, Mary and Colin were far from bored. One particularly wet morning, while Colin lay restlessly on his sofa, it wasn't safe for him to walk around yet. Mary had a brilliant idea. "Now that I'm a real boy," Colin had said, "my legs and arms and my whole body are so full of magic I can't keep them still. They want to be moving all the time." Do you know, Mary, when I wake up early and the birds are just starting to sing and everything seems to be shouting with joy, even the trees and things we can't actually hear, I feel like I must jump out of bed and shout too. Just imagine what would happen if I did. Mary giggled uncontrollably. The nurse would come running, and Mrs. Medlock too, and they'd think you'd gone completely mad. They'd call for the doctor right away, she said. Colin laughed at the thought. He could picture their horrified faces perfectly, especially their shock at seeing him standing upright. I wish my father would come home, he said. I want to tell him myself. I think about it constantly, but we can't keep this up much longer. I'm tired of lying still and pretending. Plus, I look so different now. I wish it wasn't raining today. That's when Mary had her inspiration. Colin, she began mysteriously, do you know how many rooms are in this house? About 1,000, probably, he answered. There are about 100 that nobody ever goes into, said Mary. One rainy day I explored tons of them. Nobody knew, though Mrs. Medlock almost caught me. I got lost on my way back, and ended up at the end of your hallway. That was the second time I heard you crying. Colin sat up on his sofa, suddenly interested. 100 rooms nobody visits? That sounds almost like another secret garden. What if we explored them? You could push me in my wheelchair, and nobody would know where we'd gone. That's exactly what I was thinking, Mary said excitedly. No one would dare follow us. There are galleries where you could run. We could do our exercises. There's even a little Indian room with a cabinet full of ivory elephants. All sorts of amazing rooms. Ring the bell, Colin said immediately. When the nurse arrived, he gave his instructions. I want my wheelchair, he announced. Miss Mary and I are going to explore the unused part of the house. John can push me as far as the picture gallery because there are stairs. Then he must leave us alone until I call for him again. Just like that, rainy days became exciting. When the footman had wheeled Colin to the picture gallery and left them alone as ordered, Colin and Mary looked at each other with delight. As soon as Mary confirmed John had truly gone back downstairs, Colin got out of his chair. I'm going to run from one end of the gallery to the other, he declared, and then jump, and then we'll do Bob Howarth's exercises. They did all this and more. They examined the portraits and found the plain little girl in green brocade holding a parrot on her finger. All these people must be my relatives, Colin said. They lived ages ago. That parrot one is probably one of my great-great-great-great-aunts. She looks a bit like you, Mary. Not how you look now, but how you looked when you first came here. You're much healthier and better looking now. So are you, Mary replied, and they both laughed. They visited the Indian room and played with the ivory elephants. They found the rose-colored brocade sitting room and the hole in the cushion left by a mouse, though the mice had grown up and moved away, leaving the hole empty. They discovered more rooms and made even more discoveries than Mary had on her first exploration. They found new corridors, corners, staircases, old paintings and strange antiques whose purposes they couldn't guess. It was a wonderfully entertaining morning, and the feeling of wandering around the same house with other people while feeling miles away from them was absolutely thrilling. I'm glad we came, Colin said. I never realized I lived in such a huge, strange old place. I like it. We'll explore every rainy day from now on. We'll always find new weird corners and things. Their adventure had given them such good appetites that when they returned to Colin's room, they couldn't possibly send away their lunch untouched. When the nurse carried the tray downstairs, she slapped it down on the kitchen counter so Mrs. Loomis, the cook, could see the empty dishes. Look at that, she exclaimed. This is truly a house of mysteries, and those two children are the greatest mysteries in it. If they keep this up every day, said the strong young footman John, it's no wonder he weighs twice as much now as he did a month ago. I'll have to quit my job eventually, just to avoid injuring my muscles. That afternoon, Mary noticed something different in Colin's room. She'd spotted it the day before but said nothing, thinking perhaps the change had been accidental. Today she remained silent, but she stared fixedly at the picture above the fireplace. She could see it clearly because the curtain had been pulled aside. That was the change. I know what you want me to ask, Colin said after she'd been staring for a few minutes. I always know when you want me to tell you something. You're wondering why the curtain is open. I'm going to keep it that way. Why? Asked Mary. Because seeing her laugh doesn't make me angry anymore. 2 nights ago, I woke up in bright moonlight and felt like magic was filling the room, making everything so wonderful I couldn't lie still. I got up and looked out the window. The moonlight made a patch on the curtain, and somehow that made me pull the cord. She seemed to be looking right at me, laughing because she was happy to see me standing there. I liked looking at her. I want to see her laughing like that all the time. I think she might have been a magic person herself. "You look so much like her now," said Mary. "Sometimes I think you might be her ghost turned into a boy." That idea seemed to intrigue Colin. He thought about it carefully before answering. "If I were her ghost, my father would love me," he said. "Do you want him to love you?" Mary asked. "I used to hate it because he didn't. But if he started to care about me, I think I'd tell him about the magic. It might make him happier." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 26. It's Mother! Their faith in the magic never faltered. After their morning rituals, Colin would sometimes deliver what he called his magic lectures. "I enjoy doing it," he explained one day. "When I grow up and make great scientific discoveries, I'll need to give lectures about them, so this is good practice. They have to be short for now because I'm still young, and besides, Ben Weatherstaff would feel like he was in church and fall asleep." "The best thing about lecturing," Ben grunted, "is that a fellow can stand up and say whatever he pleases without anyone arguing back. I might try it myself someday." When Colin held court under his tree, old Ben watched him with hungry eyes. Though he pretended to listen to the words, what really fascinated him were the boy's legs, growing straighter and stronger each day, the once sharp chin now filling out, and the eyes that increasingly sparkled with the light Ben remembered from another pair, Colin's mother's. Sometimes Colin noticed Ben's intense gaze. "What are you thinking about, Ben Weatherstaff?" he asked once. "I was thinking you've put on 3 or 4 pounds this week," Ben answered. "I was looking at your calves and shoulders. I'd like to get you on a scale." "It's the magic and Mrs. Sowerby's buns and milk," Colin replied. "You see, the scientific experiment has succeeded." That morning Dickon arrived late, his face flushed from running, his eyes twinkling more than usual. After the recent rains, they had plenty of weeding to do. The moisture that nourished the flowers also encouraged tiny blades of grass and unwanted seedlings that needed pulling before their roots took hold. Colin had become as good at weeding as anyone and could lecture while he worked. "The magic works best when you work too," he said that morning. "You can feel it in your bones and muscles. I'm going to read books about bones and muscles, but I'm also going to write a book about magic. I'm developing it now. I keep discovering new things." Shortly after saying this, he put down his trowel and stood up. He'd been quiet for several minutes, and Mary and Dickon knew he'd been lost in thought. When he rose, they sensed something important had happened. He stretched himself to his full height and threw his arms wide. Color flooded his face, and his unusual eyes widened with joy. A realization had finally hit him with full force. "Mary! Dickon!" he cried. "Just look at me!" They stopped working and turned to him. "Do you remember that first morning you brought me in here?" he asked. Dickon stared at him intently. His skills with animals had given him the ability to see things others missed, and he saw something significant in Colin now. "Yes, we remember," he answered. Mary looked hard too, but stayed quiet. "Just now," said Colin. "All at once I remembered it myself, when I looked at my hand digging with the trowel, and I had to stand up to make sure it was real. And it is real. I'm well, I'm well." "Yes, you are," said Dickon. I'm well, Colin repeated, his face flushing completely. He'd known it before in a way, had hoped for it and felt it and thought about it, but at that moment something had rushed through him, a kind of joyful certainty, and it was so powerful he couldn't help shouting. "I'm going to live forever," he exclaimed. "I'll discover thousands of things. I'll learn about people and animals and plants, like Dickon, and I'll never stop making magic. I'm well. I feel like I need to shout something grateful and joyful." Ben Weatherstaff, who'd been working near a rosebush, glanced over at him. "You could sing the doxology," he suggested dryly. He didn't particularly care for the doxology himself, and there was no special reverence in his suggestion. But Colin was curious about everything and knew nothing about the doxology. "What's that?" he asked. "Dickon can sing it for you, I'm sure," Ben replied. Dickon smiled his understanding smile. "They sing it in church," he explained. My mother says she believes the skylarks sing it when they rise in the morning. If she says that, it must be a nice song, Colin said. I've never been to church. I was always too sick. Sing it, Dickon. I want to hear it. Dickon was completely natural about it. He understood what Colin was feeling, perhaps better than Colin did himself. He understood through a kind of instinct so natural, he didn't even recognize it as understanding. He took off his cap and looked around, still smiling. You need to take off your cap, he told Colin, and so should you, Ben. And you should stand up, you know. Colin removed his cap, and the sun warmed his thick hair as he watched Dickon intently. Ben Weatherstaff got up from his knees and uncovered his head too, with a puzzled, slightly irritated expression, as if he wasn't quite sure why he was doing this unusual thing. Dickon stood among the trees and roses and began to sing simply in a clear, strong boy's voice. Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Praise him, all creatures here below. Praise him above, ye heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. When he finished, Ben stood motionless, his jaw set stubbornly but with a troubled look in his eyes as he gazed at Colin. Colin's face was thoughtful and appreciative. That's a very nice song, he said. I like it. Maybe it means exactly what I feel when I want to shout that I'm thankful for the magic. He paused, thinking. Perhaps they're the same thing. How can we know the right names for everything? Sing it again, Dickon. Let's try, Mary. I want to sing too. It's my song. How does it start? Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. They sang it again, with Mary and Colin lifting their voices as musically as they could, and Dickon's voice rising strong and beautiful. At the second line, Ben cleared his throat roughly, and by the third line, he joined in with such force it seemed almost fierce. When they reached the Amen, Mary noticed that the same thing had happened to him as when he discovered Colin wasn't crippled. His chin was trembling, he was blinking rapidly, and his weathered cheeks were wet with tears. I never saw any sense in the doxology before, he said hoarsely, but I might change my mind in time. I'd say you've gained 5 pounds this week, Master Colin. 5 of them. Colin was looking across the garden, his expression suddenly alert. Who's coming in? He asked quickly. Who is it? The door in the ivy-covered wall had been pushed open gently, and a woman had entered. She had come in during the last line of their song and had stood still, listening and watching them. With the ivy behind her, sunlight filtering through the trees and dappling her long blue cloak, and her kind face smiling through the greenery, she looked like a living illustration from one of Colin's books. Her warm eyes seemed to take in everything, all of them, even Ben Weatherstaff, and the animals, and every flower in bloom. Though she had appeared unexpectedly, none of them felt she was intruding. Dickon's eyes lit up. It's Mother! That's who it is, he cried, and ran across the grass toward her. Colin began moving toward her, too, with Mary beside him. They both felt their heartbeats quicken. It's Mother, Dickon repeated when they met halfway. I knew you wanted to meet her, so I told her where the door was hidden. Colin held out his hand with a sort of flushed, shy dignity, but his eyes devoured her face. Even when I was sick, I wanted to meet you, he said. You and Dickon and the secret garden. I'd never wanted to meet anyone or see anything before. The sight of his upturned face caused a sudden change in her expression. She flushed, her mouth trembled, and her eyes grew misty. Oh, dear lad, she exclaimed softly. Oh, dear lad, as if she couldn't help saying it. She didn't call him Master Colin, but simply, dear lad, just as she might have spoken to Dickon if something in his face had moved her. Colin liked it. Are you surprised because I'm so healthy? He asked. She placed her hand on his shoulder and blinked away her tears with a smile. Yes, that I am, she said. But you look so much like your mother, you made my heart skip. Do you think, Colin asked a bit awkwardly, that will make my father like me? Yes, for sure, dear lad, she answered, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. He needs to come home. He needs to come home. Susan Sowerby, said Ben, moving closer to her. Look at the boy's legs, will you? They were like drumsticks in stockings 2 months ago, and people said they were both crooked and knock-kneed at once. Look at them now. Susan laughed warmly. They're going to be fine, strong lad's legs soon. she said. "Just let him keep playing and working in the garden, eating plenty, and drinking good sweet milk, and there won't be a finer pair in all of Yorkshire, thank God." She put both hands on Mary's shoulders and studied her face with motherly affection. "And you too," she said. "You're almost as healthy as our Elizabeth Ellen now. I bet you're like your mother, too. Our Martha told me Mrs. Medlock heard she was a beautiful woman. You'll be like a blush rose when you grow up, my little lass, bless you." She didn't mention that when Martha had come home on her day off and described the plain, sallow child, she had completely dismissed Mrs. Medlock's account. "It doesn't make sense that a pretty woman could be the mother of such an unattractive little girl," she had insisted. Mary hadn't paid much attention to her changing appearance. She only knew she looked different and seemed to have much more hair that was growing very quickly. But remembering how she had admired her mother's beauty, she was pleased to think she might someday look like her. Susan walked around the garden with them as they showed her everything and told her the whole story, pointing out every bush and tree that had come back to life. Colin walked on one side of her and Mary on the other. They kept glancing up at her comfortable, rosy face, curious about the wonderful feeling she gave them, a sort of warm, supported feeling. She seemed to understand them the way Dickon understood his animals. She bent over the flowers and talked to them as if they were children. Soot the crow followed her and occasionally landed on her shoulder as if she were Dickon. When they told her about the robin and its baby's first flight, she laughed a soft, motherly chuckle. "I suppose teaching them to fly is like teaching children to walk," she said. "But I'd be terribly worried if mine had wings instead of legs." She seemed such a wonderful woman in her simple, earthy way that eventually they told her about the magic. "Do you believe in magic?" asked Colin after explaining about Indian fakirs. "I really hope you do." "Yes, I do, lad," she answered. "I've never called it by that name, but what does the name matter? I expect they call it something different in France and something else in Germany. The same force that makes seeds grow in the sunshine made you well, and that's the good thing. It's only foolish people like us who think names are important. The big good thing doesn't stop to worry about that. It keeps making millions of worlds like ours. Never stop believing in the big good thing and knowing the world is full of it. Call it whatever you like. You were singing to it when I came into the garden." "I felt so happy," said Colin, opening his unusual eyes wide. "Suddenly, I realized how different I was, how strong my arms and legs had become, and how I could dig and stand, and I jumped up wanting to shout something to anything that would listen. The magic listened when you sang the doxology. It would have listened to anything you sang. It was the joy that mattered. Oh, lad, what are names to the joy-maker?" And she gave his shoulders another gentle pat. She had packed a basket with a real feast that morning, and when hunger struck and Dickon brought it out from its hiding place, she sat with them under their tree and watched them devour their food, laughing and delighting in their appetites. She was full of fun and made them laugh at all sorts of things. She told them stories in her Yorkshire accent and taught them new words. She couldn't help laughing when they told her how increasingly difficult it was to pretend Colin was still a sickly invalid. "You see, we can't help laughing almost all the time when we're together," Colin explained. "And that doesn't sound like someone who's ill. We try to hold it back, but it bursts out anyway, which sounds even worse." "There's one thing I keep thinking about," said Mary, "and I can hardly keep from laughing when it comes to mind. I imagine Colin's face getting as round as a full moon. It's not there yet, but he gets a tiny bit plumper every day, and I keep wondering what we'll do if we wake up one morning and it's happened." "I can see you've got quite a bit of acting to do," said Susan. "But you won't have to keep it up much longer. Master Craven will come home." "Do you think he will?" asked Colin. "Why?" Susan chuckled softly. "I suppose it would break your heart if you found out before you could tell him in your own way," she said. "You've spent nights planning it." "I couldn't bear for anyone else to tell him," said Colin. "I think about different ways every day. Right now I think I just want to run into his room." "That would be quite a welcome for him," said Susan. "I'd love to see his face, lad. I really would. He needs to come back. He truly does." One of the things they discussed was the visit they would make to her cottage. They planned it carefully. They would drive over the moor and have lunch outdoors among the heather. They would meet all 12 of her children and see Dickon's garden, and wouldn't return until they were tired. Eventually, Susan got up to return to the house and Mrs. Medlock. It was time for Colin to be wheeled back as well. But before getting into his chair, he stood very close to Susan and looked at her with a kind of confused adoration, suddenly grabbing a fold of her blue cloak and holding it tight. "You're exactly what I wanted," he said. "I wish you were my mother, as well as Dickon's." All at once, Susan bent down and pulled him close against her chest underneath the blue cloak. as if he were Dickon's brother. Tears welled in her eyes. "Oh, dear lad," she said. "Your own mother's in this very garden, I believe. She couldn't stay away from it. Your father must come back to you. He must." You're listening to a modern retelling of The Secret Garden by Bookwave Studios. Chapter 27, In the Garden. Every century brings incredible discoveries. The last century revealed more wonders than any before it, and our new century will uncover hundreds of even more astonishing things. It always goes the same way. First, people refuse to believe something new is possible. Then they start to hope it might be. Then they see that it can be done. And finally, when it happens, everyone wonders why nobody did it centuries ago. One of the most important discoveries of the last century was that thoughts, just ordinary thoughts, can be as powerful as electric batteries. They can be as good for you as sunshine or as harmful as poison. Letting a sad or negative thought into your mind can be as dangerous as catching scarlet fever. If you let it stay there, you might never fully recover. As long as Mary filled her mind with complaints, dislikes, and stubborn refusals to be pleased by anything, she remained a sickly, yellow-faced, miserable child. Luckily, circumstances pushed her in a new direction, whether she wanted it or not. When her head gradually filled up with robins and moorland cottages, with eccentric old gardeners and Yorkshire housemaids, with springtime and secret gardens coming alive day by day, not to mention a Moor boy and his wild animals, there simply wasn't room left for all those toxic thoughts that had made her so sick and tired. Colin was the same. While he locked himself away, obsessing over his fears and weaknesses, hating anyone who looked at him, constantly imagining non-existent humps on his back and his early death, he was nothing but a hysterical, half-crazy hypochondriac. He knew nothing of sunshine or spring, and had no idea he could get well if he simply tried standing on his feet. But when fresh, hopeful thoughts began pushing out the old, terrible ones, life flowed back into him. His blood ran healthier, and strength poured into him like a flood. His scientific experiment wasn't complicated or mystical at all. The most surprising thing in the world can happen to anyone who, when a negative thought appears, remembers to immediately replace it with a courageous, positive one. Two things cannot occupy the same space at once. Where you tend a rose, my lad, a thistle cannot grow. While the secret garden and two children were coming alive together, a man was wandering through the beautiful Norwegian fjords, Swiss valleys, and mountain ranges. For 10 years, this man had kept his mind trapped in dark, heartbroken thoughts. He had never been brave enough to try replacing them with different ones. He had lain beside blue lakes thinking dark thoughts. He had rested on mountainsides surrounded by deep blue gentians and sweet-scented air, still thinking those same dark thoughts. After a terrible loss during a time when he had been happy, he had allowed his soul to fill with blackness, stubbornly refusing any light. He had abandoned his home and responsibilities. When he traveled, darkness seemed to surround him so completely that his mere presence felt like it poisoned the air with gloom. Strangers assumed he was either partially insane or hiding some terrible crime. He was tall, with a gaunt face and hunched shoulders. On hotel registers, he always wrote, Archibald Craven, Misselthwaite Manor, Yorkshire, England. He had traveled extensively since the day he'd told Mary she could have her bit of earth. He had visited Europe's most beautiful places, but never stayed anywhere more than a few days, always choosing the quietest, most remote locations. He had stood on mountaintops lost in clouds and watched sunrise paint neighboring peaks with light that made the world seem newly born. But that light had never touched him until one day when something strange happened for the first time in 10 years. He was in a spectacular valley in the Austrian Tyrol, walking alone through scenery that should have lifted anyone's spirits. He had walked a long way without feeling any better. Finally tired, he dropped down to rest on a carpet of moss beside a stream. The clear water ran merrily along its narrow path through lush, damp greenness. Sometimes it made a sound almost like quiet laughter as it bubbled over stones. Birds came to drink, then flicked their wings and flew away. The stream seemed alive, yet its soft voice made the silence around it feel even deeper. The valley was perfectly still. As Archibald gazed into the flowing water, he gradually felt his mind and body grow as quiet as the valley itself. He wondered if he might fall asleep, but that wasn't it. As he sat watching the sunlit water, he noticed plants growing along its edge. There was a beautiful cluster of blue forget-me-nots, growing so close to the stream that their leaves were wet. He found himself looking at them the way he might have years ago, before grief took hold. He was actually thinking how lovely they were, marveling at the hundreds of tiny blue blossoms. He didn't realize that this simple appreciation was slowly filling his mind, filling and filling until other thoughts were gently pushed aside. It was like a fresh spring rising in a stagnant pool, gradually washing the dark water away. Of course, he didn't think of it this way himself. He only knew the valley seemed to grow more and more peaceful as he stared at those delicate blue flowers. He lost track of time and what was happening to him, but eventually he stirred as if waking up. He stood slowly on the moss carpet, drawing a deep breath, surprised at himself. Something inside him had quietly been released. "What is it?" he whispered, passing a hand over his forehead. "I almost feel as if I'm alive." I don't understand enough about undiscovered wonders to explain exactly how this happened. Nobody does yet. Archibald himself didn't understand, but months later, when he was back at Misselthwaite, he discovered by accident that on this very day, Colin had shouted as he entered the secret garden, "I am going to live forever and ever and ever and ever." This unusual calm stayed with Archibald through the evening, and he slept better than he had in years. But it didn't last long. He didn't know how to keep it. By the next night, he had reopened the doors to his dark thoughts, and they came rushing back. He left the valley and continued his aimless wandering. But something strange had begun to happen. There were moments, sometimes even half hours, when, without understanding why, the heavy burden would lift and he'd realize he was a living man, not a dead one. Slowly, for no reason he could identify, he was coming alive, along with the garden. As golden summer deepened into rich autumn, he traveled to Lake Como. There, he found dreamlike beauty. He spent his days on the crystal blue water, or walked deep into the lush, green hills, hiking until exhaustion helped him sleep. By now, he'd begun sleeping better, and his nightmares had stopped haunting him. Perhaps, he thought, my body is growing stronger. It was, but because of those rare peaceful moments when his thoughts shifted, his soul was slowly growing stronger too. He began thinking about Misselthwaite, wondering if he should go home. Sometimes he wondered vaguely about his son, asking himself how he would feel standing beside that four-poster bed again, looking down at the sharply defined, ivory-white face as it slept, black lashes stark against closed eyes. The thought made him flinch. One remarkable day, he walked so far that when he returned, the moon was high and full, turning the world into purple shadows and silver light. The stillness of lake, shore, and forest was so beautiful that he bypassed his villa and instead walked to a small, vine-covered terrace at the water's edge. He sat and breathed in the night's heavenly scents. The strange calmness came over him again, growing deeper and deeper until he fell asleep. He didn't know when he fell asleep, or when he began dreaming. The dream felt so real he didn't think he was dreaming at all. He remembered later how intensely awake and alert he'd felt. In the dream, as he sat breathing in the scent of late roses and listening to water lapping at his feet, he heard a voice calling. It was sweet, clear, happy, and very distant. Though it seemed far away, he heard it as distinctly as if it had been right beside him. "Archie! Archie! Archie!" it said. And then again, sweeter and clearer than before, "Archie! Archie!" In the dream, he jumped to his feet, not even startled. The voice seemed so real, so natural to hear. "Lilius! Lilius!" he answered. "Lilius! Where are you?" "In the garden," came the reply, like a note from a golden flute. "In the garden!" Then the dream ended, but he didn't wake up. He slept deeply and peacefully through the beautiful night. When he finally woke, it was brilliant morning, and a servant stood staring at him. The Italian staff at the villa were used to their foreign employer's strange behavior, his unpredictable comings and goings, the odd places he chose to sleep, whether roaming the garden or lying in a boat on the lake all night. The man held letters on a tray and waited silently until Mr. Craven took them. After the servant left, Archibald sat holding the letters, gazing at the lake. The strange calm was still with him, and something more, a lightness, as if the cruel thing that had happened wasn't exactly as he'd thought, as if something had changed. He remembered the dream that had felt so utterly real. "In the garden," he said, surprised at himself. "In the garden. But the door is locked, and the key is buried deep." When he looked at his mail a few minutes later, he noticed the letter on top was from Yorkshire, England. The handwriting was plain and unfamiliar. He opened it, barely thinking about who might have sent it, but the first words immediately caught his attention. "Dear Sir, I am Susan Sowerby, who spoke to you once on the moor." It was about Miss Mary the First spoke. "I'll speak again now. Please, sir, I would come home if I was you. I think you would be glad to come, and if you'll excuse me, sir, I think your lady would ask you to come if she was here. Your obedient servant, Susan Sowerby."